Chapter 1 of The Sacred Herb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sharon Kilmer, San Antonio, Texas. The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. The latest sensation. Lord Preless felt desperately bored. Like Horace, he longed for some new pleasure, yet knew not where to look for one. This was the result of being surfeited with the sweets of extraordinary good fortune. Born to a title, endowed with passable good looks, gifted with abilities above the average, and possessed of admirable health, he should have been the happiest of men, the more especially as his income ran well into 5 figures. And he had the whole wide world to play with. Certainly he had played with it, and with life, up to his present age of 35 years. Perhaps this was the reason of his acute boredom. If all work and no play makes Jack dull, all play and no work must necessarily make him blasé. Therefore, in spite of the excellent breakfast spread before him on this bright summer morning, when London was looking at its best, the young man was ungratefully wondering what he could do to render life endurable. He ate from habit and not because he enjoyed his food. He read the morning papers, since it was necessary to be abreast of the times, for conversational purposes, although very little was new therein and still less was true. By the time he arrived at the marmalade stage of the meal, he was again considering the possibilities of the next 24 hours. In this contented frame of mind he was discovered by his aunt. Lady Sophia Haken bustled into the pleasant room, exasperatingly cheerful, and very pleased with life in general, and with herself in particular. She was an elderly woman of a somewhat masculine type, who lived a simple out-of-door existence, and who proclaimed loudly that it was necessary for humanity to return to the Stone Age for true enjoyment. Having been riding in the Row for the last 2 hours, she entered in her habit, filled with the egotism of the early riser. As a near relative, she could not do less than scold Preless for lingering over a late breakfast, and told him, also as a near relative, that she scolded him for his good. She had done so very often before, without result, and but that she loved to lay down the law, would have long since given over the attempt to improve her nephew. Nevertheless, anxious to achieve the impossible, she attacked him with pristine vigor, as though aware for the first time of his bad habits. 9 o'clock and still at breakfast, said Lady Sophia significantly, and slapped her skirts with a whip which she would have dearly liked to lay across her lazy nephew's broad shoulders. Preless looked indolently at the clock, then at the table, and finally at his fuming aunt. "I cannot deny it," he said with a yawn. "Is that all you have to say?" she asked, much disgusted. Preless heaved a sigh. It was necessary to say something, if only to stem the coming tide of verbose speech. "How well you are looking!" "Because I have been up since 6 o'clock." "How unwise! You will probably sleep all the afternoon." Lady Sophia snapped tartly. "I shall do nothing of the sort." "Oh, very well," he assented. "You will do nothing of the sort. Anything for a quiet life, even agreement with the improbable." His aunt grasped her whip dangerously. "How exasperating you are!" "I was just thinking the same about you," confessed Preless, good-humoredly. "It is so disagreeable for a late riser to be reminded of the time." And having folded his napkin, he lighted a cigarette. "How long is this going on?" demanded Lady Sophia fiercely. His imperturbability made her long to shake him thoroughly. "How long is what going on?" asked Preless, provokingly. "This idle, idiotic, insane, sensual, foolish, wicked dilatory existence." "7 adjectives," murmured the young man, opening his eyes. "Waste, waste, oh, what waste!" "How long is this going on?" inquired his relative again, and whipped her skirts instead of Preliss's back with renewed vigor. He was forced to answer, "As long as I do, no doubt. What else is to be done, I should like to know?" "You shall know. Serve your country." "What, and be abused in the penny press? No, thank you." "You can surely help your brother man." "Surely, only to learn how much ingratitude exists in the world." Lady Sophia stamped, bit her lip, and looked like a ruffled cockatoo in a bad temper. She wanted to quarrel, and it annoyed her that Preliss would not meet her halfway by supplying a reason. She had to invent the quarrel, and bring about the quarrel, and carry on the quarrel, and finish the quarrel without assistance. "Marry" was the one word which suggested itself, and she hoped that it would be like a red rag to a bull. "Oh, Jerusalem!" Preliss shook his closely cropped fair head. "I would much rather serve brother man than marry sister woman. You offer me a choice of unoriginal evils." "You never will face the truth," declared Lady Sophia irreverently, and forthwith, according to an old established custom, she proceeded to recount the family history. That is, she picked out the worst traits of Preliss's ancestors and debited them to his account. He smoked through 2 cigarettes and nodded at intervals, not very much interested, since he had heard the same oration at least a dozen times. Lady Sophia, having worked her way from the reign of Elizabeth down to that of Edward VII, ended with a lurid, penny-sensational picture of what would befall her listener in the near future unless he worked like a nigger. "Such a bad illustration," interposed Preliss placidly. "Niggers don't work. As I have just returned from the West Indies, I ought to know." Lady Sophia snorted down the interruption, and seeing that he was still unimpressed, tried to goad him into industry by mentioning several of his schoolfellows who had attained to comparable fame and fortune, while Preliss, as she scathingly put it, had been groveling in the mud. "Even young Shepworth," ended Lady Sophia, somewhat out of breath, "and he was never clever. Even he is counsel for the defense this very day in an important murder case." "I'm deuced sorry for his client," murmured Preliss indolently. "Why should you be?" demanded his aunt aggressively. "You said that he wasn't clever." "He must be." Lady Sophia contradicted herself with feminine calmness. "If he wasn't, he certainly would not be talking this very day at the New Bailey. Go and hear him, Preliss, and be ashamed that a fool, yes, a superlative fool, should succeed where you fail." "What do you mean?" inquired her nephew, with great curiosity. "First you say that Ned isn't clever." "Ned? Ned? I never mentioned Ned. Who is Ned?" "Shepworth. Edward Shepworth. Ned for short. We were great chums at Eton, you know. But you say that he isn't clever, then you insist that he is, and wind up by calling him a fool." "You know quite well what I mean," said Lady Sophia with dignity. "I really don't," confessed her nephew artlessly. "You describe such a complex character. However, as I have nothing to do today, and never have anything to do, idler, I shall go to the New Bailey and listen to Ned hanging his client. So brilliant a barrister as Mr. Shepworth will certainly get her off," said Lady Sophia decisively. Preliss passed over this new contradiction. "It's a woman?" "Yes, Mona Chet. You know her." "I'm sure I don't. The criminal classes don't attract me." "She is not a criminal, but a lady," said his aunt, as though the two things were incompatible. "And you do know her?" "Mona Chet, the niece of old Sir Oliver Lanwin." Preliss reflected with bent brows. "I never heard the name before, I assure you, Aunt Sophia," he said at length. Remember that I have been traveling round the world for the last 7 years and know very little of the latest London sensation. You ought to stay at home and make yourself acquainted with people, Preless, including this murderess." "She is not a murderess," cried Lady Sophia energetically. "I always did think that she was a sweet girl, and if she did kill her uncle, it was no more than he deserved. I never liked him." "Therefore he ought to be murdered?" said Preless, rising and stretching himself before the empty grate. "So Sir Oliver was the victim. I have heard of him. He used to send Ned shells and barbaric things from the South Seas. And now Ned is repaying him by defending his murderess. I tell you Mona did not murder the man. I know her. I have received her. Would I receive a murderess?" "It might be a draw to some of your parties," said Preless politely, and with a recollection of several dull entertainments. "But I cannot quite gather from your clear explanation if she is guilty or not. Half London thinks that she is, and half asserts her innocence. What does Shepworth think?" "He naturally believes her to be innocent." "Because he defends her?" "Because she is his future wife." Preless looked startled. "Oh, Jerusalem! And if he proves her innocence, he'll marry her, I suppose. As she is her uncle's heiress, and Mr. Shepworth is poor, I presume he will. 10,000 a year is not to be despised." "But a wife with such a past," protested the young man. "Ugh! Did Miss Chint murder her uncle to get the money?" "She didn't murder him at all. Look at the facts of the case." "I shall be delighted to, if you will place them before me." "You ought to know all about them," said Lady Sophia, rising impatiently. "Everyone has been talking about the case for the last month. Ever since Mona Chint was arrested, in fact." "Ah, but you see I have only just arrived in London. I shall go to my club and get posted up in the latest scandal." "The latest sensation," corrected his aunt. "Go to the New Bailey instead and hear Mr. Shepworth place the case before the judge and jury. His eloquence will make you sorry for your lazy, useless life. He will be a K.C.," cried Lady Sophia, becoming prophetic, "and Attorney General, and Lord Chancellor, and King of Timbuktu, no doubt. Loud cheers." Lady Sophia looked indignantly at the scoffer, who beamed on her benignly with laughing blue eyes. "You have deteriorated since you left the army." "No doubt, the standard of morality in the army being so high." "Oh!" His aunt stamped and flung open the door with a tragic air. "I have done with you. Your flippancy is disgusting. I repeat, Preless, I have done with you," and she departed hastily, lest a reply from the scoffer should spoil her impressive exit. Preless laughed, knowing that Lady Sophia would never be done with him while she had a tongue to wag. Also, he believed that she was truly fond of him, and knew that she had only too much reason to accuse him of wasting his life. He resolved to mend his ways, more as an experiment in self-denial than because he wanted to, and cast about for a model person to imitate. After Lady Sophia's conversation, the name of Edward Shepworth naturally suggested itself. So Preless arrayed himself in purple and fine linen, and ordered round his motor car. Within 2 hours he was driving out of Half Moon Street, and was soon dodging the traffic of Piccadilly. It was so delightful manipulating the machine in the sunshine, and acting as a chauffeur so appealed to him that he was minded to turn the Mercedes in the direction of Richmond. But the hints about the murder being an unusual one kept to his earlier determination. Also a copy of the Daily Mirror assured him that the accused girl was exceedingly pretty. Finally, he had always been friendly with the counsel for the defense, and thought that he would renew the tie of old school days. These things brought his smart Mercedes to the brand new portals of the criminal court, and when he had handed over the steering wheel to his chauffeur, he sought out the arena wherein Shepworth was fighting for the life of his promised wife. Naturally, the first person at whom the young man looked was the prisoner in the dock, and he mentally confessed that the Daily Mirror photograph had not done her justice. It could scarcely do so in mere black and white, as Miss Trent needed vivid tints to convey her peculiar charm. She was one of those rare blondes who embody sunshine in hair and eyes, a dragonfly of humanity, all radiance and glow. Since she was on trial for her life, Preless quite expected to see a white-faced, terrified creature, worn out with shame and suffering. But Miss Trent might have been in an opera box, for all the emotion she displayed. Preless had more experience of women than was good for him, but he never beheld so perfectly dressed or so perfectly serene a girl. It would be absurd to say that so level-headed a young man fell in love with this attractive criminal at first sight, but he certainly felt drawn to her. She looked like a captive angel, and without knowing the rights or wrongs of the case, Preless mentally pronounced her to be entirely innocent. Her calmness, if not her beauty, acquitted her, as his susceptible heart decided, for no woman with an unclean conscience could have faced judge and jury with such manifest confidence. Preless thought of Joan of Arc on trial for sorcery, of Mary Stuart before a prejudiced tribunal, of Marie Antoinette, and of the Vestal who proved her innocence by drawing Tiber water in a sieve. He might also have recalled the Marquis de Brinvilliers, likewise calm, beautiful, and guilty. But he did not. The court was filled with more or less fashionable people, who came to make a Roman holiday of Sir Oliver Lanwin's violent death and Miss Trent's position. Doubtless she had been well known in society, and those who had been her friends were here to watch her in the new role of an accused criminal. Preless was disgusted at the heartless conduct of some ladies, who whispered and tittered, and used opera glasses to stare at the unfortunate girl. He internally commended his aunt for having had the good taste to remain absent, and then turned his eyes on the array of barristers to search for Ned Shepworth. If the prisoner was serene in the consciousness of innocence, her counsel certainly was less composed. A strong will and the second nature of custom kept Shepworth sufficiently self-controlled to deceive those who had but a passing acquaintance with his personality. But Preless, who had known the young barrister for years, noted that his usual ruddy complexion was whiter than usual, and that his eyes seemed to be sunken in his head by reason of the dark shadows beneath them. Shepworth was a slim, handsome man, brown-haired and brown-eyed, with a clean-shaven face and a resolute mouth. In his wig and gown he looked very presentable, son of Themis, if somewhat less composed than the traditionally unemotional lawyer should be. He was seated at the long table with two older men, who apparently were his coadjutors, and near the defense trio, the counsel for the prosecution, appointed by the public prosecutor on behalf of the Crown, was chatting amiably with his colleague, a keen-faced young barrister. Behind sat many other lawyers, wigged and gowned, who were taking the deepest interest in the proceedings. For the moment the court was so still that the rustling of the briefs, as the barristers turned their pages, could be plainly heard. "Are those two fellows assisting Mr. Shepworth in the defense?" Preless whispered to a legal-looking bystander at his elbow. "No," replied the man in a low voice. "The big fellow is Cudworth, K.C., and the other is young Arkhurst, who acts as junior counsel. Shepworth is not defending, as he was in the house when the crime was committed and will be called as a witness." So Lady Sophia was inaccurate as usual, and Preless felt somewhat disappointed that he would not have an opportunity of hearing his old school chum orating. However, he had little time to think, for at this moment the prosecuting counsel got on his legs to open the case. Preless felt that the curtain had risen on a tragedy. He wondered what would be the scene when the curtain fell. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The trial. The counsel, in a clear and deliberate voice, opened his speech with an unvarnished statement of the case, and a very remarkable story he unfolded. Preless, as an experienced traveler, had always believed in the impossible, but it seemed to him that he had returned to prosaic England to hear a veritable fairy tale. There was something extremely fantastic about the way in which the crime was said to have been committed. As set forth by the speaker, the event happened in this wise. Sir Oliver Lanwin, the last male heir of an ancient Kentish family, whose seat was situated near Hyde, had found himself, some 40 years previous to the trial, a pauper with a newly inherited title. Seeing no chance in England of rehabilitating his fortunes, he had taken what little money he possessed to New Zealand, leaving his only sister well provided for as the wife of an army officer named Chint. After making some money in various ways at Hokitika, Sir Oliver had purchased a fruit schooner to trade amongst the South Sea Islands. Being successful, he had bought other ships, and for more than 30 years he had been a kind of Polynesian merchant prince, owing to his wealth and enterprise and keen business capacity. He had never married, because of an early disappointment, and 10 years before he had returned to England with a capital representing 10,000 a year. With this he had retired to his ancestral seat near Hyde, and there proposed to end his days in comfort after the fashion of Sinbad, the famous sailor of the Arabian Nights. He brought with him an old shellback mariner, Steve Agstone by name, who was an important witness for the prosecution. Unfortunately, said the counsel, the man had disappeared immediately before the inquest, after hinting to the housekeeper, Mrs. Blexey, that he had actually witnessed the committal of the crime, for which the prisoner was being tried. In spite of all efforts made by the police, this witness could not be discovered, and it was impossible to say why he had disappeared. But counsel hoped to produce other witnesses who would prove beyond all shadow of a doubt that the prisoner was guilty. After proceeding thus far, counsel sipped a glass of water, hitched his gown more comfortably onto his shoulders, and continued his speech amidst the breathless silence of the listeners. Being a bachelor, Sir Oliver felt somewhat lonely, since he was of a sociable disposition. For a few months he kept open house, but as his nature proved to be exacting and imperious, he did not get on well with his neighbors. Finally, he proclaimed that they were all idiots, and closing his doors, he became more or less of a recluse. It was then that Sir Oliver's widowed sister, Mrs. Chint, died suddenly, leaving her daughter Mona, the prisoner, to the care of her uncle. Sir Oliver became extremely fond of the young lady, who was of a lively and amiable disposition. Indeed, his attachment was so great that he made a will in her favor, by which she was to inherit 10,000 a year and the family seat. "And here," proceeded counsel impressively, "I may mention a circumstance which, in the light of after events, has some bearing on the case. Mr. Oliver, while bathing at Samoa, had his leg taken off from the knee by a shark. He thus was unable to indulge in field sports, in games, or indeed in any kind of out-of-door life. He therefore took to reading, and of a somewhat unusual kind. Jacob Boehme, Paracelsus, and Elippus Levi were his favorite authors, from which it can be judged that the dead man took a deep interest in psychic questions. He also consulted palmists, fortune-tellers, astrologers, and crystal gazers, frequently asking them down to Lanwin Grange. In fact, at the very time when the crime was committed, Madame Marie Epingrave, a well-known Bond Street interpreter of the future, was staying in the house. She will be called as a witness, but you can see, gentlemen of the jury, that the late baronet was an exceedingly superstitious man, although clear-headed in business and perfectly capable of managing his affairs. It was at this point that Shepworth caught sight of Preless, and he nodded in a friendly manner. Then he scribbled a note and sent it by an usher to the young man. It proved to be a request that Preless would wait for him at the door when the court adjourned for luncheon. Preless slipped the missile into his pocket and nodded a reply. Shepworth seemed to be pleased with this prompt acceptance, and immediately resumed his attitude of attention, while counsel continued to boom out facts with the drone of a bumblebee. As the narrative proceeded, it appeared that, a few months before his death, Sir Oliver had received a South Sea visitor in the person of a young sailor called Captain Felix Jadby, whose father he had known at Tahiti. The baronet was extremely intimate with the visitor, and practically gave him the run of the house. Captain Jadby came and went at will, and Sir Oliver talked to him a great deal in connection with matters dealing with Polynesian trade. This was not to be wondered at, since the baronet having been a trader himself, it was pleasant for him to converse with one who knew about such things. Unfortunately, Captain Jadby fell in love with the prisoner and wished to marry her. She refused to become his wife, on the plea that she loved Mr. Edward Shepworth, and was engaged to him. Sir Oliver was annoyed at the engagement, as he desired the marriage with Captain Jadby to take place. On the day of his death he quarreled seriously with the prisoner, and according to Madame Marie Epingrave's evidence, since she was present during the quarrel, Sir Oliver stated that if the prisoner did not marry Captain Jadby, he would disinherit her. Prisoner still refused, and retired to her room, saying that she would not reappear until Captain Jadby was out of the house. For the sake of peace, Jadby went up to London that same day, with the intention of returning by the 10 o'clock train. Then, if prisoner still remained obdurate, he intended to say good-bye to his hosts and leave for the colonies within the week. "And now, gentlemen of the jury," continued counsel, with another hitch of his gown, "we come to the most important part of the story. Previous to going to London, Captain Jadby had a wordy quarrel with Mr. Shepworth, and from words the quarrel came to blows. Mr. Shepworth's foot slipped and he slightly sprained his ankle, so that he was not able to leave Lanwin Grange, as he desired. His position was an unpleasant one, since Sir Oliver was not well disposed towards him on account of the engagement which existed with the prisoner. As Captain Jadby had left the Grange, Mr. Shepworth wished to go also, and would have gone, but that his sprained ankle prevented his removal, and he therefore remained in his room. Now, gentlemen, you can see the position of the several people connected with this matter at the time when the crime was committed. Captain Jadby was in London, intending to return at 10 o'clock. Mr. Shepworth was in his room with a sprained ankle which prevented his leaving it. The prisoner was also in her room, and even though Captain Jadby had departed for the time being, she declined to come down to dinner. Madame Marie Epingrave and Sir Oliver dined alone, and then the baronet retired to his library, where until 9 o'clock, according to Madame Marie's evidence, he chatted with her on occult subjects. Also, as Madame Marie will state, Sir Oliver expressed himself strongly on the subject of the prisoner's refusal of Jadby. As Sir Oliver was in the habit of retiring early to bed on account of his health, his factotum, Steve Agstone, entered the library at 9 o'clock to bolt and bar the windows. There were no shutters. And this please remember, gentlemen, as it is an important point. The servants had already retired, and after making the library safe, Steve Agstone left the room with the intention of waiting up for Captain Jadby, who was expected back by the 10 o'clock train, and who intended to walk to the Grange. Madame Marie lingered for a few minutes to say good night, and then retired to her bedroom. She declares that it was 5 minutes after 9 o'clock that she left the library. Sir Oliver, so she says, was seated at the table near the window, reading and smoking. "Here, gentlemen," pursued counsel, taking up a plan, "is a drawing of the library." He passed it by an usher to the foreman of the jury. "You will see that there is only one door to the library, which leads out into the hall, and which is opposite to the fireplace. The inner walls of the room on 3 sides are covered with books, but the fourth wall, the outer wall, gentlemen, has in it 3 tall French windows, which lead onto a terrace over a lawn. The lawn extends for some distance, ending in flower beds, these in their turn being encircled by shrubs, and farther back by the park trees. When Madame Marie left the room, Sir Oliver was seated at his writing table, marked X, immediately before the middle window. As the night was chilly, there was a fire burning in the grate. You understand, gentlemen? Good. Now we come to the discovery of the crime." Counsel then went on to state that Captain Jadby returned according to his promise at 10 o'clock. That is, his train arrived at the station, which was about half a mile from the Grange. He walked to Sir Oliver's house, as he had no luggage to carry, and the night was fine, if somewhat cold. On emerging from the avenue onto the lawn, he saw that there was a light in the library, and it was here that counsel again drew the jury's attention to the fact that the windows had no shutters. Captain Jadby therefore thought that, as Sir Oliver had not retired to bed, he would knock at one of the windows and enter the house that way, so as to avoid rousing the other inmates by ringing the bell. He advanced to the lighted windows, and looked through the middle one, which was veiled, as were the others, with curtains of Indian beadwork. To his surprise, he saw that Sir Oliver, seated at his desk, was lying forward on the writing table. "I am precise to a fault here, gentlemen," said counsel, jocularly, "but it is absolutely to be even pedantic, so that you will understand. Sir Oliver," he continued, "was lying with his face on his outstretched hands, and in an armchair near the fireplace sat the prisoner in a white dressing gown with her hands on her lap. Captain Jadby could not see very distinctly, owing to the beadwork curtains, but he saw sufficient to guess that something was wrong, especially as his knocking produced no effect either on Sir Oliver or on the prisoner. He unconsciously pushed at the middle window, and, to his surprise, discovered that it was not locked. He therefore entered, and what he saw made him ring the bell at once to summon the household." "And what did he see, gentlemen of the jury?" "He saw that Sir Oliver was dead. He had been stabbed to the heart, under the left shoulder blade, apparently while seated at his desk. The body had naturally fallen forward. The prisoner, seated in the armchair with her hands on her lap, was in an unconscious state, but her hands and the white dressing gown were stained with blood." "With the blood, gentlemen," said counsel impressively, "of her uncle. But before anyone could enter the room, she revived, and on seeing the body of her uncle, displayed great terror and horror. Steve Agstone, who had been waiting up for Captain Jadby, was the first person to enter, and on discovering the dead body of his master, to whom he was sincerely attached, he at once rushed out of the house for a doctor. By this time the servants were aroused by the noise, and with them came Madame Marie Eppingrave. Even Mr. Shepworth, lame as he was, managed to crawl down the stairs, so loud had been the clamor which had awakened him. And what did the prisoner say to all this? Gentlemen, she told a most ridiculous story to account for her presence in the library. According to her statement, which the inspector from Hyde took down in the presence of witnesses, prisoner said that she could not sleep on account of her quarrel with her uncle. She came down the stairs at 9:45 and entered the library, with the intention of making friends with her uncle. When she entered, so she declares, the room was filled with pungent white smoke, through which she could dimly see Sir Oliver seated at the writing table. The smoke made her senses reel, but by holding her handkerchief to her mouth she managed to stagger to the middle window. She had just managed to unfasten the catch when she fell unconscious. The next thing she remembers, according to her preposterous story, is the presence of Captain Jadby. She declares that she did not know when Sir Oliver was stabbed, and when she entered the library did not know why it should be filled with smoke. When Captain Jadby entered, as he will tell you, there was no smoke, and the fire had burned down to red cinders. Again counsel had to drink a sip of water, as he had been talking for some time, and there was a low murmur of conversation heard before he again began to speak. The story which he alleged that Miss Chint had told seemed ridiculous, and even prejudiced as he was in her favor, thought that the defense was absurd. But Miss Chint never moved a muscle. She did not even change color. Quiet and without a word, she sat in the dock, waiting patiently for her innocence to be made manifest. And yet, as everyone thought, her tale was too ridiculous for words. "And finally, gentlemen," said counsel, taking up his brief, "I would draw your attention to the medical evidence. The doctor called in stated that Sir Oliver was murdered about 10 o'clock. Mark that, gentlemen, about the very time the prisoner confesses she was in the library in a state of unconsciousness. Captain Jadby did not arrive until 30 minutes after 10, as he did not walk very quickly. And again, gentlemen, no weapon was found wherewith the wound, a wide, clean wound, could have been inflicted. But an Indian dagger with a jade handle used by Sir Oliver as a paper knife is missing. With that, I verily believe the deceased was stabbed. And remember, gentlemen, that the window was unfastened. And if we are to believe this foolish tale of a pungent smoke, prisoner unfastened it when she entered and immediately before she fainted. Gentlemen, she did faint, but not then. No. Can you guess what took place? The prisoner came down the stairs to see her uncle, perhaps, as she declares, to make up with him, since we may as well give her the benefit of the doubt. But in place of reconciliation, the quarrel grows more bitter. Impulsive and furious, the prisoner snatches the paper knife, a dangerous weapon, remember, gentlemen, and while Sir Oliver turns again to his book, stabs him in the back. She then opens the window and buried the paper knife, all bloody, in the garden. On re-entering, the sight of the dead body shows her what a terrible crime she has committed. Instead of refastening the window, she staggers forward with the intention of regaining her bedroom and of playing the part of an innocent woman. But her nerves, which maintained her strength and consciousness so far, fail at the critical moment. She manages to reach the armchair and falls into it unconscious, some time after 10 o'clock. There she lies with blood-stained hands and dress until Captain Jadby arrives, when she recovers her senses to tell a wild and improbable story. Sir Oliver, as the medical evidence proves, was alive when she entered the library at 9:45. He is dead, and his blood is smearing the prisoner's dressing gown at 10:30 when Captain Jadby arrives. And all that time, prisoner says that she was unconscious. Quite so. She was, up to the moment of Captain Jadby's arrival. And from the moment when she staggered into the room after burying the knife in the garden. And now, gentlemen," here counsel went on to state that in spite of all efforts, the knife could not be found. He also detailed more explicitly the medical evidence, and gave the name of the witness whom he proposed to call, and ended with a damning indictment of the reasons which had led the prisoner to commit the crime. Amongst these was the fact that by Sir Oliver's death, prisoner would inherit 10,000 a year at once, and would thus have been enabled to marry Edward Shepworth. When his speech was finished, counsel sat down, wiping his brow, and a hum of conversation rose in the crowded court. Mona's eyes wandered here and there, and rested finally on the pitying face of Lord Preless. For a moment she remained calm, and then flushed deeply, the first sign of emotion she had given. A moment later, and she was led away in charge of a warder, while the court adjourned for luncheon. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Paper Cutter. "I am delighted to see you, Dorry," said Shepworth, addressing Preless by his Eton nickname, when the young man had been called Dormouse, shortened as above, on account of his lethargic habits. "I want you very badly. Come and grub somewhere, and we can talk." Preless responded very cordially, as the two had been very close friends at the old school, and submitted to be led round the corner to a small hidden restaurant, much affected by the gentleman of the long robe. Here, when they were snugly ensconced in a corner, Shepworth ordered food for his friend, but contented himself with a cigarette and a cup of strong coffee. "I can't eat a morsel," he protested when Preless advised a meal. "I am too much bothered over this case. How the deuce did you come to the court, Dorry?" Preless, who possessed a hearty appetite, tackled a plate of cold beef and answered between mouthfuls. "My Aunt Sophia bully-ragged me this morning as an idler, and advised me to hear you spouting. She wanted to make me ashamed of myself." "And are you?" asked Shepworth aimlessly. "Rats!" said his lordship inelegantly. "But I'm sorry, old man. This is a sinful hard business for you. Why didn't you write me that you were engaged?" "I didn't know where to find you, Dorry. Lady Sophia, whom I met once or twice, told me that you were scampering round the world. I have wanted you, Preless, these last few months. Yes, and before that." "Before the murder, do you mean?" "Yes. I have never had a chum since I left school. Lots of friends, no doubt. Good men all, but a chum." He laid his hand on Preliss's shoulder with a burst of emotion. "Oh, Dorry, what a mercy you are here, and that I have some safe person in whom to confide. I should have had to tell someone in the long run." "Tell someone what?" asked Preliss soberly. "About that poor girl." "Miss Chint?" "Yes. It is an awful position for her, and for me. No, don't look at me like that, Dorry. I swear that I'm not thinking of myself. I'd give my right hand to save Mona." "She is innocent, of course?" asked Preless, pushing away his plate. "Yes, I am certain that she is innocent, although—" He hesitated for a moment, then flung away his cigarette, leaned his arms on the marble-topped table, and looked earnestly at his friend. "You heard Belmane's speech?" Preless nodded. "You mean the prosecuting counsel?" "Yes. He was fair enough in the beginning and in the middle, but he had no right to rub it into the jury about the knife and about Mona's guilt being so certain. That part should have been left to the time when he addressed the jury and after the evidence on both sides had been heard. I thought it was rather prejudging the prisoner myself, Ned." Shepworth shuddered. "Don't call Mona a prisoner," he expostulated. "Every time that infernal bellmaid alluded to her so, I felt sick." "It is rough on you, undoubtedly," murmured Preless, and not wanting any more food, for Shepworth's agitation had spoilt his appetite, he turned to the waiter and ordered coffee. Shepworth passed along his cigarette case. "Very rough on you, Ned." "Oh, don't talk about me," rejoined the barrister restlessly. "Think of Mona, a young girl, gently born and bred, being accused of murder and being put into prison. It's horrible." "She seemed to me to be the calmest person in court." "Because she knows that she is innocent. She's a religious girl, too, and firmly believes that God will prove her innocence." "Well, he will," said Preless quietly. "I'm not a saint myself, but I know that God looks after us all. Yet innocent people have been hanged before now, Dory." Preless did not answer immediately. Lighting his cigarette, he meanwhile looked very straight at his friend. "You don't seem to have a good defense," he remarked suddenly. "Yes and no," replied Shepworth, fidgeting. "Not only is there a very good reason why she should love her uncle, but a better one that she should wish him to have remained alive." "What do you mean?" "That will, you know, Dory. The will made by Sir Oliver in favor of Mona." Preless nodded. "It has been destroyed," went on Shepworth. "Bits of it were found in the grate. There was a fire burning in the library on that night, if you remember Belmane's speech. Well, the will had been torn up and thrown into the fire. A few bits fell under the grate, and these prove beyond all doubt that it is the will which Sir Oliver made in favor of Mona. Now, if guilty, why should she destroy a document which gave her 10,000 a year?" "But I say," remarked Preless thoughtfully, "towards the end of his speech Belmane distinctly stated that Miss Trent had killed her uncle so as to get the money. If he knows of the burning of the will, the other side admit that a will was burnt, but deny that it was the one made in Mona's favor. They will try and prove that Sir Oliver was drawing up another will disinheriting her because she would stick to me, and that she burnt this will after killing the old man. We fight hard on that point, Dory." "Has the will in favor of Miss Trent been found?" "No, the lawyers have not got it, as Sir Oliver kept it himself. It can't be found, and of course we say, that is, our side, Cudworth, Arkins, and myself, that the will was burnt." "Presuming it is, who inherits?" "Captain Jadby." "What, the South Sea chap?" Shepworth nodded. "It seems that Sir Oliver was a great friend of his father's at Tahiti, and made a will out there in favor of young Jadby. He brought it home with him, I believe. Of course, the will in Mona's favor invalidated the first document. So unless the second will had been destroyed, the first would not hold good." "Which points to the fact," said Preless quickly, "that Jadby had a reason to murder Sir Oliver." "I say," Shepworth glanced around in alarm, "don't talk too loud. There isn't a shadow of evidence to connect Jadby with the crime. He was in London on that day, and only returned by the 10 train. However, he claims the property, but until this trial is ended, nothing can be done about that." Said Preless reflectively. "I expect it was on account of the earlier will that Sir Oliver wished Miss Trent to marry Jadby." Shepworth nodded. "He thought to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, to let them both have the money, and so to speak, blend the 2 wills into one. Jadby loves Mona, too, but she hates him." "And moreover is engaged to you," mused Preless, tipping the ash off his cigarette. "It's a queer case." "Much queerer than you think, Dory." "Now what do you mean by that?" asked Preless. Shepworth glanced round again and cautiously brought his lips to his friend's left ear. "I swear that Mona is innocent. She is a good, kind, religious girl who would not hurt a fly, much less Sir Oliver, whom she loved, in spite of that ridiculous quarrel. All the same—" "Well, well, go on," said Preless impatiently. "That knife," breathed Shepworth nervously. "The jade-handled paper cutter? Well?" "She had it in her hand." "When? Where?" Preless could not grasp the true significance of this very serious statement. "In the library, when she was unconscious in the chair." "How on earth do you know, Ned?" Shepworth looked round again and wiped his face. "See here," he whispered. "I was in bed with that sprained ankle, as Belmayne said. In our row I gave Jadby the worst of it, including a black eye, although he fought like a cat with 9 lives. But I tripped and hurt my foot, as Belmayne said in his speech. It was swollen and painful, but not so much but what I could have gotten away to town." "Why didn't you?" "Because Mona asked me to stop and support her. She expected further trouble with her uncle. I lay awake trying to bear the pain as best I could, for my ankle got worse when I lay down. About 9:45 I heard Mona pass my door and go down the stairs." "How do you know that it was Miss Trent?" "I wouldn't know her footstep amongst 100, and she admitted afterwards that she had gone down to the library at that hour. I wondered where she was going, but lay quiet, listening for her return. At length, some 15 minutes or so after 10 o'clock, I could bear the suspense no longer, and hobbled downstairs in my dressing gown. I thought that she might have gone to the library to see her uncle, and that further trouble might be brewing. As I promised to stand by her, ankle or no ankle, it seemed right that I should learn what was going on." "Very reasonable of you, Ned. Continue." Preless was deeply interested. "I opened the library door, and saw her seated in the armchair." "Was there any sign of smoke?" "No, but there was a peculiar smell in the room." "What kind of smell?" Shepworth wrinkled his brows. "I can scarcely describe it," he said, after some thought. "A sweetish, heavy, sickly scent, like a tuberose. That's as near as I can get. Mona told me afterwards that she also thought it resembled the thick perfume of a tuberose. It came from the smoke, of course. It must have come from the smoke." "You believe in the smoke, then?" "Oh, yes. Sir Oliver had evidently been trying some magical experiment." Preless looked doubtful. "Magic is all bosh," he remarked. "I'm not so certain of that, Dory. There are queer things done, even in this 20th century." "Then you believe Miss Trent's improbable story?" "I do, because I saw her insensible in the chair." His listener reflected. "Was Sir Oliver dead, then?" "Yes, sitting in his chair and lying half on the desk. He had been stabbed in the back." "Was the window or one of the windows open?" "I never noticed. And remember, Jadby did not say that the middle window was ajar, but only that the latch had been unfastened." "I remember that. What happened next?" Shepworth explained. "I found Sir Oliver dead, and Mona unconscious." "One moment, please." Preless became quite like a cross-examining barrister himself. "Had she fainted?" "It was more than a faint, Dory. She was in a kind of trance, quite like a person seized with catalepsy. I know, I am sure, because I shook her and pinched her and tried my best to rouse her." "You should have opened the window to admit the fresh air." "I never thought of doing so. I was too agitated." "Natural enough, natural enough," murmured the other absently, and cast his eyes round the restaurant idly while thinking of what next to say. His gaze fell on a slim, boyish-looking young man of medium height who had just entered, and who was looking at the unconscious Shepworth with an undeniable scowl. "Who is that?" asked Preless in a whisper. "He seems to know you." Shepworth looked up and across the crowded room, whereat the man, he was dark and clean-shaven and somewhat Italian in his looks, scowled more than ever. "Jadby," said the barrister under his breath. "Captain Jadby." And he stared hard at his enemy. On his part, the captain returned the stare with scowling interest and dropped into a seat near the door, no great distance away. "Looks like a half-caste," breathed Preless, glancing furtively at the young man. "Good-looking, too, but with a bad temper, I should say." If expression went for anything, Jadby certainly did not possess a superlatively even temper. His mouth was hard, his eyes were filled with somber fire, and he seemed to be an alert, wiry, impetuous man who could hold his own excellently in a fight. Dressed in a well-cut frock coat with dark striped trousers, a white waistcoat, a highly polished silk hat, and patent leather boots with spotless spats, he looked a great dandy, quite of the Bond Street Piccadilly Pall Mall type. All the same, there was a suggestion of the sea in the way he rolled in his gait and held his slim brown hands. "A dangerous man to have for an enemy," thought Preless, looking furtively at the smooth feline face and sullen eyes. However, as Jadby busied himself in selecting a luncheon from the menu card, Preless, after taking in his picturesque personality, paid no further attention to him, nor did Shepworth. He and the captain scowled grudging recognition of one another, and then ostentatiously looked in other directions. Lord Preless lighted another cigarette and resumed the conversation, which the episode of Jadby's entrance had interrupted. "You say that Miss Trent was holding the paper cutter when you found her?" "Yes. It was a dangerous Indian dagger, and the blade and the hilt were stained with blood. Mona's hands and dress were also stained. I really believed for the moment that she had killed Sir Oliver, and my only thought was how to save her." "A terrible situation," murmured Preless, looking round again for Jadby, and then saw to his surprise that the man had disappeared. It was apparent that the captain, not liking to be in the same room with the barrister, who had thrashed him, had gone out again. However, this was just as well, as Jadby could not listen. "So you removed the knife," said Preless, eyeing his friend. "Yes, it seemed the most reasonable thing to do. I took it away at once, seeing that I could not rouse her for an explanation. It was my intention to hide the knife in my bedroom and then return to take Mona away. I ran upstairs with the knife and concealed it in my mattress and then cautiously came back to the library. When I reached the door, however, I heard someone moving in the room, so I thought it best to go back. Don't think me a coward, Dory. You must see that I was in as dangerous a position as Mona herself, after I hid the knife." "I quite understand," replied Preless swiftly. "I expect Captain Jadby was in the library." "He was. I am certain he was, for just as I reached the first landing I heard the library bell ring. Remember that he said he rang it as soon as he found Mona insensible and Sir Oliver dead? What have you done with the knife?" "It is concealed in my desk in my study in my flat. I dare not produce it, lest I should get into trouble. Besides, its production would do Mona harm, as would my evidence of finding it in her hand. I must hold my tongue, Dory, and lie as best I am able. But now you can see how needful it was for me to hold my tongue and have you beside me. You must be silent and stand by me." Preless shook hands, and they rose to return to the court. The action brought them round to face the door, and there, at the marble-topped table, they saw Jadby sipping coffee, as though he had never moved. Said Preless, rather puzzled. "The fellow comes and goes like a ghost, just like a half-caste cat." And he stealthily glanced at the captain, who was ostentatiously reading a newspaper, and took no notice, even when the young men brushed past him to leave the restaurant. "I say, Ned," remarked Preless thoughtfully when they were outside, "do you think that Miss Chint will be proved guilty?" "No. I suppressed my evidence about the knife, remember, and then the destroyed will is in her favor. The sole chance for the prosecution to prove Mona's guilt is to find Steve Agstone. He declares that he was looking through the window and saw Mona kill Sir Oliver." "To whom did he say this?" "To Mrs. Blexey, the housekeeper. She is a witness for the prosecution and is nearly broken-hearted. She loves Mona, like everyone else." Do you believe Agstone's story?" "No. The old man hated Mona for some reason or another. And besides, he was drunk when he confessed to Mrs. Blexey. I expect when sober again he found that he would be forced to prove his words, and knowing that he could not, made himself scarce. I hope that he won't be found, Dory." "What does it matter if he is telling lies?" "I believe it is a lie, Dory, and so do you, but will the judge and jury believe as we do? If Agstone appears and sticks to what he told Mrs. Blexey, no, hang him, I hope he'll not turn up." "Who do you think murdered Sir Oliver?" "I can't say, but remember that the middle window was unfastened. Anyone could have entered from the outside and stabbed him." "You forget," said Preless quickly. "Miss Chint herself confesses to having unfastened the window." "Quite so. But recollect also that she did not know when she entered the library if her uncle was dead or alive. 9:45, that was." "But he surely would have made some sign if—" "No," interrupted Shepworth decisively. "What of the thick white smoke at which everyone jeers? It probably rendered Sir Oliver insensible, as it did Mona." "Can you explain the smoke?" "I cannot, unless Sir Oliver was trying one of his infernal experiments in connection with the next world." "What book was he reading when found dead?" "There were several books open on the desk," explained Shepworth. "One was the first volume of Captain Cook's Voyages. Another, Pierre Lotis Reflectus sur la sombre route. And the third, Polly in Polynesia, some silly book with a silly title by a silly feminine globetrotter. I expect Sir Oliver had been refreshing his South Sea memory." "Were the books open at pages dealing with any particular subject?" demanded Preless after a pause. Shepworth considered. "When examining Sir Oliver's body, I glanced down at the open pages and saw something about Easter Island. I didn't take much notice, as you may guess, but an illustration of the Easter Island statues were displayed in Cook's Voyages. But I'll tell you a queer thing, Dory. Afterwards, when the murder was discovered, the 3 books were all closed." "That is natural." "I don't agree with you," rejoined Shepworth emphatically. "The desk should have been left in its original untidiness until the police came to take possession. But someone closed the books." "What do you make of it?" demanded Preless abruptly. "Well, my theory is that someone, I can't say who, wished to prevent the police seeing that Sir Oliver had been reading about Easter Island. Why, I don't know. And perhaps I may be making a mountain out of a molehill." "Molehills are important on occasions," said Preless dryly. "Witness the death of William III, Easter Island. Easter Island," he went on in a musing way. Now what the dickens do I know about Easter Island in connection with this case?" But he asked this question in vain. His memory refused to supply information. Chapter 4 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Evidence for the prosecution. The court had reassembled rather late in the afternoon, so there was little chance of much evidence being taken. Preless went back to his seat, still wondering what thought hovered at the back of his brain about Easter Island. He had visited that lonely and little-known spot during his travels in the company of a friend given to occult studies, who insisted that the dismal spot of land was one of the remaining portions of the great continent of Lemuria, which was said to have stretched from New Zealand to Africa. They had seen the famous statues and had fraternized with the somewhat dirty natives, who had welcomed them warmly, as might be expected, seeing how few visitors ever came to the desolate land. For 1 week, Preless and his friend, Dr. Horace, by name, had dwelt with the savages, and during that time had seen much of their manners and customs, and even had witnessed religious rites in front of the gigantic statues. Preless had an idea that there he had seen something, suggested anew by this murder case, but vainly attempted to recall what it was. His memory would not help him in the least. Meanwhile, Shepworth, looking much more cheerful now that he had unbosomed himself to his chum, was again beside Cudworth, K.C., and young Archer. Belmayne called his first witness as soon as the judge took his seat, in the person of the medical man who had examined the body of the murdered baronet. The medical evidence was very scanty. Dr. Quick stated that, to the best of his belief, the dead man had been stabbed somewhere about 10 o'clock. The blow had been delivered straight and strong, and the blade of the weapon used had penetrated right to the heart. Death must have taken place instantaneously, and while Sir Oliver, suspecting no treachery, had been reading. Belmayne, in cross-examination, deduced from this that the prisoner was guilty, since Sir Oliver would scarcely have turned to his reading again had a stranger been in the room. Also, had the person who committed the crime been one whom the dead man suspected of such design, he would assuredly not have presented a defenseless back to such an assailant. No, it was evident that the prisoner, after quarreling with her uncle, had waited until he again was buried in his books, and then stabbed him with the paper knife. The doctor stated that the wound had been caused by a broad, thin blade, which exactly described the jade-handled paper knife which was missing. Several of the Grange servants were called to prove that Sir Oliver had been heard quarreling violently with his niece. He was, as the evidence proved, a very hot-tempered and imperious man, and used language of the worst. In fact, the coachman, called to prove an outburst of temper when driving his master, said the late baronet could outswear any navvy. It was also clearly proved that Sir Oliver and his niece were on the worst possible terms when the crime was committed. Several times Sir Oliver declared that he would disinherit her, unless she surrendered her will and married Captain Jadby. But prisoner, as her maid said, had as impetuous a temper as her uncle, and was well able to hold her own. "I don't mean," said the witness, "that Miss Trent was ever unkind to me, for she always behaved with consideration. I only mean that Sir Oliver could not browbeat her as he did the rest of them." "What do you mean by that?" asked Belmayne. "Who did he browbeat?" "Captain Jadby, for one, sir. He was fond of Captain Jadby, and used to walk arm in arm with him in the garden, using him as a crutch for his lameness, as it were, sir. But he stormed a good deal, and Captain Jadby didn't fight like Miss Trent." "You imply, then, that Captain Jadby was frightened of Sir Oliver?" Witness, evasively: "I don't know, sir. I'm sure that my master was a terrible man, and only like those who gave way to him." In cross-examination, Cudworth for the defense asked, "Do you believe that prisoner is capable of committing the alleged crime?" "No, sir, no," declared the lady's maid fervently. Miss Chint is as good and kind a young lady as ever breathed. I don't think for one moment that she killed the master, and no more does anyone else." The other servants gave similar evidence, all pointing to Sir Oliver's ungovernable temper and to Miss Chint's dexterous way of managing him by meeting like with like. With Sir Oliver she fought on every occasion, otherwise she would have been reduced to slavery. But with other people Miss Chint was always kind and even-tempered. Although the witnesses called were for the prosecution, not one of them would confess to a belief in the prisoner's guilt. Belmayne was rather disconcerted by his unanimous approval of Miss Chint, and tried his best to bully the witnesses into blaming her. But he failed on every occasion, and even when Mrs. Blexey was hoisted into the box he could not induce her to run down the girl. This loyalty created a deep impression, and prisoner for the first time showed emotion. Mrs. Blexey was very stout and very red-faced and very tall and extremely frightened. She looked like an elephant, and certainly possessed the timid nature of a rabbit. The contrast between her gigantic appearance and her timid speech amused those present so greatly that a continuous tittering was heard until the judge threatened to clear the court. Belmayne: "You are Emma Blexey, the late Sir Oliver's housekeeper?" Mrs. Blexey: "Yes, my lord," with a curtsy. Belmayne facetiously: "You need not give me a title before I have earned it, my good woman." Laughter. Mrs. Blexey: "Oh, no, my lord. I mean, my dear sir." Laughter. When the laughter over this second form of address had subsided, Mrs. Blexey stated that the prisoner was as attached to her uncle as he was to her. They had tiffs on occasions, as Sir Oliver's temper was none of the best, but Miss Chint was never in the wrong, and usually contrived to pacify the irascible baronet. "He was as fractious as a child," said the housekeeper, "and required similar management. But on the whole, he and Miss Chint" Miss Blexey refused to call her young mistress the prisoner "got on extremely well. As to the phrase about disinheriting, that was a favorite threat of Sir Oliver's, which meant practically nothing. He used it on every occasion, sometimes in earnest and often in fun. It meant nothing," she said again. Belmayne: "He meant it when the prisoner refused to marry Captain Jadby, no doubt." Mrs. Blexey, wiping her red face: "The Lord knows what he meant, sir. He was a queer gentleman." Then Belmayne proceeded to question the housekeeper regarding the admission which Steve Agstone was said to have made to her. It would have been preferable to obtain the evidence of the old sailor first hand, but since he could not be discovered, the counsel got what he could out of Mrs. Blexey, and what she knew he had to drag out of her by persistent questioning, for her sympathies were entirely with the prisoner. She stated that Agstone drank a great deal and was always in trouble with Sir Oliver on that account, but that he had been the baronet's factotum for many years, he would have been dismissed dozens of times. A drunken, grumpy, sullen savage was the description given by the housekeeper. But he was good-natured enough when sober, she confessed, and quite devoted to Sir Oliver. Belmayne: "A kind of loyal henchman, in fact. Well, and what statement did he make to you, and when did he make it?" Mrs. Blexey: "On the morning after the murder, Agstone, or Steve as everyone called him, was drinking rum to drown his grief at the death of Sir Oliver. He sat for a long time in my room weeping, and said that he knew Miss Mona would do for her uncle. Those were his very words, and I told him he was speaking rubbish." Belmayne: "What happened then?" Mrs. Blexey: "He fired up and declared that while waiting up on the previous night for Captain Jadby, he had gone down the avenue to see if he was coming. Not finding him and seeing the light still in the library, he wondered if Captain Jadby had arrived and had gone in to say good night to Sir Oliver. He therefore went to one of the windows and saw Miss Chint stooping over the fire to burn something. Sir Oliver was leaning forward on the desk with his head on his outstretched arms. Miss Chint also had a knife in her hands. Steve said that he thought there had been a row, and that Sir Oliver was weeping, as he sometimes did, being old and feeble from much hardship. He said that, had he guessed that Miss Chint had just murdered his master, he would have given the alarm. As it was, afraid lest Sir Oliver should be angry at his spying, he stole back into the house by the front door and went to his own room at the back of the house. There he waited for Captain Jadby and rushed into the library when he heard the bell. Belmain, I understood that Agstone told you that he had actually seen the prisoner kill Sir Oliver. Preless, in the body of the court, thought so too, as he remembered what Ned had said during the luncheon. But Mrs. Blexey emphatically denied such a story. I mentioned the matter to Mr. Shepworth, but I am sure that he said nothing. But Steve might have talked in his drunken way to others, and might have told a different story. I know that there is a prevailing impression that he saw the murder, but he did not say so to me. So spoke Mrs. Blexey, and Belmain looked worried. You are telling the truth? He demanded in vexed tones. I am here to tell the truth, retorted Miss Blexey, and I am. So there. After this somewhat incoherent speech, she was cross-examined by Cudworth, and expressed her belief that Agstone had scarcely measured his words. Being devoted to Sir Oliver himself, he had always been very jealous of the favor shown to Miss Chint, and fairly hated her. Undoubtedly his wild maunderings were intended to hurt Miss Chint, and to get her into trouble. But Agstone had disappeared before the inquest, where he would have had to give evidence on oath. Mrs. Blexey firmly believed that had he been put on his oath, he could not have substantiated what he had said to her. I never could bear that Steve, she cried. He was a sneaking dog, saving your presence, and had no love for anyone except Sir Oliver. Do you know where he is now? Asked Belmain, returning to the attack. No, I don't, sir, and I don't want to. I quite believe that, rejoined counsel dryly, seeing that you are prejudiced in prisoner's favor. As Mrs. Blexey had surmised that Steve might have told a story of actually seeing prisoner kill her uncle to the other servants, Belmain recalled several witnesses, but not one of them could state that the current report was true. Steve had certainly hinted to several that he could bring home the crime to Miss Chint, but he had supplied no details, and as his hints were given when he was drunk, no one paid much attention to them. On the afternoon of the day following the night of the murder, Steve had gone out for his usual stroll in the direction of Sandgate, and had not returned. The evidence of a detective proved that he had taken the train to London, and had been traced as far as Charing Cross Station. There he had disappeared, and in spite of all search, his whereabouts could not be discovered. By this time it was growing late, and judge, jury, lawyers, and listeners all exhibited symptoms of weariness. Therefore the court rose, with the intention of sitting at 11 o'clock on the following morning. It was the general opinion that, unless Steve Agstone could be placed in the witness box, the prisoner would not be convicted. Also Miss Chint's calm demeanor and the loyalty of the Grange servants, which had placed her character in so attractive a light, went far to enlist public sympathy in her favor. Those who left the court had more belief in her innocence than when they had entered. Many insisted that she could not possibly be guilty, but others, pointing to the fact, which had been forthcoming at the inquest, that she had burned a new will disinheriting her, declared that, without doubt, she had murdered her uncle so as not to lose the money. All the same, the majority favored the prisoner, and many well-wishers hoped for her acquittal. Shepworth was pleased and hopeful. "The tide is quite in Mona's favor, Dory," he said to Preless when the court rose. "And unless Steve Agstone turns up, she must be set free for want of evidence." "There is the question of the burnt will, you know, Ned." "We can prove that it was the will made in Mona's favor which was burnt," said Shepworth decisively. "Sir Oliver made no new will, as he had not left the house for quite a month, and could not have altered his will before then. His lawyer never came down to the Grange to draw up a will, and if Sir Oliver had drawn up a new one himself, he would have asked some of the servants to be his witnesses. We know that no one was asked to witness any document." "Captain Jadby and Steve Agstone might have witnessed." "No, there is a chance certainly that Agstone might have done so, but one signature would have been of no use, and had Jadby witnessed a new will, he would not have benefited under it. Besides, since he had the will made in the South Seas, and Sir Oliver assuredly wished him to have the money along with Mona, all that had to be done was to destroy the will made in Mona's favor, and then Jadby, having the cash, could leave her penniless unless she married him, which is just what has happened," ended Shepworth. "Of course," said Preless thoughtfully, "Miss Trent might have been trying, when seen by Steve, to rescue the will from the fire into which it had been thrown by Sir Oliver." Shepworth wheeled round. "Do you believe that she is guilty?" "Oh, no, but we must look on all sides, and Agstone—" "Is a liar," interrupted the barrister quickly. "I don't believe that he saw Mona bending over the fire. She was insensible, by her own showing, from the moment she entered the room until Jadby woke her. And remember that I found her insensible." "It would help her if you said so." "I don't agree with you. Were I examined about my presence in the library, I might let slip that the knife—" "Yes, yes," said Preless hastily. "I see. It would be better for you to hold your tongue. I hope that Agstone will not appear." "If he does not, Mona is safe," rejoined Ned with a sigh of relief. "Oh, poor Mona! Think of her in prison, Dory." "She will soon be out of it," answered Preless soothingly. "I am quite sure that she will be acquitted." "Where are you going now?" "Home to my flat. I am quite worn out. Come and look me up this evening about 10 or 11 when I have had a sleep. I live at Alexander Mansions, Kensington Gore, number 40. "Alexander Mansions?" repeated Preless, surprised. "Why, here is the long arm of coincidence, Ned. Mrs. Dolly Rover has asked me to a masked ball, which she is giving in her flat. A most unsuitable place for a bal masque, I think." "Oh, no," said Shepworth, with a flush of color, though why he should show this emotion Preless could not say. "The flat occupied by Mrs. Rover is above mine. She has, in fact, 2 flats furnished on a most palatial scale. Her husband is a rich little beast, you know." "Why a little beast?" asked Preless, rather perplexed. Shepworth's color grew deeper. "He is not worthy of his wife. She was Miss Newton, you know, very clever and very beautiful. Dolly! Fancy a man being called Dolly!" "Short for Adolphus. It is not an uncommon abbreviation." "It is contemptible for a man, and he's a rat. Dolly Rover," added Shepworth contemptuously. "Phoo! The effeminate monkey. Well, good bye. I'll see you between 10 and 11. When Ned jumped into a cab, Prelis walked home wondering why he should run down the dapper little stockbroker whom Miss Newton had married. Then he remembered that Shepworth had admired Miss Newton before she changed her name to Rover. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Rover's Masked Ball. It is a long lane that has no turning. Lord Prelis began to believe that there might be some truth in the proverb. For the lengthy lane of idleness, down which he had sauntered for many years, seemed to be rounding the corner to open out into the road of industry. The chance observation of Lady Sophia, which had sent him to the New Bailey, had become a signpost, as it were, showing him which way he was to go. In other words, he was now involved in Shepworth's troubles, out of sheer friendship. Ned had confessed that he required assistance, and had turned to his old school chum for the same. Prelis was naturally willing to do what he could towards aiding Ned in extricating Miss Chint from her perilous position, and so found work for his idle brain to do. Of course, as he tried to believe, he could resume his former life when the service was duly rendered. The wedding bells which rang for Mr. and Mrs. Shepworth would dismiss their best man once more to his sauntering. But this, as Prelis began to think, was easier said than done, mainly owing to the looks of Miss Chint. He had not spoken to the girl, and knew her character solely through the evidence of the Grange servants who had been placed in the witness box. Also Ned, as he remembered, had said very little about his affianced wife, and Prelis knew none whom he could question as to the prisoner's qualities. Yet, for all his scanty knowledge, he felt strangely drawn towards the unhappy woman, and confessed inwardly that he would feel a pang on seeing her become Mrs. Shepworth. Without doubt, Prelis was in love, although not head over ears, and he swore at himself for being so disloyal to his friend. Mona, the name slipped quite naturally into his mind. Mona would assuredly be acquitted, unless the missing agstone appeared, which was extremely unlikely, and then she would as assuredly marry Ned, who had so manfully stood by her in this grave trouble. Therefore it behooved Prelis, as an honorable gentleman, and he was all that, to put her out of his mind, if he wished to continue meeting Shepworth's gaze squarely. And, after all, a peer worth $20,000 a year could pick and choose almost any woman for his wife. It was hard on Ned that such a peer should play the part of David in the parable, and select the less fortunate commoner's one ewe lamb. The struggle between more than a liking for Mona and a feeling of genuine friendship for Ned made Prelis waver in determining his future behavior. His first inclination, when aware of his feeling, was to cross the Channel for a prolonged stay abroad, and leave Shepworth to his own devices. Then it occurred to him that this course would be cowardly, and he resolved to remain and help. Nothing that the world could cavil at could ever take place, since Prelis, with his high sense of honor, never dreamed of paying marked attentions to Miss Chint. All the same, if he came often into Mona's company, and that seemed inevitable should he remain, his life's happiness would certainly be at stake. He would have his feelings to smother, and therefore, as he plainly saw, would be most unhappy. Prelis, at this early stage of infatuation, termed his feelings toward the girl affection, but he knew very well that, given time and opportunity, affection of this sudden kind might easily increase to love. In that case, seeing how Miss Chint was engaged to be married, he would be vainly crying for the honeymoon. His lordship then felt less happy in the evening than he had done in the morning. Then he had been heart whole. Now the sight of a beautiful woman in peril had aroused the deepest and most chivalrous feelings of which his nature was capable. Placed thus between the devil and the deep sea, Prelus compromised dangerously with his conscience. He resolved to crush down his newly born desire for Mona, and to help Ned as best he could. In this way did the young man mix fire and snow, in the vain hope that such hostile elements would blend. Common sense should have told him otherwise. Having so decided, although not over pleased with his decision, and with good reason, Prelus dressed for dinner. He remembered that he had promised to partake of this agreeable meal at his aunt's. A solitary chop at his club would have been preferable, as he was disinclined for company. But aware from experience that Lady Sophia would strongly object to an excusing telegram, Prelus smothered his unwillingness and reached the abode of his relative shortly before 8 o'clock. Lady Sophia lived magnificently in Bramble Square. The fourth daughter of a pauper duke, she had married a wealthy city man. That is, she had entered into a social partnership, as there was little genuine marital feeling about the union. Simon Hakin was a dried-up, active atom of humanity with a bald head, a pair of piercing dark eyes, and an exasperating chuckle, which he used when getting the better of anyone. As he usually scored over less clever financiers, he chuckled very often, and this sarcastic merriment imparted a somewhat cynical expression to his withered face. His wife, large and expansive and fresh-colored, looked like an elephant beside a grasshopper when the two went into society, and they were generally known as the Mountain and the Mouse. But Hakin cared as little for the zest as did Lady Sophia. As husband and wife, in its strictest sense, they were failures, being two and not one. As partners, they were admirably matched. Having no children and plenty of money and excellent health, and no strong emotions, the two enjoyed life immensely. Possessed of a complacent husband, of a good position, ample cash, and absolute freedom, Lady Sophia even forgot to sigh for the delights of the Stone Age when she reflected upon the position in life to which it had pleased Providence to call her. On this occasion Mr. Hakin, as usual, had wired detention in the city on business, so Lady Sophia received her nephew in a solitary drawing room as handsomely furnished as she was dressed. "You are just in time for dinner," said she with emphasis, implying thereby that Prelus was usually late. "I always am in time," answered the guest, smiling but preoccupied. "Dinner is a sacred feast which cannot be trifled with. I would as soon insult the king as the cook." Then he sat and stared at the points of his patent leather boots with the air of a misanthrope. "You are out of spirits," declared Lady Sophia, rapping his knuckles with her lorgnette. "I prescribe a round of pleasure. Tonight you shall escort me to 2 dances and 4 musical parties." "But I haven't done anything to deserve such punishment." "How absurdly you talk! These festivals—" "I agree with the man who said that life would be endurable were it not for its festivals." "Nonsense! He could not have been in society." "He just was, and so made a profoundly true observation. I'd renounce society and all its play. Besides," added Prelus inconsequently, "I am going to a masked ball tonight at Mrs. Dolly Rover's." "That woman!" cried Lady Sophia with disdain. Prelus looked up, surprised. "I thought you liked her." "As Constance Newton, not as Mrs. Rover," she informed him swiftly. They are one and the same," he urged. "Not at all. Marriage changes a woman into something entirely different. Constance was a charming girl. Mrs. Rover is a flirting, fast-living, heartless, spendthrift society doll." "Society Dolly Rover," murmured Preless, noting his aunt's usual waste of adjectives. "Will you come to this ball?" "What?" Lady Sophia almost screamed. "A masked ball? And at my age? Oh, how can you be so ridiculous, Preless? And at Mrs. Rover's, too. A woman who neglects her husband and squanders his money and whips him like a poodle, I believe." "He is something of a poodle, isn't he?" "That is no reason why he should be whipped," she snapped heatedly. "And if you knew how she had treated your friend Mr. Shepworth, you would not go near her disreputable ball." Preless pricked up his ears, remembering the unnecessary blush of the barrister at midday. "How did she treat Shepworth?" he asked. "How? Can you ask?" "Of course, seeing that, as a newly returned traveler, I know nothing." "Well, then, she was almost engaged to him, and he was very much in love with her. She threw him over in a cold-blooded way, because Dolly Rover came along with a better-filled purse. He's a horrid little cad," added Lady Sophia candidly, "and his father was a chemist or a draper, I forget which. All the same, he is too good for a jilt who played blind hookey. Don't raise your eyebrows, Preless. It's vulgar, but expressive, and I shall use it. Who played blind hookey with poor Mr. Shepworth." "But are you sure, Aunt?" "Ned is engaged to Miss Chint." Out of pique, she assured him. "Mona is a nice girl, poor darling, even though she did murder her uncle. Not that I believe she did. But Constance is the one love of Mr. Shepworth's life, and 50 Monas won't make up for the loss. Mona, if ever she does become Mrs. Shepworth, which I very much doubt, will only be a makeshift." "Oh!" Preless was almost too indignant to speak. That so peerless a girl should be talked of as a makeshift seemed positively wicked. "You must be mistaken. Ned would not behave so badly." "Ask him, then." "I shall do this very night." "Then you will go to that woman's?" "Yes. I accepted, as I always liked Constance. Besides, I have to see Ned, who lives in these same mansions." "I know he does," burst out Lady Sophia. "Quite indecent, I call it." "Oh, hang it, Aunt, a man must live somewhere." "Not next door to a woman who has jilted him." "He doesn't live next door, but on the floor below." "It would be more credible if he lived in Timbuktu. I believe that he loves her still, and she's quite capable of loving him back, in spite of the marriage service, which I don't believe she listened to. As for her husband—" Lady Sophia was about to give her opinion of Mr. Dolly Rover, when the butler threw open the door and announced dinner. At once she took her nephew's arm and changed the conversation. "Tell me about the case," she chattered as they passed to the dining room. "Have they hanged that poor girl?" "Who? Miss Chint? No, and I don't believe they will." "Ah!" Lady Sophia pulled off her gloves. "I always said that she was innocent. Of course, if Agstone turns up, she may be convicted." "Agstone! Oh, yes, the man who declares that he saw her kill Sir Oliver." Preless corrected her while taking his soup. "He only saw her bending over the fire with a knife in her hand." "Burning the will after killing her uncle. What a horrid girl!" "Aunt Sophia, will you tell me plainly if you believe Miss Chint to be innocent or guilty?" "How can I judge when I haven't heard the evidence? You talk as though I were on the jury. I like Mona, and I'm sure she didn't kill him, but if she did, he deserved it, as he was a nasty old bully." Preless desisted in despair, and helped himself to fish. Lady Sophia seemed to change her mind every half minute, and never considered facts when she wanted to deliver an opinion. Besides, she preferred fiction, as it was less trouble to invent than to remember. All the same, her sympathies appeared to be with Mona, and Prelus felt pleased that it should be so. Should the girl be acquitted, her position would be extremely difficult, and she would require a staunch friend of her own sex. Why should not that friend be Lady Sophia, whose support could do so much to efface the stain of a criminal court? But until the case was decided, Prelus did not dare to hint that such an idea had crossed his mind. As the servants were hovering around the table, he could not talk confidentially to his aunt, so drifted into general conversation about mutual friends. He thus became posted up in the latest Mayfair gossip, and so was brought up to date in necessary knowledge. And Lady Sophia knew as much about London as Asmodeus did about Madrid, and like that delightful demon, she could unroof houses to some purpose. Luckily for the men and women about whom she talked, the presence of the butler and 2 footmen prevented entire candor. As the food was excellent and the conversation interesting, not to say necessary, for Prelus, as a newly returned traveler, required much posting up in recent scandals, nephew and aunt lingered for a considerable time at table. When the meal was ended, Prelus preferred to accompany Lady Sophia to the drawing room, instead of remaining solitary over Haken's famous port. They had a half an hour left for coffee, and then Lady Sophia would have to start out on her round of festivals. "You ought to come with me, Prelus," she said later, as he helped her on with her cloak. "Everyone thinks that you are dead." "Well, aunt, you would not have much pleasure in taking a corpse about with you. Besides, I promised to look up Ned this evening." "No doubt, and he'll be at that woman's ball. Most indecent, seeing that poor Mona is in jail." "Ned isn't such a blighter," cried Prelus crossly. "I never called him a blighter, whatever that may mean," retorted Lady Sophia with great dignity. "Mr. Shepworth is an estimable young man whom you would do well to imitate." "I intend to. He and I are going to save Miss Chint." "How horrid! You'll be a kind of detective." Prelus nodded. "It's something to do." "As if you required anything to do with your rank and money." "But I say, aunt, you advised me this morning." "Oh, I never remember anything I say in the morning," said Lady Sophia aridly. "You are so stupid, Prelus. You always take one at the foot of a letter. You won't come with me. Oh, very well. Help me into the brougham, you horrid boy. I believe you'll fall in love with Mona and give me a criminal for a niece." This was Lady Sophia's parting shot, and when her motor brougham spun towards the first turning out of the square, Prelus laughed long and loudly. His aunt was nearer the truth than she had been the whole evening, although she was far from suspecting it. It never entered her elderly head that a man of the world, such as her nephew certainly was, would fall in love on the spur of the moment. "And I should not have suspected myself of such lunacy either," thought his lordship, as he turned into the direction of Half Moon Street to procure domino and mask for the ball. The street before Alexander Mansions was filled with carriages and motors and four-wheelers and hansoms, together with a crowd of onlookers who passed remarks, complimentary and otherwise, on the many guests of Mrs. Rover. The mansions themselves were palatial and splendid, with a royal flight of broad marble steps to the main entrance. Prelus, shuffling on his domino and assuming his mask, climbed these, to find himself with other revelers in a vast hall, with 2 staircases ascending on either side at the farther end, and between them 2 lifts, the cages of which soared and sank with parties of pleasure seekers. Prelus delivered his rainbow-hued ticket of invitation to a gorgeously uniformed commissionaire, and took his time in climbing the long stairs. Many other people did the same instead of waiting for the lifts. But as all were masked and cloaked, the young man could recognize no one. As Shepworth had stated, Mr. and Mrs. Dolly Rover occupied the whole of the third floor. That is, they tenanted two flats which faced each other, and the outer doors of these, opening onto the spacious landing, had been removed from their hinges. Thus the guests could pass easily from one flat to the other, and the landing between was a nest of greenery and roses, like the hanging gardens of Babylon. The flats themselves had wide corridors, spacious rooms, and lofty ceilings, so they were capable of receiving a large number of guests. On this occasion they were crowded, and it would seem as though Mrs. Rover had invited everyone on her visiting list. And there had been others not set down on that list, since the masks and dominoes prevented recognition. Preless looked about for his hostess, but found himself received by a tiny, pale-faced man with large, plaintive blue eyes set in a white expanse of absolutely colorless skin. He wore a domino over his smart evening dress, but no mask, and was so clipped and curled and brushed and washed that Preless easily guessed him to be the poodle mentioned by Lady Sophia. Pushing out a small, tightly gloved hand, he murmured a nervous greeting to each new arrival. But after this ceremony was ended, no one seemed to take any notice of him. As all who came were masked, Preless wondered how Mr. Rover could possibly know whom he was greeting. Of course there was the rainbow-hued ticket given to the commissionaire below, which would guarantee the respectability of the presenter. But tickets of this sort could be stolen and forged, and as no further supervision was exercised to ensure the identity of the guest, Preless considered that such a procedure was somewhat rash. His thoughts were confirmed by a dried-up little man who appeared without a mask, and who was rebuked by Mr. Rover for his originality. "You shouldn't, you know," expostulated the host in a penny whistle kind of voice. "No one is to know anyone until the clock strikes 12, when we all unmask for supper. Why, even my wife insisted that I should receive in her place. She would be spotted, you know, if she stopped here to shake hands, and she doesn't want to be found out until midnight. The whole fun of a masquerade lies in secrecy, so obey the rules, Haken, and put on your mask." Preless started when he heard the name, and twisted his neck to see if the newcomer really was his uncle by marriage. It was Simon Haken, sure enough, for no one could mistake his looks, let alone his celebrated chuckle. The young man laughed, and wondered what Haken, by no means a society butterfly, was doing at the ball of a lady whom his wife openly disliked. And then he remembered that lying telegram from the city. Mr. Haken had his little secrets, it would seem, and was more human under the rose than when posing as a money-making machine. His dutiful nephew determined, before the evening was out, to let his sly uncle know that his misdoings were discovered. Meanwhile the little millionaire was chuckling and masking. "It is a risk, you know, Rover," he observed dryly. "You don't know who is here. Half the swell mobsmen of London may have come after diamonds." "Oh, dear me, how can you talk so, Haken?" said the host fretfully. "The man below examines the tickets." "As if anyone could not forge or steal one," retorted Haken, voicing his nephew's thoughts. "Well, in tomorrow's papers I shall look for a criminal scandal." And with his odious chuckle, Haken brushed past Preless toward the ballroom of the left-hand flat. His lordship, tired of watching new arrivals, thought that he also would go and view the revelers. But he had hardly moved half a dozen paces when he unexpectedly began to think of Easter Island. A sweet, heavy perfume, as of tuberoses, was wafted in his nostrils. But why should such a familiar fragrance recall that desolate land, environed by leagues of ocean? End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Startling Discovery. Odor is one of the strongest aids which memory can have, and a chance whiff of a particular scent will recall to the most lethargic brain circumstances both trivial and important of long-forgotten years. But the well-known fragrance of the tuberose usually brings funerals to mind, since that flower is so extensively woven into burial wreaths and mortuary crosses. It was strange indeed that it should conjure into an idle-thinking mind the vision of a heathen festival. There were many people crowding the corridor, so that it was impossible for the young man to tell who wore the flowers which gave forth the magical scent. For magical it was in its effect. They might adorn a man's buttonhole or a woman's bodice. He could not tell, since the evening dress of both sexes were veiled by voluminous dominoes. But as he leaned against the wall, the vision became clearer and more insistent. His body was in London, in Alexander Mansions, at a masked ball, as he well knew, but the scent of the tuberose had drawn his spirit across the leagues of trackless sea to the uttermost parts of the earth. The present vanished, and he beheld the past. Before him, as the interior vision opened, he saw colossal images of a vanished and forgotten race, rudely hewn into the semblance of human beings, each bearing a cylinder, according to Captain Cook's description, on its gigantic head. These reared themselves from vast platforms of cyclopean architecture, overgrown with tropical vegetation and strewn with bleaching bones. And in the soft radiance of the southern moon, Prelus beheld a kneeling crowd of bronze-hued worshippers, tattooed and painted, adoring the weird stone gods. An old priest, his face and body streaked with white pigment, murmured strange names over a rude stone altar, whereon blazed a clear fire. He evoked terrible deities incarnate in the giant idols. Canonero, Gotamora, Marapesi, Ariki, and cast upon the flames the yellow leaves of a sacred herb. A thick white cloud of smoke spread like a milky mist before the statues, veiling their grotesque looks and vast outlines, and the sickly scent of the tuberose grew powerful. Then did the priest become rigid as the dead, and his spirit blended with the spirits of those grim gods he worshipped. Finally, the fragrance which loaded the heavy air, whether of Easter Island or London, Prelus could not tell, passed away, and with that odor passed the vision. It could only have lasted a minute or so, but was so terribly vivid that Prelus could scarcely believe that his surroundings were real when the material asserted its sway. He had closed his eyes to behold the vision, which the scent had invoked, and opened them again with a bewildered expression, to see the pushing, laughing, chattering throng of guests. Although a commonplace young man, and contemptuous as a rule of the unseen, he felt that the recollection had not been brought back for nothing. The dead man at Lanwin Grange had been reading about Easter Island when foully stabbed, and the accused girl had described to her lover the white smoke and sickly perfume which also had to do with that isolated land. And Mona also, Prelus remembered faithfully what Shepworth had told him, had been in a state of catalepsy like the priest of the vision. And after all, although he chose to call what he had seen mentally a vision, it was simply a vivid recollection of what he and Dr. Horace had beheld a year or two before. But what had a fetish worship in Easter Island to do with a murder in Kent? That was a question which Prelus could not answer. There was no time to invent possible explanations or to reason out answers. Being in Rome, the momentary dreamer had to do as the Romans did, and as Prelus was at a ball, he was compelled, out of courtesy to his hostess and host, to enjoy himself. He did not have far to go for an adventure, as a lady in a blue domino, and with a fringed mask to disguise her voice, stole to his side and engaged him in airy conversation. Who she was the young man did not know, and probably she was equally ignorant of his identity. But on this especial night, Mrs. Rover's flat was Liberty Hall with a vengeance. For men and women, trusting in masks and dominoes for concealment, flirted and danced and drank and laughed with one another in a most outrageous manner. There was no need of introductions, or of reticence, or of timidity. In that Eden's bower of flowers and ferns, faces were hidden, but souls were revealed. The blue domino proved to be a most charming companion, full of fun and flirtation, and a delightful dancer. Prelus found her extremely entertaining, and she appeared to reciprocate the feeling. After a particularly perfect waltz and an inspiriting glass of champagne, his lordship did his best to lure the unknown into a corner where she might unmask. But the lady shook her head laughingly, and ran off to the ballroom with another man, whose stature of a life guardsman had caught her roving eyes. Prelus solaced himself with another glass of wine, and looked about him for another female of man. It was then that a chuckle at his elbow made him turn. Now then," said the gentleman who had chuckled. "Let me come to refresh myself." He spoke irritably and pushed past Prelus in a hurry. Waiter, a glass of champagne." "I thought you were a teetotaler, uncle," whispered Prelus. Mr. Hakin, betrayed by his chuckle, and wheeled suddenly, and spilt the wine he was about to sip. To his nephew's surprise, he was trembling, and his stammering voice betrayed his agitation. Who are you?" Prelus whispered his name. "You needn't be alarmed," he added. "I won't tell Aunt Sophia that you are accepting her enemy's hospitality." Hakin drank off his wine in one deep gulp, and set down the glass, with his hand still shaking. "I would rather you did not tell her," he said in a low tone. "Sophia dislikes Mrs. Rover, and would be annoyed if she knew I was here. I have come on business." "What? Business at a ball? Invent a more credible story, uncle." "It is true," insisted Hakin, becoming more composed. "I have to see a political man from the continent about a loan. He doesn't want it to be known that I am meeting him, so we thought that this would be the best place to ensure secrecy. Not a word of this, Prelus." "Of course not," replied the young man, puzzled to know why Hakin should take the trouble to explain. "But don't mention my name. I also wish to be unknown." "What are you doing here?" asked Hakin abruptly. "I came to the ball, and also I have to see Ned Shepworth, who—" "Shepworth," gasped Hakin, backing nervously. "Oh, yes, friend of our charming hostess. Friend of mine also. Is he here?" "No, he would not come to a ball when his promised wife is in prison." "Of course not. Very creditable of him, to be sure," muttered Hakin, and took another glass of wine with a whispered apology. "I am teetotal as a rule, you know, but society always tries my nerves, and I need sustenance. I wish the man I have to meet here had chosen my office in the city. But it wouldn't have done. There would be trouble were it known that he was in London. What is the time, Prelus?" "Don't mention my name, or I'll mention yours," said Prelus impatiently, and drew out his watch. "It is 11 o'clock." Hakin nodded. "I must meet my man. 11:15 is the time. As to mentioning my name, what does that matter? I came here without my mask. Never thought of putting it on." Preless nodded in his turn. "I saw you when Rover received you." "Then hold your tongue. Hold your tongue. Not a word to Sophia, mind." "Not a word," Preless promised gravely, and Mr. Hakin, drawing a long breath, it would seem to be of relief at having extracted the promise, vanished into the many-hued crowd with his usual chuckle. While the millionaire gave vent to that chuckle, there did not seem to be much chance of his concealing his identity. Lord Preless looked after him somewhat puzzled. He could quite understand why Hakin did not want his wife to know of his presence in Alexander Mansions, but it was difficult to account for the old man's agitation and quite unnecessary explanations. As a rule, Hakin was extremely reticent, and on such an important matter as a secret meeting with a continental diplomatist would be much more so. Yet he had gone out of his way to set himself right with his nephew, and by telling his private business, when a gay excuse of needing a night off would have been sufficient to account for his presence. However, Preless simply shrugged his shoulders and did not deem the incident worth remembering. Why should not Simon Hakin enjoy himself in this way if he liked, and turn Mrs. Rover's ballroom into an office, wherein to meet his foreign clients? All the same, and Preless gave this a passing thought, it was strange that the chance meeting with one who knew him should so upset him. And it was still stranger that, if Mr. Hakin wished to preserve his incognito, he should have arrived unmasked. Having lost both his uncle and his charming blue domino, Preless took a tour through the rooms in search of further adventures. He could only afford a few minutes, since he had to call upon Shepworth at 11 o'clock, and it was already that hour, as he had told Hakin. Still, a few minutes more or less would not matter, and Preless wished to see if he could espy Mrs. Dolly Rover, in order to renew his acquaintance with her, and to compliment her on the success of her ball. And it undoubtedly was a success, for everyone seemed highly amused, and the laughter and small talk went on incessantly. Many people were dancing to the music of a gaily uniformed Hungarian band, and many more were ensconced in flirtation corners, making the best of the hour which would elapse before everyone unmasked for supper. Preless, therefore, wandered leisurely throughout the two flats, exchanging a few chaffing words with the different women who addressed him, and looking for the tall form of his hostess. Alas, there were many tall women who looked as imperial and graceful as Mrs. Rover, and Preless felt like Ali Baba's robber when he examined Morgiana's chalk marks on the various doors. He therefore began, by way of some diversion, to admire the costumes of the women, which showed themselves more or less plainly from under the flowing dominoes of silk. In fact, the heat of the night and of the rooms was so great that many ladies loosened the strings and buttons of their dominoes, and permitted their frocks to be plainly seen. They would have removed their masks also in some cases, so stifling was the perfumed air, but the rule of the ball stopped them from doing so. Still, as many revealed the gowns they were wearing, it was probable that some would pay for their flirtatious sins when the supper hour and recognition came. The young man had an eye for color, but knew very little about millinery. So if anyone later had asked him to describe the various dresses, he would have been puzzled. But one woman wore a dress which attracted him from its oddity. It was a flowing gown of white silk, and from hem to waist the skirt was adorned with triple lines, at intervals, of narrow red velvet. The spaces between the triple lines were equal, and the lines of red velvet themselves ran apparently entirely round the skirt. The effect was bizarre and rather fascinating. But what made Preless note the dress so exactly was the wonderful ubiquity of the lady who wore it. he went into the ballroom of the right-hand flat, and there she was dancing. He strolled into the left-hand ballroom and found her flirting in a corner with another partner. Then he stumbled across her in the corridor, and later discovered her at the buffet sipping champagne. Her domino was green, as was her mask, and she seemed to be in several places at once. Preless was amused at her activity, and at the way in which she seemed to permeate the entire place. She was certainly getting all the enjoyment she could out of the ball. He spoke to her once, but she made no reply, and disappeared before he could address her again. Rather annoyed that she would not respond, Preless yawned, and discovering that it was 11:30, decided to descend and look up Shepworth. The stairs were crowded, not only with people leaving and arriving, but with flirting couples who were cooling themselves in the pure air which ascended from the main entrance of the mansions. These expostulated loudly and sometimes silently, if irritated gestures went for anything, with those who pushed past them to go up or down. Preless came in for his share of blame, as he cautiously steered his way to the second floor. Here there were but few people, as the guests kept to the third-floor stairs and to those leading to the fourth. A look at the left-hand door as he came down showed Preless that it was number 40, so he pressed the button of the electric bell and waited for the door to be opened. As he did so, and while he was leaning against the wall, still wearing his mask and domino, the ubiquitous lady in the green domino with the oddly trimmed frock descended the stairs alone. She cast a swift look at him as he passed, and it was not until she vanished below that Preless became aware that the scent of tuberose was again in his nostrils. He had half a mind to run after her, and, assuming the privilege of a masked ball, ask her if she was wearing such a flower. But, in his idle way, he did not think it worth while, and remained where he was. No one came to answer the bell, so Preless judged that Shepworth's servants were out, perhaps fraternizing with Mrs. Rover's domestics at the ball overhead. He rang again, however, believing that Shepworth must be within and awake by this time. As again the door did not open, Preless raised his hand to the knocker. To his surprise, the door yielded a trifle, and then he discovered that it was slightly ajar, but so little so that he had believed it to be closed. For the moment there was no one on the landing, so he stepped into Shepworth's flat without closing the door after him. "I say, Ned, are you in?" cried the young man, pausing in the corridor, which was similar to that overhead in Mrs. Rover's flat. "I say, Ned, it is me. It is Preless," and he slipped off his mask. There was still no reply, and then Preless smelt stronger than ever that strange odor which had evoked the Easter Island vision. His thoughts again flew back to the heathen festival, and he walked along the corridor wondering why the scent should follow him here. On the left-hand side he peeped into a drawing-room, but it was empty. The door opposite was surely that of the dining-room. It was closed, but Preless opened it and walked in to look for his friend. Shepworth was in the room sure enough, but Preless uttered an irrepressible cry when his amazed eyes fell on the barrister. In a deep saddle-back chair, placed between the fireplace and the near window, sat Shepworth, bolt upright, with his hands resting upon his knees, in the hieratic attitude of an Egyptian statue. His intently calm face was pearly white, his brown eyes were fixed in a glassy, unnatural stare, and he appeared as rigid and stiff and unbending as though hewn out of granite. There was no disorder about his clothing. The evening dress he wore was as accurate and neat as though he had got ready to go to the ball overhead. Preless stared at him, tongue-tied and motionless with astonishment. Then his eyes mechanically wandered round the room. They fell immediately upon another figure seated on the far side of the dining table, with outstretched arms sprawling nervously across the cloth. On them rested a huge head covered with shaggy red hair. Drawn as by a lodestone, Preless stole forward with staring eyes, and saw, with a sudden shudder, that the man at the table was stone dead. He had been stabbed ruthlessly in the back, under the left shoulder blade. Everything in the room was in absolute order. Only one man, dead, sat at the table, sprawling half across it, and the other man, insensible, was stiffly seated in the armchair. And the whole apartment was permeated with the scent which suggested Easter Island. Suggested also that other murder at Lanwin Grange. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Shepworth Explains. An unsteady footstep roused Lord Preless from his momentary stupor, and he wheeled automatically to see a little man, masked and wearing a black silk domino, swaying to and fro at the open dining-room door. But the sight of the two apparently dead men and the presence of their possible murderer seemed to sober the newcomer in a single moment. Before Preless could spring forward, he gasped and fled. Almost immediately his voice, tense with terror, was heard shouting the news of his discovery to the revelers on the stairs. Preless cursed under his mustache and ran into the passage to close the outer door, which he now remembered he had foolishly left ajar. Possibly the little man, being intoxicated, had stumbled up the stairs on his way to the ball, and finding the door open, had so far mistaken his way as to stagger in. Preless wondered if the stranger was Hakin or Rover, both small of stature, but he recollected that he had never seen either drunk. Besides, drunk or sober, Rover or Hakin would never mistake Shepworth's flat for the one overhead. At the outer door, Preless swiftly changed his mind. He saw that the murder of the red-headed man was similar in all respects to that of Sir Oliver Lanwin. Then Miss Chint had been given time to recover, and so had been accused of the crime, although she protested that she had been in a state of catalepsy induced by the scented smoke. Shepworth likewise was insensible, and judging from the odor in the dining room, from the same cause. It would be better, decided the young man rapidly, that Shepworth should be seen by a score of witnesses thus insensible, for then it could be proved that so helpless a man could not have struck the blow. Thus, when a crowd of startled people came pouring down the staircase and into the flat on the second floor, Preless threw open the door widely and admitted them with a hurried explanation. "There has been a terrible crime committed," he declared, leading the way to the dining room. "I came here a few minutes ago to find Mr. Shepworth, the owner of the flat, insensible as you see, and this other man stone dead. He has been stabbed." "Stabbed!" Several voices echoed the word, and one woman gave a faint scream. The passage was crowded to the very door of the dining room, and as many as could were looking over one another's shoulders to view the sinister scene. And like a ball from one person to another, was tossed in various tones the ominous word, "Murder!" "Who stabbed the man?" asked a medium-sized masker in a blue domino, who had placed himself directly in front of the mob, blocking the doorway. He addressed Preless, and his manner was offensively suspicious. "I do not know," disclaimed that young gentleman quietly, for it seemed absurd indeed that he should be suspected. "I came here to see Mr. Shepworth only 10 minutes ago." "How did you enter?" The tone of question was still offensive. "The outer door was slightly ajar. explained the other suavely. "I pushed it open, as I had an appointment with my friend. I declined to defend myself further, as you seem to suspect me." "Send for the police! Send for the police!" said many voices, and a rough male voice was heard recommending that Preless, only the voice called him the murderer, should not be allowed to escape. "What nonsense!" cried the young man indignantly, raising his voice on hearing so direct an accusation. "I have nothing to do with the matter. I am Lord Preless, if anyone here knows me." The utterance of a title had a magical effect, and several people began to unmask. Amongst these was the aggressive masker who had questioned Preless. "You can explain to the police," said this man sharply. "Certainly, Captain Jadby." "You know me?" "I saw you in court today, and also in Jetty's restaurant, Burn Street." Jadby nodded, but did not relax his suspicious manner. "It is strange that you should be here," he said, marching into the room. "Not at all," rejoined Preless hotly. "I had an appointment to see Mr. Shepworth, and came only a few minutes ago." Jadby took no notice of this speech, but lifted the shaggy red head of the dead man. Apparently he knew who he was, for after a single glance he dropped the heavy head again, and wheeled round with an amazed face. "Steve Agstone!" he gasped. "The missing witness!" Preless, also startled, backed against the wall with outstretched hands and open mouth. In a flash he saw how dangerous was the position of the barrister, and indeed many confused voices were muttering as to the guilt of Shepworth. Captain Jadby, letting his eyes fall on the dead man, made himself spokesman for all. "Shepworth murdered him to win the case," he said, nodding. "I ask your pardon, Lord Preless, for suspecting you." "I would rather you continued to do so," cried Preless angrily. "It is absurd to think that Shepworth killed this man. Look at him." He pointed to the rigid form in the armchair. "He is incapable of raising a hand." "Miss Trent was also incapable," sneered the captain. "Yet—" "She is innocent," stormed Preless fiercely. "She no more killed her uncle than did Shepworth, this witness." Everyone was listening eagerly with open eyes and ears to the altercation, and it is impossible to say how long it would have continued but for the entry of the police. Two constables pushed their way through the crowd and forthwith, when they had taken in the situation, began to clear the place. The crowd of pleasure seekers, now unmasked for the most part, were driven outside. Some fled down the stairs, anxious to get away from the scene of the tragedy, while others returned to the Rovers' flat. But the fact of the murder ruined the ball. It broke up, like Macbeth's famous banquet, with most admired disorder, and in 10 minutes the rooms were deserted. Everyone ran away as though from the plague, and Mr. Rover, looking like a frightened rabbit, came down to make inquiries. "Is Shepworth dead?" he asked tremulously of a stalwart policeman whom he found guarding the closed door of number 40. "Everyone says that Shepworth is dead, and my wife has fainted." "The doctor is with Mr. Shepworth now," said the constable gruffly. "I don't know what's the matter with him, and it ain't my duty to say anything, sir." "Oh dear, oh dear!" Rover wrung his small white hands. "How very, very dreadful all this is! Who is the other man, the dead man?" He handed the officer half a sovereign as to gain a reply. Dogberry unbent. "They do say, sir, as the corpse is Steve Agstone, who is the missing witness in the Lanwin murder case." "How wicked! How very wicked! But if Mr. Shepworth is dead—" "He ain't, sir." The constable slipped the gold into his pocket. "He's in a faint of sorts, I believe, and they do say as he killed Steve Agstone, so as to save the young lady he's defending. Now I can't tell you more, sir, and I've said too much already. Just go home and keep quiet, sir. The police will look after this matter here." Rover, still wringing his useless hands and muttering to himself like the weak-brained little man he was, wearily climbed the stairs to his deserted ballrooms. As he ascended, 2 women and a man came down, white-faced and shaken. They tried to enter number 40, but the constable stretched forth a brawny arm to prevent entrance. "But we must come in," said the man deferentially. "We are Mr. Shepworth's servants. I am his valet. This lady is the cook, and yonder is the housemaid. We have a right to enter." "You can't until the doctor and the inspector have done with your master," said the constable stolidly. "And why aren't you in bed?" The cook, a large, red-faced lady, gaily dressed, replied, "Mr. Shepworth allowed us to join Mrs. Rover's servants at the masked ball." "Then none of you were in this flat when the murder was committed?" questioned the policeman, doing a little detective business on his own account. "Oh, Lord, no!" cried the housemaid timidly. "We've been upstairs since 9 o'clock helping Mrs. Rover's servants with the party." "Do let us in, Mr. Policeman." "Stay where you are until orders come," commanded the officer sternly, and the trio sat disconsolately on the stairs. With the instinct of self-preservation, they had thoroughly explained their absence from the scene of the crime and now felt perfectly safe. Meanwhile, in the dining room, a young medical man, who had fortunately been present at the ball, was reviving Shepworth with brandy and ammonia. The windows had been thrown open, and the fresh air was filling the room so rapidly that scarcely a trace of the tuberose fragrance remained. Preless, having laid aside his mask and domino, was standing near the door with his hands in his pockets, watching a man in uniform, who examined the dead along with the official doctor whom the police had called in. The first individual was Inspector Burge, a keen-looking, sharp-eyed man with a clean-shaven face and closely clipped gray hair, and an abrupt, red-tape manner. Captain Jadby was not present, having departed with the rest of the 2 curious onlookers, but Lord Preless remained, as he had been the first to discover the crime, and Burge wished to hear his account of it. Already the inspector's notebook was in his hand to note down the result of the official doctor's examination. There was a dead silence in the room, faintly broken by the distant roll of vehicular traffic, with the occasional hoot of a motor horn. The bell of a near church boomed out midnight so unexpectedly that Preless jumped. He might well be excused for doing so, as his nerves were considerably shaken. 12 o'clock, said Burge crisply. "When did you discover the crime, my lord?" "At 11:30, replied Preless, shivering. "Good heavens! Is it only half an hour since then? It seems like years." "We were on the spot in 10 minutes," said Burge with official satisfaction, "and haven't been long in getting things shipshape. Now that these ladies and gentlemen have gone, we can look into matters, doctor." He glanced at the young man attending Shepworth. "Is your patient reviving?" "A trifle," answered the other, rising. "Help me to place him near the window, in a draught." "It is a long faint," said the inspector, helping to wheel the armchair to the open window. "It is not a faint at all. The man is in a cataleptic state, induced by the administration of some drug." "Induced by the odor of a burning herb, you mean," said Preless, looking at the rigid face of Shepworth, which was as expressionless as that of the dead man at the table. "What's that?" questioned the inspector, turning his head. Preless waved his hand. "I'll explain later, and after I have seen my friend Dr. Horace." "Horace? Horace?" The medical man who was examining the corpse looked up at this remark. "I know him slightly. A great traveler, isn't he?" "Yes," answered Preless quickly. "He traveled with me to a little known part of the world called Easter Island. Lucky that he did so, and that I was with him. Between us we may be able to solve the mystery of this cataleptic business." "You know that it is catalepsy, induced by some odor?" "Of course I do. I have seen a man in that state before." And Preless pointed to the rigid form of Shepworth. "Where?" asked Burge, looking at him with keen eyes, somewhat puzzled. "On Easter Island." The inspector would have asked further questions when the elder doctor rose from examining Agstone's body and stretched himself. "Well, Thornton?" he asked curtly. "The man is dead, right enough," said Thornton with a shrug. "That stab under the left shoulder blade reached the heart at one blow." "I don't see the weapon with which it was committed. The crime, I mean." "We haven't searched the flat yet," rejoined Burge brusquely. "And if you remember, Thornton, the weapon which killed Sir Oliver Lanwin was not found either." "What has this case to do with Sir Oliver Lanwin's death?" Burge looked surprised. "Don't you read the papers, Doctor? There is a murder case on at the New Bailey which resembles this in every particular. Sir Oliver Lanwin was stabbed seated at his desk and under the left shoulder blade. His niece, who is accused, says that she is innocent and was in a cataleptic state, just as this counsel of hers is. What we see here," mused Burge, "will go a long way towards helping her to prove her innocence. Mr. Shepworth need not have got rid of Agstone in this way." "He didn't!" cried Prelis sharply. "I'll stake my existence that Mr. Shepworth is perfectly innocent." "My lord, we know that the prosecution hoped to convict Miss Trent on Agstone's evidence. It was necessary that the defense should keep him out of the way. And here is the man, very forcibly removed, and in the rooms of the young gentleman who is not only helping to defend Miss Trent, but who is her affianced husband. It looks strange." Prelis pointed to Shepworth, who now showed signs of reviving. "I say to you, as I said to those people who burst into the flat when the alarm was given, that Shepworth is incapable of lifting a hand." "Ah, but we don't know how long he has been incapable," said Burge cunningly. "When was Agstone murdered, Doctor?" Thornton, who was twisting a cigarette, answered promptly enough. "I should say, judging from the condition of the temperature of the body, sometime between 10 and 11 o'clock." "And can you tell," asked the inspector, turning to the other doctor, "how long Mr. Shepworth has been insensible?" "No," said the young physician promptly. "But he'll tell us himself soon. He is coming round." Even as he spoke, Shepworth opened his eyes and stared vaguely at those in the room. His gaze wandered in a bewildered manner from the inspector to Prelis, and from Prelis to the two doctors. Finally he looked meditatively at the dead body, which was stretched right across the blue cloth of the dining table, with its glassy eyes staring at the ceiling. A shudder shook the barrister's frame, and as though moved by wires, he sprang stiffly to his feet. "Prelis! Prelis!" he cried, and his voice grew stronger as his strength came back, as did his color and senses. "Look! Look! Isn't it the same as in Grange library? Agstone is dead, and I have been in a trance." "You know, then," asked Burge swiftly, "that the dead man is Agstone?" "Yes, I have seen him many times at the Grange. But how did he come here? Who murdered him?" And his eyes questioned those present dumbly. "That is what we wish to ask you," said the inspector. Shepworth passed his hand across his forehead, which was now moist with perspiration. "The police," he murmured, "and Agstone dead. Will you place me in the dock beside Mona?" he asked Burge passionately. Prelis sprang to his side and caught him by the hand. "Ned, Ned," he urged, "pull yourself together, and tell us how Agstone came to be murdered in this room." "I can't tell you," cried Shepworth, wrenching away his hand. "I can tell you no more than Mona could. She was in a trance and saw nothing, only coming out of it to find the dead beside her. I was in a trance and saw Ah!" he broke off, and his wild eyes went roving round the room. "Where is the woman?" "What woman?" asked Burge suddenly, and kept his eyes on Shepworth's face with a look of severe scrutiny. "The woman who came in, masked and cloaked. She came in. Agstone admitted her. She waved the bronze cup before me, and then I oh, "What does it all mean?" he asked, breaking down, and with every reason, considering what he had undergone. Preless shook him gently by the shoulders. "I am beside you, Ned. I am looking after you. Only tell us everything you remember." Shepworth stared straight before him, and then, as though a spring had been touched, he began to speak swiftly and coherently. "I was sitting reading in the drawing room when I heard 3 heavy blows struck on the wall of this room. As my servants were all upstairs assisting at the ball, I wondered who was in my flat and came out to inquire. The door of this room was closed, and I opened it to find a thick white smoke, smelling sweetly and sickly, curling from a bronze cup placed on the table. The fumes choked me, and I staggered instinctively to the open window. Before I could reach it, I fell." "Senseless?" interpolated Thornton keenly. "No." Shepworth turned irritably. "How could I be senseless when I heard and saw everything? Up to a point, that is." "What did you see?" questioned Burge eagerly. "I could move neither hand nor foot, nor could I call out," went on Shepworth slowly, "and I lay on the floor, half propped up against that chair. Then I saw," he shuddered, "a large, hairy hand push aside the tablecloth, and shortly a man crawled from underneath. It was Agstone, for I recognized him without difficulty. He growled in a pleased manner and lifted me into this chair. Then he went out and remained absent for some time. When he returned, a tall woman was with him, wearing a mask and a green domino. Taking the bronze cup from which the white smoke still poured, she waved it under my nose. My senses left me, and I knew no more until I woke to find you all in my room. And Agstone is dead," ended the barrister, trembling. "Agstone is dead." "And Agstone," said Burge significantly, "is the chief witness for the prosecution." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A private explanation. Shepworth made no reply to the insinuation contained in the remark of the inspector. His brain was still dazed with the fumes of the white smoke, and after telling his story, he sat indifferently in his armchair. Preless watched him closely, recognizing the mental confusion, then laid his hand on the poor fellow's arm. "You had better come and lie down," he said gently, and glanced at Thornton. "Certainly, certainly," answered that gentleman briskly, and in reply to the unspoken query of Preless. "A few hours' sleep will cure Mr. Shepworth completely." "Can I stay with my friend?" demanded Preless, turning to Burge. The inspector nodded absently, as he was evidently following some train of thought. "Will it be necessary to make a further examination of this?" he inquired, looking at the dead body and at Thornton. "No, no, not at present. When it has been removed to the dead house, I will see to a further examination. I have seen the body before rigor mortis has set in, so that is all that is necessary. The man has been stabbed some time between 10 and 11, and he is as dead as a coffin nail." Thornton drew on his gloves. "Good night." "Good night," replied the inspector. "Allow me to see you to the door." And he conducted both the medical men out of the room, leaving Preless alone with his still dazed friend. But Shepworth was not so dazed as he pretended to be, for the moment the door was closed he sprang to his feet. "Dory, Dory!" he gasped, swaying. "The knife! Look for the knife!" Then he dropped back again in the chair, too weak to stand. "What do you mean?" demanded Preless sharply, and much puzzled. Shepworth clutched him. "I did not tell all," he stuttered hurriedly. "It would not have done to tell all. Listen, Dory. Agstone came back again alone. Alone, I tell you, before he brought the lady. I was still conscious,
although unable to move in any way. He held the knife in his hand, the jade-handled paper cutter with which Sir Oliver was murdered. I had it, as you know. It was concealed in my desk, in my study. Agstone must have found it. Agstone must have used it. No, Agstone is dead. I forgot. But someone must have used it to kill Agstone. Oh, my head, my head!"
He grasped his hair and rocked to and fro. Then, with an effort,
"Look for the knife. Under the table, perhaps. Under the—" Before he could end the sentence, Preless, realizing its importance, sprang forward and lifted a corner of the tablecloth, which trailed on the ground. At the same instant, Inspector Burge appeared again, unexpectedly. His keen eyes immediately fixed themselves on Preless. "What are you doing, my lord?" he asked imperatively.
"Making a search," retorted the other bluffly. He did not know what else to say, and hoped that his ready and natural explanation would lull any newly aroused suspicions entertained by the officer. It did to a certain extent. "You must allow us to do that, my lord. I think you had better take Mr. Shepworth to his bed. And we may as well cover this thing until it is taken away," added Burge, gathering up the folds of the tablecloth to lay them over the stark dead creature staring at the ceiling. Shepworth moved at the same moment as Burge, but Preless, guessing that he wished to interfere, held him down with an iron grasp. When the lifted cloth exposed the bare legs of the table, both the young men caught sight of an object lying underneath. Burge, stepping back, espied it also, with his trained faculty of instant observation, and stooped to pick it up. The jade-handled paper cutter lay just where the feet of the dead man had rested before the body had been shifted onto the table. The wonder was that it had not been discovered before, but then it had been concealed by the drooping cloth. "The weapon with which the crime has been committed," murmured Burge in a complacent tone. "After stabbing his victim, the assailant must have allowed the knife to fall under the table, or perhaps threw it there intentionally. A jade handle. It looks like a dagger, too. An Eastern dagger. Where have I seen it? Where?" And the inspector fell into a brown study, turning and twisting the paper cutter slowly. Preless pressed Shepworth's shoulder to keep him quiet, and cleared his throat to answer. "It is the knife used to kill Sir Oliver," he said, and felt Shepworth jerk his body in surprised remonstrance at this unnecessary frankness. Burge glanced up in amazement. "Why, so it is," he remarked wonderingly. "The very dagger. I remember now that I read the description given of this in the newspaper report of the inquest at Hyde. So that is how I fancied that I had seen it before." He balanced the knife on the palm of his hand. "A very good piece of description it must have been to so enable me to recognize this. But you," he glanced suspiciously at Preless, "how did you know?" The young man shrugged his square shoulders. "That is easily explained," he replied suavely. "I went to hear the case at the New Bailey today. As I thought that my friend here," he again pressed Shepworth's shoulder significantly, "was to speak in defense of Miss Trent. At the court I heard the knife described. It is quite simple, you see." "I wonder how it comes to be here," mused Burge, nodding acquiescence to his lucid explanation. "Odd, isn't it?" "Not at all," rejoined Preless easily. "The assassin of Sir Oliver Lanwin brought it here to kill Agstone." "But Miss Trent is in prison," remonstrated the inspector. "She could not have—" "She never did, in any case," interrupted Shepworth faintly, but rousing himself sufficiently to defend his promised wife. "She is innocent." "It is natural that you should say so," remarked Burge with polite skepticism, then added significantly, "Did you expect Agstone?" Shepworth's eyebrows went up wearily.
I? No. Why should I have expected a witness for the prosecution to call upon me? I have told you all that happened until I entirely lost my senses.
The first I saw of Agstone was when he crawled from under that table.
Then the smoke had rendered me not unconscious, but unable to speak or move. Can this smoke you mentioned do that? I speak from experience, Mr. Inspector, and Miss Chint, if you remember, told the same story. Oh, I see that the two crimes are connected, said Burge hastily. The circumstances are the same as regards this mysterious smoke and its curious power. But you say, he added, turning to Preless,
you say, my lord, that the assassin of Sir Oliver brought the knife to kill Agstone.
Yet we see, he waved his hands toward the corpse, that Agstone himself is a victim. Quite so, but he may have brought the knife for all that. Then you imply that Agstone murdered his master? I imply nothing, retorted the young man restively, but the knife could not have got here unless someone brought it.
And as it was missing from the Lanwin Grange library,
only the murderer who used it could have possessed it. Moreover, Preless pressed Shepworth's shoulder to make him particularly note the next sentence. Moreover, Mr. Shepworth saw the knife in Agstone's hand.
Burge wheeled swiftly towards the barrister.
You did not say that.
Not when the doctors and you were in the room, said Shepworth languidly.
I am only beginning to recover my senses, remember? But I told Lord Preless that Agstone, after he left this room, returned and looked in to see if I was insensible, I suppose, before he brought in the lady. Then he had the knife in his hand. And what do you infer? Asked Burge pointedly.
There can only be one inference drawn, said Preless before Shepworth could speak. Agstone must have had the knife in his pocket. Then Agstone must have murdered Sir Oliver, said Burge triumphantly. Shepworth shrugged his shoulders and staggered to his feet. I feel too dizzy to give an opinion, he said, leaning heavily on his friend. We know that Agstone was devoted to Sir Oliver. Why should he have murdered him? Besides, he accuses Miss Chint. Naturally, cried the inspector, who followed eagerly the scent of the red herring which Preless had drawn across the trail. If Agstone is guilty himself, he naturally would throw the blame on another person, and if he was possessed of the knife, he must be guilty. It was missed from the Grange library and reappears here. The masked lady might have brought it, suggested Shepworth. Burge, extremely pleased with his own theory, shook his head sapiently. Mr. Shepworth saw the knife in Agstone's hand before he became insensible. You can swear to that? He asked the barrister. Yes, said Shepworth truthfully. I can swear to that. And you can swear that the masked woman killed Agstone? No, I can't say that. When she waved the bronze cup before me, I became entirely insensible. The inspector looked more knowing than ever. Of course, said he in a complacent way, she did not wish you to see her stabbing Agstone. But why should she have stabbed him? We can't say until we know the lady. Did you recognize her? No, she was masked and cloaked. A green domino, I think you said. And a green mask, supplemented Shepworth. She must have been at Mrs. Rover's ball, mused Burge. Not necessarily, interpolated Preless, but as many people masked and cloaked were ascending and descending the stairs, she may have taken advantage of the ball to get into this flat unobserved. Quite so, assented the inspector. But who admitted her? Agstone must have done that, said Shepworth. Probably, but who admitted Agstone? The barrister shook his head. I can't say, he replied in a tired tone. I heard a noise. 3 heavy blows struck in this room, as I told you, when seated in the drawing room. I did not know that anyone was in the flat. What time did your servants go to assist at the ball? Shortly before 9 o'clock, when the dinner was over. You had dinner then? "Oh, yes, I came from the court worn out and slept for a long time. I then had a light dinner." "Agstone could not have been at the table then. Under it, I mean." "I think not," said the barrister slowly. "It is not a large table, as you see. I would either have heard him or I should have felt him with my feet." "Your servants may have left the outer door ajar." Shepworth nodded. "Perhaps. You can question them, but after dining I returned to the drawing room before 9 o'clock." "And you did not re-enter this room until you came to see what the 3 heavy blows meant?" "No, I did not." "They must have been struck to make you enter the room." "I think so, Mr. Inspector. Agstone wished to be smothered with the smoke. That was why the bronze cup was smoking on the table." "Where is the bronze cup?" Burge looked about him. "I can't say. I last saw it when the lady waved it under my nose." The inspector meditated. "It's a queer case altogether," he mused, "and undoubtedly it is connected with the Lanwin murder." He mused again, and then looked up abruptly. "I believe that this second murder will exonerate Miss Trent," he said quietly. "I hope so," rejoined Shepworth, walking towards the door heavily, and still leaning on Prelis's shoulder. "If she is condemned for murdering her uncle, I should certainly be arrested and tried for murdering Agstone. I had every reason to kill him, since on his evidence hangs the fate of Miss Trent." "You may as well speak in the past tense, Mr. Shepworth, seeing that the man is dead. For my part, I believe that Agstone murdered his master and was ready to throw the blame on Miss Trent so as to save his own skin. Only the assassin of Sir Oliver could have been possessed of the knife." "Am I to consider myself arrested?" demanded the barrister. "No," rejoined Burge promptly, and held open the door. "But of course we must keep an eye on you," he added, smiling ambiguously. Shepworth nodded languidly, and went out with his friend. "Come into my study, Prelis," he said almost in a whisper. "That knife—" "Hush!" Prelis gripped the barrister's arm hard. He quite understood what Shepworth wished to do. "Not so loud!" But he need not have been so cautious, for the door of the dining room had been closed by Burge, who was now probably searching the clothes of the dead man for more evidence. The 2 young men went into the study, which was at the end of the passage, and there found that the desk had been forced open. That is, all the 3 drawers on each side, 6 in all, in a most dexterous manner. Agstone had apparently come provided with housebreaking tools, so as to gain possession of the dagger. "But how did he know that I had it?" asked Shepworth, perplexed. "I dare say he was watching through the Grange window and saw you take it for Miss Trent," suggested Prelis. Shepworth nodded. "Let us put the room tidy," he said hurriedly, and closing the door. "I don't want the police to fuss about here." The room really was untidy, for in searching for the knife Agstone had scattered the loose papers lying on the desk all over the carpet. The young man collected these and placed them in order. Then Shepworth closed the drawers of the desk carefully. In a few minutes, after replacing a chair that had been kicked over and smoothing a rug that had been rucked up, the study looked quite in order. Nevertheless, Shepworth stared anxiously at the now innocent-looking desk. "I hope the police will not examine it," he said nervously. "I don't think so, since you have explained so much, Ned. Their attentions will be confined to the dining room wherein the murder took place. Will you go to bed?" "No." Shepworth sat at his desk. "I don't want this examined. Let us sit here and have some strong coffee." Prelis shook his head. "Don't," he advised. "Better let us steal to your bedroom and say nothing about having been here. If the police examine the desk, you can pretend ignorance and express surprise. On the other hand, if Burge comes in and makes the discovery while we are here, he will naturally demand why we kept silent, and inquiries would lead to difficulties.
Leave the thing to chance." Shepworth agreed with this reasoning, since it was useless and even dangerous to create difficulties at the present juncture. The two walked silently to the bedroom, and here the barrister stripped to put on his dressing gown. Then, lying down outside the bed, he placed his hands behind his head and stared at the ceiling, while Preless lounged in an armchair close at hand. "Why did you tell Burge about the second entrance of Agstone with the dagger?" asked Shepworth suddenly. "Because he had already seen the dagger," rejoined Preless promptly. "It is as well to tell the truth when possible, and just as well that the inspector should think Agstone, who cannot now contradict, brought the dagger. You heard what he said yourself about Agstone's possible guilt." "Our frankness will probably save Miss Trent, as the murder of Sir Oliver will be attributed to Agstone because he possessed that paper cutter." Shepworth groaned. "But if Burge knew that I took it from Mona, then there would be serious trouble. Let things remain as they are, Ned. We know that Miss Trent is innocent, and must save her. But we don't know that Agstone is guilty. He certainly is not, on the reasoning of Burge. No, seeing that we know Agstone did not bring the dagger here. But the man is dead, and if he can be made to act as scapegoat for an innocent woman, so much the better." The barrister sighed. "We are environed by difficulties," he murmured, then added significantly and unexpectedly, "Jadby called to see me this evening." "What?" Preless was startled. "I thought that you had quarreled." "So we had. So we did. And with fists, too. But when I was reading in the drawing room, and thinking of my poor girl shut up in prison, I heard a ring at the front door. The servants had gone to the ball, as you know, so I had to open the door myself. Captain Jadby was there, and after a stiff greeting he asked for an interview. I took him into the drawing room and—" "One moment. Did you close the outer door?" "Of course. Why do you ask that?" "I fancied that you might have unconsciously left it open, and that Agstone might then have entered to conceal himself." "No," said Shepworth decisively. "I am certain that I closed it. With Jadby I went to the drawing room, and there he frankly expressed his regrets that we had quarreled. He wished to make it up, and to join forces with me to save poor Mona." "Because he loves her?" "Quite so. He makes no secret of the fact that he is madly in love with Mona. Our hand-to-hand fight at Lanwin Grange rose solely from the fact that he would insist upon forcing his attentions on her. She appealed to me as her lover, so I tackled Jadby, and knocked him down. However, he seemed to be sorry that he had behaved like a bounder, so we shook hands and then sat down to consider how we should act with regard to Mona's position." Preless looked skeptical. "From the glimpse I caught of Jadby, I should not think he was the sort of man to forgive a punch in the eye, much less the loss of the girl he loves. He might have come here with the intention of trapping you. He might have admitted Agstone." "No," replied Shepworth quickly. "I was with him all the time. I opened the outer door to admit him, and closed it when he departed. As he was under my eyes while in the flat, he had no chance of admitting Agstone secretly. I don't know how the man managed to enter and conceal himself under that table, but Jadby had nothing to do with it. Moreover," added the barrister decisively, "Jadby told me that he was as ignorant as everyone else of Agstone's whereabouts." "Oh, a blighter like Jadby would say anything." Shepworth protested. "I think we have judged Jadby wrongly. My dear Ned, you are altogether too good for this wicked world. I don't trust Jadby for one instant. He plays for his own hand." "I know he does. He admits that he intends to claim the estate of Sir Oliver, and that he loves Mona, but he swears that he will take no steps until she is set free. Then she can marry me if she chooses." Preless laughed ironically. "And you believe him?" "He seemed to be in earnest." "About setting Miss Chint free?" "Oh, yes, I am sure of that. But he intends to marry her, you may be sure. Jadby is very philanthropic. How does he propose to save Miss Chint?" "By finding Agstone and sending him out of the kingdom."
"And Agstone appears shortly after that proposal."
I must have a personal interview with Captain Jadby and ask him." "Ask him what?" "If he has ever visited Easter Island." "What on earth do you mean?" demanded Shepworth curiously. But Lord Preless refused to explain further. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Horace. Next day everyone, from the man in the street to the lady in her drawing room, was talking about the murder at Alexander Mansions. As a rule, those in society talk very little about such horrors, but on this occasion, people, more or less fashionable, felt that the crime had been committed, so to speak, on their very doorsteps. Mrs. Rover's ball had been broken up by the discovery of the crime, and many of the guests, crowding down to Shepworth's flat, had seen a murdered man for the first time in their frivolous lives. No wonder the tragedy made a sensation. Moreover, the second crime in London was connected. No one exactly knew how, with the first crime at Lanwin Grange, Hyde. Sir Oliver had been murdered by his niece, who was now being tried for the offense. The victim had been a baronet, and the prisoner was a well-known figure in the social world. Now the missing witness, upon whose evidence was supposed to hinge the condemnation or acquittal of Miss Chint, had been violently done away with, and, hinted gossip, in spite of appearances, the barrister to whom the flat belonged must have killed the man, so that damaging evidence might be finally suppressed. Thus the two crimes had much to do with society as a whole, and the newspaper placards informed the lower orders of a tragedy in high life. Stump orators in Hyde Park chose the placards and the moment to talk of the decay of the upper classes and of the need of a revolution to sweep away tyrants born in the social purple. Finally, there was another thing which interested fashionable folk. Many guests at the masked ball had been robbed of valuable jewelry, and the police were entirely at a loss to trace the thieves. Undoubtedly what Mr. Simon Hakin had prophesied jokingly to his host had come cruelly true. Swell mobsmen and light-fingered ladies had taken advantage of the use of masks at the ball to mingle with the illegitimate guests and appropriate gems and gold of great value. Bracelets, earrings, chains, brooches, and even rings. Many of these had vanished, and scarcely a single woman had escaped the rapacity of the unknown thieves. This in itself was sufficient to make Mrs. Dolly Rover's entertainment notorious, and that a terrible murder should cap the climax of such roguery was almost too much for belief. Next day the journals sold like hotcakes, and the one topic of conversation with high and low had to do with this astounding criminality. Lord Preless returned to his rooms in Half Moon Street, just as the dawn broke over an astonished and indignant Mayfair, and threw himself on his bed to recuperate. Tough as he was with travel and adventure, he needed sleep very badly after the exciting events of the dark hours, and as he dropped off into slumber it struck him forcibly that the time of superabundant leisure had gone by forever. Formerly an idler who took comparatively little interest in life, and certainly none in the doings of other people, he found himself committed, through friendship, to a strenuous career. Ever since Lady Sophia's visit on the previous morning, he had gradually become entangled in other lives, and until the crooked ways of these had been made straight, he saw no chance of reverting to his happy-go-lucky existence. Preless, having a high ideal of friendship, resolved to help Shepworth, and through him Miss Mona Chint, with all the brain power and physical power and social power at his command. And the opportunity of doing so was not unpleasing to an active-minded man, who had hitherto frittered away his intelligence in butterfly pursuits. He woke at noon to receive a telegram, which his man brought in, with an apology for disturbing him. It proved to be from Shepworth, and contained the amazing news that the barrister had been arrested for the murder. Considering that Inspector Burge had assured Shepworth, and in Preliss's presence, that there was no chance of any suspicion being cast upon him in any way, the young man had to read the wire twice or thrice before he could fully grasp its sinister significance. It seemed absurd. Dozens of people, including Burge and 2 medical men, had seen the insensible form of the accused man, and were content at the time that he could not raise a hand, much less execute a crime which needed clear-headedness and strength. And it was the more ridiculous to arrest Shepworth because the barrister had given a plain account of what had happened, so far as he remembered, which was similar in most respects to what had taken place at Hyde. Of course, Preless recollected the way in which he and Ned had concealed the true story of the knife, but it was impossible that Shepworth, now quite in possession of his wits, should have told an unnecessary truth. If he had, Preless believed that he would be arrested also, as an accessory after the fact. The thought made him uncomfortable until he brushed it away. Ned was not exactly an idiot, and on whatever plea he had been arrested, it certainly could not have been to do with the story of the knife. But it was necessary to learn what had taken place, and also to bail Ned out, so that they might work together to elucidate the mystery. This would be difficult, considering the charge was one of murder, but Preless indulged in a cold bath to freshen his physical powers, and after dressing rapidly, took a hansom back to Alexander Mansions. Here he was confronted at the door by the same burly police constable who had prevented Shepworth's servants from re-entering their master's flat some hours before. He treated Lord Preless in the same way. "You can't come in, my lord. Inspector's orders." "I wish to see Mr. Shepworth," argued Preless vexedly. "It's against orders, my lord." "Is he within?" "Yes, my lord, but he isn't allowed to see anyone." "Will you take a note in for me?" "No, my lord, I can't do that." "Can I see Inspector Burge?" "He is at the police station, my lord." Preless stamped with vexation at the obstacles placed in his way. He did his best to argue his official machine into something resembling reasonable humanity, but without success. Shepworth, he learned, was to be taken to prison later in the day, and the constable hinted that, since the charge was so serious, there would be no chance of the barrister being let out on bail. There was no other course open but to see Inspector Burge, so Preless drove to the Kensington police station, only to find that the man he wished to see had gone to Scotland Yard, presumably about the case. Apparently there was nothing to be done at the moment in connection with this new trouble, so Preless was half-minded to repair to the New Bailey and listen to the further progress of the charge against Miss Chint. Now that Agstone was dead, he did not think that she would be convicted. Also, the repetition of the circumstances of the Hyde crime in Alexander Mansions would assuredly strengthen her position, since the jury would now be compelled to believe her story of the stupefying smoke, which formerly had been regarded as absurd. And it was when the thought of the smoke entered his mind that Prelus recollected that Dr. Horace lived in the neighborhood. He therefore walked to Rutland Square, and asked at number 20 for his former fellow traveler. Chance stood the young man's friend, for the doctor was within, and saw him at once. "This is an unexpected pleasure, Prelus," said the doctor, beaming. "I thought you were in the West Indies." "I returned only a few days ago. Are you busy?" "My friend, I am always busy," and Horace indicated a case of beetles and butterflies with which he was dealing when his guest entered. The room was a large one, with two broad windows looking out onto the quiet square, but all available space was taken up with records of the doctor's travels. The floor was carpeted with wild beast skins, for Horace was a noted hunter. The walls were decorated with Polynesian war clubs, with Zulu assegais, with redskin wampum belts and beaded moccasins. Also there were Japanese gods, Chinese jars of grotesquely decorated porcelain, Hindu swords, Persian tiles reft from mosques, and African canoe paddles rudely carved. As Horace never allowed any servant to meddle with his treasures, the room was extremely untidy and dusty, and generally neglected. With the exception of a gigantic dining table of mahogany and two chairs, there was no civilized furniture. Yet the place was so crammed with barbaric curiosities that Prelus could scarcely find a clear place to stand in. Finally he stumbled through a narrow passage of Egyptian mummies and gigantic Maori idols to an uncomfortable cane chair near the window. Here he sat down and looked at his host with some disgust. "Why the dickens can't you live like a civilized being when you're in London?" he asked, lighting a cigar to dispense the fronsy smell of the room. "I am perfectly comfortable," said Horace, clearing a place on the table to sit on. "This is my home. I live here." "You camp here, I think. I never saw such a messy place in my life." "Humph!" grunted the doctor, filling a German pipe with strong tobacco. "You shouldn't come here in a Bond Street kit. Well, what is it? Are you longing to be on the trail again?" "I am on a sort of trail, certainly," admitted Prelus slowly and inspecting the ash of his cigar. "A man hunt. Ah, your eyes light up at that, you bloodthirsty old pagan." "A man hunt," repeated Horace meditatively, "and in London. Slow business." "Well, I don't know, Horace. It is one requiring a great deal of subtlety. I have come for your assistance." "Huh," said the doctor again, and nodded. "I'm with you." Prelus reflected for a few moments before beginning an explanation of his errand. He did not know how much to tell and how much to withhold. Horace saw his hesitation and ascribed it to the right cause. "I must know everything, Prelus," he said quickly, "else I do not assist. I have no notion of working in the dark and failing through ignorance." "You can read my thoughts as usual, I see," commented the visitor. "Some more of that clairvoyant business, I expect. Well, I have a case to lay before you which will tax your occult powers to the utmost." "Fire away," said Horace, and placing his hands on the table, rocked to and fro, looking absurdly like a monkey. The missing link, they called him in the wilds, and certainly the name was deserved. Horace was a small man with a long body, short legs, and lengthy arms, very powerfully built and very shaggy in appearance. Prelus looked at the doctor's large head covered with tangled red hair, at his beard and mustache of the same hue, untrimmed and untidy, concealing nearly all his flat face, and at his big horn-rimmed spectacles, which hid the brightest and keenest of blue eyes. He wore an old pair of flannel trousers and a still older flannel shirt, the sleeves of which were turned up over two hairy wrists encircled with Matabele wire bracelets. To complete his barbaric looks, his large ears, furry as those of a fawn, were adorned with gold rings. A more quaint or a more extraordinary figure was not to be met with, outside a freak museum, and Dr. Horace should have been exhibited in one, if only on account of the beautifully executed tattooing, which Preless could see on his sunburnt arms and on his chest, through the unbuttoned shirt. No one would have taken this man-monkey to be a clever and learned scholar with a heart of gold and a fund of knowledge second to none. Preless knew and esteemed him, and had fought with him, for the doctor was obstinate, and beside him in the naked lands at the back of beyond, when both held their lives in their hands. All the same, being fastidious, he sincerely wished that when the doctor returned to civilization, he would leave behind him in the wilderness his uncouth manners and shabby dress and general appearance of being a prehistoric man of Lady Sophia's favorite Stone Age. Go on, said Horace impatiently. Don't keep me waiting. I have lots to do and can't waste time. You have lots to do in the way of dress, I think. Come and have a Turkish bath and visit the nearest barber. Then I can take you to my tailor to be clothed properly and—" Horace interrupted, characteristically by throwing his pipe at the young man. It was deftly fielded and returned. "Do you remember Easter Island?" asked Preless when the doctor was again smoking. Then in reply to a consenting grunt, "I see you do. And the sacred herb, eh?" Horace scowled. "How do you come into the matter?" he growled. "Into what matter?" queried the other. "Oliver Lanwin's murder. It is in all the papers." "Quite so, but why should my remark about the sacred herb make you think that I referred to Lanwin's murder?" "Is there any need of an explanation?" asked Horace coolly. "If you didn't guess, as I did, that the sacred herb was used to make that smoke, why do you talk of the matter at all?" "Then you think that the herb—" Course, growled Horace, beginning to rock again. "Lanwin haunted the South Seas. I knew him there. He must have got the herb from Easter Island, as it is the only place it grows in. When I read the girl's yarn of the smoke, I guessed straight off that Lanwin had been trying to induce a trance with the burning herb." "Do you think that Miss Trent murdered him?" "No. The library was filled with the smoke of the herb. Anyone, not used to the fumes, would go down like a shot, as she did." "Then you believe Miss Trent's story?" asked Preless eagerly. Horace nodded. "She could not have made up such a clever yarn." "Then why in heaven's name," questioned the young man, rising, "did you not volunteer your evidence to save her?" "Will it save her?" "Assuredly. Everyone regards her story of being stupefied with the smoke as absurd. If you tell what we saw on Easter Island, in front of the statues, tell it yourself." "I intend to. I am going to the court now, and you," said Preless with emphasis, "you are coming with me." Horace knocked the ashes out of his pipe. "Why should I?" he demanded with a stolid air. "That's a long story," retorted Preless restlessly. "I can give you 10 minutes. Don't talk through your hat." Knowing his man, the visitor did not waste time, but bluntly detailed how he came to be drawn into the Lanwin murder case. But he naturally suppressed his feelings for the beautiful prisoner, and put down his interest, with some emphasis, to pure friendship for Shepworth. On reaching the end of the Hyde portion of the story, he paused to draw breath. "Is that all?" asked Horace grimly. "The first part only," replied Preless promptly, and narrated the events of the previous night from the time he went to Mrs. Rover's bal masque to the time he left the Kensington police station to call upon his listener. During this latter part of the history, Dr. Horace became restless and wandered about his untidy room, stumbling over obstacles and softly swearing with a wonderful command of language. He appeared to be inattentive, but in reality had not lost a single word. When Preless stopped, he came to a halt before the young man. "I'll go with you to the court," he declared. "The first thing to do is to save the girl. After that we can consider how to get Shepworth out of his difficulty." "He is innocent, of course," observed Preless, trying to read the rugged face of his new ally. "Never said he wasn't," grumbled the doctor, then reflected for a few moments, raking his long beard with outspread fingers. "See here," he burst out finally, "will you allow me to engineer this business?" "I shall only be too glad. Are you going to use occult methods?" "I don't need to. I have my own ideas, having read the newspapers." "Then you think that Agstone murdered Lanwin?" "No more than I think Shepworth murdered Agstone." "On your own showing your barrister friend brought the knife to the flat, and it is on the false evidence of the knife, which you and Shepworth supplied, that Inspector Burge seems to judge Agstone. Still—" "Oh, don't talk poppycock," interrupted the little man impatiently. "You are not polite, Horace." "Was I ever polite?" demanded the other scornfully. "No. To do you justice, you are always consistently rude." "Then why expect the impossible?" retorted Horace, and again stumbled about the crowded room, swearing softly. When again abreast of Preless, who was sorely puzzled by this strange conduct, the doctor thrust out a large hairy paw. "Shake," he said brusquely. Preless did so promptly and inquired, "Why?" "Because you are giving me pleasure in allowing me to help you." His friend looked at the odd creature perplexedly. "I don't understand what you mean," he declared, frowning. "Never mind," returned Horace with a chuckle. "When it is necessary for you to understand, I'll straighten out things." "Then you have a theory?" "I have more than that. I have certain knowledge." "Of what, in heaven's name?" "Hi cockalorum, snip snap snorum," was the jocular and enigmatic reply. "Come to my bedroom and we can chatter while I dress." "Well," said Preless as he sauntered after his friend, "I am glad that you are not going in that rig out. It isn't the 5th of November." "Silly ass," snapped the traveler. "Get a dressed up doll to help you." "All right. Come to a toy shop and help me to choose one." Dr. Horace began to laugh. "Why can't you talk sense?" he growled. "I shall do so if you will set the example." "Very good. I have some of the sacred herb here. Shall I take it to the New Bailey and give judge and jury and counsel a practical illustration of how Miss Trent and Shepworth went into trances?" "You can if you like. By the way, did you give any portion of that herb away, Horace?" The doctor, who was plunging his hairy face in water, gurgled and grumbled, but made no reply. Preless was nettled. "Why can't you be plain with me, confound you?" "All right." Horace began to dry his face vigorously. "I don't believe that Miss Trent is guilty, or that Shepworth killed Agstone." "I knew that before," said Preless dryly. "You tell me nothing new." "Oh," retorted Horace mockingly, "you want to hear something new, like an Athenian of St. Paul's period. Very good. Do you know why I take so deep an interest in this case?" "No, I don't. Unless it is to help me and Ned." "I don't care a red cent about you and Ned, but I care a trifle about Agstone, poor devil." Preless sat up straight and stared. "In heaven's name, why?" "Because," said Dr. Horace slowly, and looking at Preliss's puzzled face in the glass, "because Steve Agstone is my brother." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The verdict. Here was a surprise indeed. Preless knew that Dr. Horace had worked his way up from a humble position and laid no claims to being of gentle blood, but he had never referred to the existence of a single relative, and the young man had always believed him to be alone in the world. Now it seemed that Agstone was his brother, and when Preless recollected that Agstone was the same hirsute, red-haired, uncouth animal in appearance, it flashed across his mind that the brothers were twins. The extraordinary thing was that he had not noted the close resemblance before, since he had seen Agstone dead and Horace alive within the last few hours. But the idea of connecting a common sailor with an eminent scientific man had never entered his mind. In the cab, on the way to the New Bailey, Horace gruffly gave his companion a few facts to substantiate his statement, but Preless observed that he said as little as he could. "My full name is Horace Agstone," explained the doctor bluntly, "but as I got on in life and rose in the world, I dropped the last and kept to the first. Steve is my elder brother by 1 year, and we are the sons of a Suffolk laborer. I had the brains of the family, and in one way and another managed to cultivate those same brains, with the result. No very great one, you see. Steve went to sea, and we did not meet for years and years. When he returned to England with old Lanwin, he went down to Suffolk to look up the family. Our parents were dead and buried, but Steve learned my name and address from the vicar. He came to look me up, but as we did not hit it off very well, we considered it best to live our lives apart, as formerly. That's all." Preless threw his cigarette out of the cab and stared at the horse in a meditative way. "Strange that you should be connected with this case also," he remarked dreamily. The doctor grew red and looked fierce. "What the devil do you mean by that? I have nothing to do with the case. Your brother—" "I have nothing to do with my brother. He and I were born of the same mother, but beyond that we were, seeing he is dead, nothing to one another. If he chooses to kill people and be killed, that is his affair. No one can connect Steve Agstone with Dr. Horace, save the vicar of Burfield in Suffolk, unless you betray me. Not that I care, mark you, Preless. I learned that fable of the old man and his ass very early in life, and never trouble about people and their opinions." "I don't intend to betray you," said Preless coldly, but flushing all over his freckled face. "You can be brother to Satan for all I care. Moreover, I have given confidence for confidence. If I know about your relation to Agstone, you know about the knife's evidence, which I and Shepworth suppressed." "Right, right. Don't get your hair off," said Horace, gripping his companion's knee in a painful manner. "You and I are chums of the wild, old son, and those of that breed don't go back on one another." He released Preless's knee and leaned back thoughtfully. "Of course, it was a shock for me to learn of Agstone's death. Didn't you see it in the morning papers?" "No, I have more to do than to read riff-raff rubbish. You were the first to inform me. Well," Horace leaned his arms on the splashboard calmly, "Steve's gone to see father and mother on the astral plane. I expect he will quarrel with them as usual. They never got on together." Preless suppressed a smile at this odd, unchristian way of viewing death and nodded. "I quite understand why you don't believe Agstone to be guilty," he remarked after a pause. "Meaning that I'm a born fool?" retorted Horace genially. "Make no mistake, old son, if Steve were guilty I should not defend him in any way. But he was too devoted to old Lanwin to murder him. Besides—" The doctor suddenly checked himself. "But that's neither here nor there, my son." "What isn't?" asked Preless alertly. "Never you mind. Ask no questions and you'll be told no lies. Here we are at the door of the Temple of Falsehood. Get out." Prelus alighted with his companion, sorely puzzled to know what this enigmatic remark meant. That Horace knew of something which had to do with the Lanwin case, he was perfectly sure. That the something implicated the late Mr. Agstone, he was also certain. But Prelus knew his friend sufficiently well to be satisfied that he would not explain, unless it appeared to him needful to do so. All that could be done was to trust blindly to the rugged old sinner, and perhaps he would be able to lead those concerned in the case out of the labyrinth of crime. He certainly appeared to hold a clue. Dr. Horace, more brusque and domineering than ever, pushed his way into the crowded court, eliciting comments the reverse of complimentary. Of these, with characteristic cynicism, he took no notice, but secured good places for himself and Prelus. In a few minutes he scribbled a note and sent it to Cudworth, K.C. The counsel read it with a puzzled air, glanced at the writer across the crowded court, and whispered to the usher. Shortly Dr. Horace was requested to go to the lawyer's table, and was soon in deep conversation with the big barrister. While this was taking place, Prelus stared at Miss Chant, who looked weary and sad as she sat in the dock. The strain of her perilous position was beginning to tell upon her, which was scarcely to be wondered at. Again her roving eyes caught sight of Prelus, and again she blushed, this time drawing a corresponding signal from him. Apparently the natures of these two were sympathetic. The case was rapidly drawing to a close, as the witnesses for the prosecution had been examined, and now those for the defense were giving evidence. From a solicitor at his elbow, the young man learned that Cudworth had succeeded in proving the destruction of the will in Mona Chint's favor. This had been done by the production of half-burnt and minutely torn scraps of paper rescued from the grate in the library. These, pieced together, had revealed the mention of the prisoner's name and of the 10,000 a year, and of the love and affection felt by the testator for his niece. As the will could not be found, and it was certain that Sir Oliver had framed no New Testament, the presumption was that the burnt document was the will in question, and despite all efforts the other side could not prove otherwise. This was assuredly a great point in the prisoner's favor, as had she murdered her uncle, she would certainly not have destroyed a deed which made her wealthy. It was with great surprise that Prelus saw Shepworth placed in the witness box to give evidence, since he had left him practically imprisoned in his own flat. Possibly Inspector Burge had received instructions from Scotland Yard on detailing what had happened in Alexander Mansions, to afford the judge and jury the opportunity of seeing how similar the murders of Agstone and his master were to one another. Shepworth was perfectly cheerful and composed, much more so than he had been on the previous day, so apparently he had no fear that his arrest would lead to his conviction. Indeed, he was so clearly innocent that Prelus expected he would be set free after the inquest proceedings on Agstone's body had taken place. Meanwhile he caught his friend's eye and smiled, after which he smiled again encouragingly at Mona. Shepworth's evidence was to the effect that Miss Chint loved her uncle and would never have harmed him in any way. Sir Oliver, in the course of an occult conversation, had referred to a certain herb, he did not give it any name, which when burned produced trances. Apparently when prisoner entered the library to make up her quarrel with Sir Oliver, the baronet had been testing the herb, and the fumes had reduced Miss Chint to an unconscious state. Then Shepworth went on to detail his own experience, and narrated the same story as he had told to Prelus, to the two doctors, and to Inspector Burge. Finally he mentioned that Agstone had re-entered the dining room before returning with the masked lady, holding a knife, As Shepworth naturally was not asked if the knife was concealed in his desk, there was no need for him to commit perjury, which he would have been unwilling to do, even to save the girl he loved. While the barrister was giving his evidence, Lord Preless was called to Cudworth's side and introduced by Dr. Horace. He learned that the counsel wished him to appear as a witness and substantiate Shepworth's story, which the young man was perfectly willing to do. It thus happened that when Shepworth retired, Cudworth examined Preless, and heard from him how Shepworth had been found unconscious, and how many people, including Captain Jadby, had seen him in this helpless state. This evidence induced the recall of Jadby, and he reluctantly swore that the barrister was indeed unable to strike the murderous blow which had slain the old sailor. Both Shepworth and Preless had given evidence as to the finding of the knife under the table by Inspector Burge, and that officer himself next appeared to say how he had picked it up. Mrs. Blexey, Madame Marie Eppingrave, and the 2 Grange servants were then called to depose that the paper cutter with the jade handle, found in the flat by Burge and produced in court, was the same that had lain on Sir Oliver's writing desk in the library, wherein the crime had been committed. Thus the jury, and indeed everyone else, believed that Agstone had murdered his master, and then had brought the knife up to Alexander Mansions, presumably to kill Shepworth. But of course the question as to who had killed Agstone was not touched upon. The final witness was Dr. Horace, and he dealt entirely with the questions of the perfumed smoke alluded to by the prisoner and by Shepworth. Producing a grotesque brown root and several stems covered with purple leaves, more or less withered, the doctor deposed that it was a certain plant growing in Easter Island and nowhere else, so far as he knew. The natives gave it no name, but termed it the sacred herb, and it was used by their priests to induce trances in which the spirit was supposed to leave the body and appear before the gods incarnate, so to speak, in the gigantic statues of the island. Belmain for the prosecution. Did you give any portion of this herb to Sir Oliver Lanwin? Witness emphatically. No. I was acquainted with Sir Oliver in the South Seas, but I never met him in England. We did not get on well together, and were better apart. Belmain. Then how did Sir Oliver become possessed of this herb, which, by your own showing, is to be found only in Easter Island? Witness. I cannot say how Sir Oliver got the herb. Of course he was sailing the South Seas for years, and probably went to Easter Island. If he did, he certainly would have secured a portion of the herb from the native priests, seeing that he took so profound an interest in occult matters. Belmain. Then you think that Sir Oliver was experimenting with the herb when prisoner entered the library? Witness. I think it extremely likely, considering the presence of the white smoke and the tuberose perfume, which is exactly the kind of scent given off by the herb when burnt. The fumes of the herb would choke prisoner in the way she stated, and reduce her to unconsciousness. Belmain significantly. To complete unconsciousness? Witness. I think so, seeing that she was not accustomed to the smoke of the herb. A slight smoke would place anyone in a cataleptic state merely, but a dense smoke would take away all consciousness. It did so apparently in the case of Miss Chint, and although Mr. Shepworth was simply cataleptic at first, the waving of the bronze cup under his nose plunged him into the deeper state. Belmain. How did Agstone become possessed of the herb to burn in Alexander Mansions? Witness. I really cannot tell you. Perhaps he went to Easter Island with his master and got some leaves of the herb, or it might be that, when taking the knife away from the library, he also secured the leaves which were lying on Sir Oliver's desk. Belmayne quickly. How do you know the leaves were there? Witness coolly. I am only surmising. If Lanwin was experimenting with the herb, he must have got out his packet of leaves and roots. I expect, not being used to the herb, he was reduced either to catalepsy or to unconsciousness, and while thus helpless was murdered. Belmayne. By Steve Agstone? Witness. I am not prepared to say. Very dryly. A very improper question, rebuked the judge, and Belmayne sat down feeling that he had not scored off this rugged witness. Before Dr. Horace left the witness box, the judge, prompted by the foreman of the jury, requested him to burn some leaves of the herb at once. But do not reduce us to a state of catalepsy, said the judge, with a smile. We have to finish our business, you know. A china plate was brought, and on this Horace gravely laid 2 or 3 leaves of the sacred herb. On applying a match, a thick curl of pungent white smoke arose, like a summer cloud, and the odor of tuberoses was perceptibly indicated in the heavy atmosphere of the court. Prelus, who was standing near the witness box, and so smelt the perfume very strongly, suddenly felt sick and swiftly pushed his way into the fresh air. He was inclined to faint, being susceptible to odors, and but that a good Samaritan addicted to alcohol had produced a flask of brandy, he would have become unconscious. When quite restored, he thought how very powerful the herb was, when even so slight a breath of the smoke could muddle his senses. No wonder that Miss Chint and Sir Oliver and Shepworth had become unconscious when the full power of the burning purple leaves was poured through the rooms. Prelus did not feel inclined to re-enter the court, and sat outside in the vestibule, smoking a cigarette. Here he was joined by Captain Jadby, which rather surprised the young man, as he thought that the sailor's love for Mona Chint would have kept him in the court. Also, Prelus was surprised when Jadby approached him in quite a friendly way and with an apology. I hope you have forgiven me for my rudeness last night, Lord Prelus, was his ingratiating remark. I never gave it another thought, retorted Prelus brusquely. Pray do not apologize again. You did so last night. Thank you, said Jadby, smiling all over his smooth feline face. I am glad that you take it in such a spirit. By the way, I never knew that you were acquainted with Dr. Horace. Prelus stared at this impertinent remark. Very probably, he said stiffly. But then you know nothing about me. I know that you went to Easter Island, Lord Prelus. I heard of your visit when I went there myself. Oh, said Prelus alertly. Then you visited the island also. I have just said so, rejoined Jadby coolly. But I did not bring away any of the herb, if that is what you mean. It is not what I mean, said the other, wondering why Jadby should say such a thing. I don't accuse you of murdering Sir Oliver, even though you inherit the property. He was thus pointed and rude to get rid of the smiling man before him, as he felt the same antipathy to Jadby as he would have done to a cat, the one animal which Prelus could not endure. But the sailor was not at all annoyed, or if he was, did not show it. Rather did he smile in a very satisfied way. Yes, I do inherit the property, he remarked, and there is a good reason why I should. Really, observed Prelus, considering what the reason might be, but unwilling to ask. Yes, really, retorted the captain, still smiling. Of course I am sorry for Miss Chint, but when she marries me all will be well. You forget, sir, she marries Mr. Shepworth. They are engaged, replied Jadby with a shrug, but I do not think they will ever be married. Mrs. Rover. Preless interrupted imperiously. "What do you mean by mentioning Mrs. Rover's name in this connection?" he demanded, flushing. "Oh," said Jadby with his hateful smile, "I understood that you and Mr. Shepworth were intimate friends. Good day." And before Preless could stop him, Captain Jadby had vanished amidst the crowd, leaving, like the wasp he was, a sting behind him. Preless frowned. He recollected Shepworth's blush, Lady Sophia's remarks, and now considered Captain Jadby's hint. It would seem that his friend was either in love with Mrs. Dolly Rover or was entangled in some way. If that was the case, he could not possibly love Mona. And if he did not— Preless's face grew crimson, and his eyes brightened. Then he shook himself free of the thought. Jadby was implying that Shepworth was behaving dishonorably, and Preless could not bring himself to believe that such was the case. He had known Ned too long to doubt him. All the same, he felt that an explanation would clear the air, and concluded to ask Shepworth for one as delicately as possible. Upon that explanation would depend his future movements. Lord Preless walked up and down the vestibule, musing on Mona, on her perilous position, on Shepworth's possible entanglement with Mrs. Rover, late Miss Constance Newton, and on the enigmatic hints of Dr. Horace dealing with the mysterious cases in which friendship had involved him. Thus thinking, he lost all note of time, and it was only when a court official came to turn on the electrics that he became aware of the passing of time. Glancing at his watch, he found that it was several hours since he had left the court, and he determined to enter again and hear the speeches of the counsel for the defense and prosecution. But just as he turned in the direction of the court, he heard a cheer, and an excited throng of people poured out. In 2 minutes, Preless was in possession of the news, and learned that Mona Chint had been acquitted. She was free. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Horace's warning. When London was made acquainted with the verdict, the majority of people were satisfied that justice had been done. Miss Chint's behavior while in the dock, the open sympathy of the Grange servants, the occurrence of the second murder, so similar in all respects to the first, and the evidence of Horace with regard to the anesthetic properties of the sacred herb of Easter Island, went far to enlist the public in favor of the accused girl. Perhaps, also, her youth and brilliant beauty had something to do with the loudly expressed pleasure of those who read in the newspapers that she had been set free. Of course, there were the usual malcontents, who agreed with no one, and wrote to the journal stating that the verdict was wrong. A communication to The Daily Telegraph insisted that Miss Chint must have lied, declaring that she fell senseless while unfastening the window for fresh air. If it had been the case, Captain Jadby would have found her lying near the window, whereas she was discovered in the armchair near the fire, some distance away. But a supporter of the late prisoner replied to this by pointing out that the murderer of Sir Oliver undoubtedly had picked up the girl while she was insensible and placed her in the chair. The first correspondent retorted that Sir Oliver was dead, and his murderer conspicuous by his absence when Miss Chint entered the library, and so could not have shifted her from the floor onto the chair. To this the defending writer wrote that there was no proof of Sir Oliver being dead when Miss Chint entered, as it was apparent that the fumes of the herb had drugged him into insensibility, and therefore the murderer must have entered later to kill the baronet, and remove his niece from the place where she fell, by her own showing, to the chair in which she was discovered by Captain Jadby. And so the war of letter writing went on, and although Mona was free from the danger of hanging, her character was still stained, in the opinion of some people, with the blood of her uncle. Preless was furious when he read this correspondence, but on the face of it did not see how he could defend Mona, since he had no evidence to bring forward in her favor. On the testimony of the knife, it was generally considered that Agstone had murdered his master and then had come to Alexander Mansions to kill the barrister. But of course both Shepworth and his friend, knowing the true story of how the knife came into Agstone's possession, were by no means certain that the old sailor was guilty. The mystery of Sir Oliver's death was no longer one to the public, as everyone had been misled by the suppression of the evidence dealing with the knife, but it continued to be one to those who had suppressed that same evidence. But of one thing Lord Preless was certain, namely, that Mona's character would have to be completely cleared by the discovery of the real criminal. With this idea in his mind, he went next day to Alexander Mansions, and learned, somewhat to his surprise, that Shepworth was within. Inspector Burge informed him of this at a chance meeting on the stairs, and affably told the constable guarding the door of number 40 that Lord Preless was to be admitted to see the prisoner. "Not that he is a prisoner," said Burge, nodding. "We are merely detaining Mr. Shepworth until the inquest is held on the body of Agstone." "When does the inquest take place?" asked Preless, lingering to ask necessary questions. "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the Greyhound Hotel, Kensington. Beyond the fact that the jury will bring in a verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown, I don't think that we, the police, that is, my lord, can give any evidence to indicate the assassin of Agstone." "Then why accuse Mr. Shepworth?" "I don't accuse him." "If you don't, why arrest him?" "It is best to be on the safe side," said Burge dryly, "and notwithstanding what Mr. Shepworth may have written to you, my lord, the arrest has not taken place. He is merely detained, pending the inquest." "And under suspicion?" flashed out Preless loyally. The inspector shrugged his square shoulders. "If you like to put it in that way," he said indifferently. "But it is absurd to suspect Mr. Shepworth," cried Preless excitedly. "Many people saw him insensible, in the same way that Miss Chint was insensible. If she is guiltless, and a competent jury have acquitted her, Mr. Shepworth also must be innocent. The evidence of Dr. Horace—" "Quite so, my lord," interrupted Burge with a rather bored air. "But all that will be discussed at the inquest. We need not enter into it now, considering we have insufficient premises to go upon. If anyone murdered Agstone, which they certainly did, since no man can stab himself in the back—" "It must have been the lady seen by Mr. Shepworth," finished Preless. That might have been a hallucination." "And the moon might be made of cream cheese," reported Preless heatedly. "It may be," assented Burge gravely. "I know no reason to the contrary, my lord. But this talk leads to nothing, and I am very busy. Go in and see your friend. You will find Dr. Horace with him." "Dr. Horace?" echoed the young man, staring. Inspector Burge nodded. "So you may guess that, when thus permitted to see his friends, Mr. Shepworth is not a legitimate prisoner. By the way," added Burge formally as he took his leave, "I am delighted that Miss Chint has been acquitted." "Of course. She is innocent." "Entirely innocent, in my opinion, and very beautiful also. Mr. Shepworth is a lucky man, my lord. Good day." The inspector descended the stairs, leaving Preless somewhat puzzled. The young man could not quite determine whether Burge believed Shepworth to be innocent or guilty. At one time he said one thing, again he hinted at another. However, it was useless to ponder over the enigma, so Preless entered the flat, after a word or two with the uniformed Cerberus who guarded the door, and was conducted by a somewhat pale parlor maid to the library. Here he found Dr. Horace, looking more uncivilized than ever, in deep conversation with Ned. The latter sprang up when his friend entered. Shepworth had lost some of his ruddy color, and his eyes had dark circles under them. Otherwise, he appeared to be quite composed and not at all like a man accused of a serious crime. And in spite of Burge's protestations, Preless believed that the inspector did so accuse him, mentally at all events. "You are just in time, Preless," cried Shepworth, grasping the newcomer's hand warmly. "In addition to the mysteries of these murders, we have another to solve in the person of our friend here." "There's no mystery about me," said Horace gruffly. "I merely advise you to leave matters as they stand." Preless looked as astonished as Shepworth. "But I say," he cried, "you wanted to take a hand in the game yourself, Horace." "I have taken a hand," retorted the doctor coolly, "and I have won. My aim was to save Miss Trent from being unjustly convicted. For whomsoever murdered Lanwin, I am convinced that she is innocent. As she is now free, and the prevailing opinion seems to be that Agstone is guilty, why stir up muddy water and waken sleeping dogs?" "You forget," said Shepworth rather tartly, "that I have to be cleared myself. Burge says that I am innocent, but the fact that he has practically arrested me proves that he thinks the contrary." Horace, who was smoking his ungainly German pipe, shook his shaggy head vigorously. "When the inquest takes place, you will be discharged without a stain on your character. That being the case, my advice to you is a speedy marriage with Miss Trent, who is also free. Don't bother your head further about these two murders." When Horace mentioned marriage with Mona so pointedly, Preless darted a side glance at his chum, bearing in mind the hints of Captain Jadby and Lady Sophia. As he expected, Shepworth colored and looked confused. "At present I am not rich enough to marry Mona," he said in a halting way, "and by the burning of the will she loses the property." Horace chuckled silently. "Which goes to Captain Jadby?" "Yes. The earlier will comes into force now that the latter one has been destroyed." "In that case," observed Horace, complacently puffing at his pipe, "I should advise her to marry Captain Jadby." Shepworth, still looking uneasy, went to stare out of the window, and it was Preless who replied, "I'm hanged if she'll do that." "Why not?" inquired the doctor with a keen glance. "Jadby has the money by Shepworth's showing. He isn't bad looking, and he loves her devotedly. Also, it was Sir Oliver's wish." "Jadby's a caddish ruffian," cried Preless warmly and with a sudden access of color. "We don't know where he comes from or—" "From the South Seas, my old son." "Or who he is," continued Preless impetuously. "It would be a shame that so delightful a girl should marry a shady buccaneer. Ned, you are engaged to Miss Trent. Why don't you speak?" "There is nothing to say," replied the barrister somewhat coldly. "If Miss Trent will take me, a pauper as I am, I shall only be too charmed to make her my wife." Preless raised his eyebrows. A conviction was forcing itself upon him that Ned had no real love for the girl. But if that was the case, why had he become engaged to her? Why had he so vigorously defended her of late? Then there was Mrs. Dolly Rover, but Preless knew nothing about that mysterious lady, as he had not seen her since returning to London. He had half a mind then and there to demand an explanation from Ned, but the presence of Dr. Horace restrained him, and with an afterthought of wisdom, he determined to interview Mrs. Rover herself before coming to an understanding with the barrister. As it was therefore unnecessary to pursue the subject, and as already Horace was asking him mutely why he should take such an interest in an engaged young lady, Preless changed the subject by an attack on the doctor himself. "I can't understand why you should wish to abandon the search into these cases when you were so keen yesterday to run the show on your own?" Horace quite understood the slang of the concluding remark. "I merely quoted a proverb about letting sleeping dogs lie," he said coolly. "Why? Are you afraid for a certain person?" questioned Preless, meaning Agstone and the listener's relationship with Agstone. "Oh, no," retorted the doctor, quite aware of what Preless was referring to. "The person you hint at is dead, and everyone believes him guilty of the first murder. It doesn't matter who killed him, as Shepworth here is sure to be acquitted. I don't care a damn one way or the other, as you will respect my confidence." "What confidence?" asked the barrister suddenly. "One that I made to Preless here," said the doctor dryly. Then heaving up his squat figure from the armchair, he waddled towards the door. There he paused and addressed himself to Preless. "If you go on prying into this matter," he said with an uplifted finger, "you will be very, very sorry, my son." "What do you mean?" "Gammon and spinach," said Horace, again enigmatic, and hurled himself out of the room, still smoking his unwieldy pipe. The two young men stared at one another. "Is he mad?" asked Shepworth. "Mad like Hamlet, south-southwest," rejoined the other in a vexed tone, "unless he is in league with that Jadby bounder whom he knew in the South Seas. I don't know what he means by backing out." "But surely you don't suspect Jadby?" asked Ned, startled. "Why not? He was at Mrs. Rover's ball." "Nonsense! She doesn't know him." "Remember the jewel robberies," said Preless dryly. "A great number of people unknown to host or hostess were at that ball." "But Jadby?" Shepworth bit his fingers perplexedly. "You can't suspect him. He came and saw me, and then went away. It was a woman whom Agstone brought in. She must have killed Agstone." Preless shrugged his shoulders and sauntered about the room. "Perhaps," he remarked carelessly, sauntering about the room. "I certainly have no reason to suspect Jadby, save that he was at the ball." "How do you know?" "He was one of the crowd that rushed in to see you insensible, and he wore a domino and mask, as did the rest of them." "Then how did you spot him?" "He unmasked." "That shows his innocence," declared Shepworth quickly, "for if he had come to the ball to slip down and murder Agstone, he would not have revealed himself." "Hmm. Perhaps not." Preless threw himself into a chair. "However, I shall keep an eye on Jadby." "Then you are still searching into the case?" "Into both cases," corrected the other, lighting a cigar. "I want to learn who killed Lanwin, and who murdered Agstone." "Out of friendship for me?" cried Shepworth, grasping his chum's hand. "You are a brick, Dory." Preless returned the grasp, but blushed a trifle. He knew that love for Mona prompted the desire to search as much as friendship for the man before him. If he could only understand Shepworth's attitude towards the girl and towards Mrs. Rover. Again it was on the tip of his tongue to ask a leading question, but he suppressed the desire, and kept to his earlier resolution to see the lady in the flat overhead. "By the way," said Preless carelessly, "have you seen Miss Trent?" "No," answered Shepworth rather ruefully. "I wish I could have seen her, but Burge hurried me away from the court to keep me as a kind of state prisoner here. However, Mona wrote me a short note thanking me for all I had done, and said that she was going down to Lanwin Grange. But if it belongs to Jadby—" "The will isn't proved yet," interrupted the barrister quickly, "and until it is, Mr. Mortiban thinks Mona should stop at the Grange." "Mr. Mortiban?" "The late Sir Oliver's lawyer, a kind, clever old chap. He has taken Mona down to the Grange, and Mrs. Blexey, who is devoted to her, will look after the poor girl until I am free to visit her." "You'll go down, of course?" said Preless nervously. "Oh, yes, as soon as the inquest is over and Burge sets me free. I do not see how I can be arrested, but meanwhile, Dorry, you could do me a great favor." Preless raised his eyes. "What is that?" "Go down at once to Hyde and see Mona." "But I don't know her," said Preless, taken aback, although his face grew hot and his heart bounded at the idea of meeting this adorable girl, with whom he now knew himself to be in love. "I'll give you a card of introduction. Tell her that I'm all right and will be down as soon as I can." "All right," assented Preless, feeling a guilty joy in thus yielding to a delightful temptation. "But the case?" "That can look after itself until the inquest is over. Then, when I have seen Mona and her future is settled by Martaban, her living and income and all that, I mean, we can look into matters. I am as keen as you are to get at the truth of these two murders, Dorry. We can dispense with Horace." "I wish I knew exactly why he backed out," muttered Preless thoughtfully. "It is so unlike Horace to jib." "Perhaps he has something to do with the matter himself, seeing that he possessed the sacred herb," said Shepworth jocularly. "Nonsense! Horace would kill one man and a dozen men in fair fight, but he's not the chap to stick anyone in the back. By the way, tell me one thing, Ned. This lady who came in with Agstone and waved the cup under your nose to make you insensible, she wore a green mask, you said?" "Yes, and a green domino also." Preless nodded. "Did you catch a glimpse of her frock by any chance? Or did your senses fail you?" "They did not fail me too quickly. I did see her frock. It was a white dress with thin lines of red running horizontally across it." "Many lines?" asked Preless breathlessly. "It seemed to be ruled like a page of music," said Shepworth. "Why, what is the matter?" "Matter?" echoed Preless, who had risen and was dancing round the room like a schoolboy. "What you say gives me a clue. I saw that dress at the ball. The lady who wore it was scented with tuberoses." "With tuberoses?" "Or with the sacred herb. I must find out who she is." "How can you?" "I don't know. I can't say, but if we can find her we may learn if she killed Agstone and why she did it. That discovery will lead to learning who murdered Lanwin. It is the beginning of the end." "Give up the case, indeed!" cried Preless exultantly. "Why, it's the only thing that renders life in London bearable." "But do you think that this lady is guilty?" asked Shepworth doubtfully. "Of course I do. Otherwise, why should she be scented with the perfume of the sacred herb, which has to do with both crimes?" Shepworth shook his head, unable to answer this question. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Dolly Rover. Shortly after the reference to the unknown lady, Lord Preless took a hasty leave. There was nothing more to be said, as matters up to date had been threshed out thoroughly between them. Until the inquest had been held on the body of Agstone, and Shepworth's immediate future was decided, no move could be made towards elucidating the mysteries. Moreover, Preless was mortally afraid lest Shepworth should alter his mind about making him ambassador to Miss Trent at Hyde. Strong-willed as the young man was, when he chose to exercise that same will, he could not deny himself the pleasure of being in Mona's company, if only for 10 minutes. Besides, he very much wished to learn if she truly loved Ned, for by this time he felt sure that Ned had no very deep affection for her. In his hurry to catch a train to Hyde, Preless quite forgot his determination to see Mrs. Rover, and learn how matters stood between her and the barrister. But the powers that direct the actions of men, and the lives that are made by such actions brought about a meeting with the lady almost immediately. After shaking hands with the pseudo-prisoner, Preless left the flat to find Mrs. Rover arguing vehemently with the constable posted at the outer door. She wished to enter and see Shepworth. The constable, pursuant to strict orders, was trying to point out that his duty lay in stopping her, a point which Mrs. Rover obstinately refused to see. "I wish to enter," she kept repeating. "It is necessary that I should see Mr. Shepworth and—" "Will I do instead?" said Preless, suddenly appearing at the open door. "Dorry!" cried Mrs. Rover, giving him the pet name of his youth. "What are you doing here?" "I am talking to you," said the young man, shaking hands. "But just now I have been chatting with Ned." "Then why can't I chat with him also?" demanded the lady. Preless shrugged his shoulders. "Ned is allowed to see no one unless Inspector Burge gives permission." "What rubbish! Let me go in." And Mrs. Rover, in a flaming temper, tried to push past the policeman. "You can't, ma'am," he said firmly and respectfully, adding to the pale parlor maid, who still lingered out of sheer curiosity, "Close that door straight away." "I'll report you," cried Mrs. Rover, when she saw the door practically banged in her angry face. "All right, ma'am, but duty is duty." "Constance, Constance," whispered Preless, touching her arm, "don't make an exhibition of yourself before the servants. The man is only doing his duty. Come upstairs and we can have a chat." "What about?" demanded Mrs. Rover swiftly, and Preless saw, or thought he saw, a glint of fear in her eyes. "Well," he answered, smiling, "I have not had an opportunity of talking to you since I returned to town, so it is natural that I should wish for a short conversation." Mrs. Rover, who apparently was an extremely obstinate woman, paused irresolutely, looking at the stolid policeman with a battle light in her eyes. But the constable met her gaze firmly, so finding that feminine persistence could do nothing in the face of an official barrier, she turned away, biting her lip. "Come upstairs, Dorry," she said, beginning to ascend. "I can do nothing with that fool." Preless smiled at this Parthian arrow and slipped a florin into the constable's hand to pacify him for the parting insult. Then he ran up after the lady and reached her on the next landing. "You ought to be pleased, Constance," he said slyly. "You've had the last word." "I should like to have had the last half dozen," she retorted, putting a Yale latched key into the lock. "I think that you have even achieved that," replied Preless dryly. "It is extraordinary that women never will learn that the law is stronger than sheer temper." "I am not in a temper," snapped Mrs. Rover, sweeping into her flat. "I never was calmer in my life. Never, never, never." "I am quite content to believe that," said her companion acidly, for as Constance Newton, Mrs. Rover had not been noted for imperturbability. It was all the better, in Preless's opinion, that her temperament should be thus fiery, as he would discover from her rash tongue much that a more cautious and composed woman would withhold. Moreover, Constance and her visitor had been friends for many a long year, witness her calling him Dorry, and she was accustomed to speak frankly to him about her troubles. Had Preless been in England when the stockbroker was courting the lady, it is doubtful if Constance would ever have become Mrs. Rover, and Preless strongly suspected that Mr. Rover found Ned Shepworth an inconvenient third in his marriage state. "You are looking very well, Constance," said Preless, when the two were seated in the drawing room, which was more gorgeous than artistic. "I'm not well, then. I'm nearly worried to death." "So sorry. Tell me all about it." "I'll do nothing of the sort." "I beg your pardon. Let us chat about the weather." "Do you think that I have time to waste in discussing barometers?" She rose impetuously. "Don't know, I'm sure," replied Preless, keeping his temper admirably. "Well, then, I haven't." "Would it do any good if I gave you a thorough shaking?" "Yes, it would. If Dolly shook me, I should respect him, but he lets me lead him the life of a dog and doesn't even bark, much less bite." "I see you prefer a bulldog to a poodle." "Ned isn't a—" Mrs. Rover stopped in the center of the room, grew red, and could have bitten out her tongue for so incautious a speech. "What rubbish you talk," she said, trying to smile carelessly. Preless looked at her gravely. "I hope you are talking rubbish, too." "I wish I were dead and buried," whispered Mrs. Rover, and once more sat down to burst into violent tears. Expert in the handling of the sex, Preless knew better than to offer a single word of consolation. He lay back in his chair, quietly watching the progress of the storm. Mrs. Rover was going through the usual program of upset woman. She had raged, now she wept, and would shortly be offering an apology for her conduct on the plea of nerves. Constance had certainly grown into a handsome woman. When Preless had left England 7 years before, she was merely a schoolgirl, very gawky and very awkward. Now she appeared tall, majestic, and beautiful after the voluptuous style of Juno, Queen of Olympus. Her hair and eyes were dark, her features delicate and regular, and her figure was finely formed, even if a trifle inclined to stoutness, as it assuredly was. Preless had somewhere seen an old print of Catherine II of Russia, and it struck him that Mrs. Rover greatly resembled the Empress, although she was undeniably a more lovely woman. It was unfortunate that her face should have been marred by a sullen expression, hinting at a superlatively bad temper. But many people, unobservant as most people are, never noted this defect. They only saw before their ravished eyes a handsome, well-bred, graceful woman, perfectly dressed and quite able to hold her own in the most exacting society. Yes, Constance had improved greatly, Preless admitted that. But he wished to find out if she possessed the same beauty of character as of person. From what he had heard and what he had seen, he had grave doubts on this point. "Pray excuse me," said Mrs. Rover, offering the expected social apology in a faint voice. "I'm rather upset. My nerves are out of order. The season has been trying, and then that horrid ball bowled me over, with its robberies and murders, not to speak of Dolly, who is, oh, I don't know what he is." "Do you think it is good taste to discuss your husband with me?" asked Preless rather tartly. "You are the only true friend I have in the world, Dory." "Then you have made no acquaintances since I left England 7 years ago, Constance?" "Oh, acquaintances?" she echoed contemptuously, rolling her damp handkerchief into a ball. "I have hundreds of these, but a friend, oh, Dory, there isn't a single person I'd trust with a shoelace." "He or she would not thank you if you did," replied Preless, smiling. "A shoelace is not good security for anything." "That's just it," wailed Mrs. Rover, dabbing her red eyes with the handkerchief. "People like one for what they can get out of one. But there isn't a soul to help me. Poor me!" "Won't Ned?" asked her companion very deliberately. Mrs. Rover darted a keen glance at him and rose to alter the position of her hat in front of the mirror over the fireplace. Preless knew quite well that she was watching him in the mirror, and carefully smoothed all expression out of his good-humored face. "Ned!" repeated Mrs. Rover, patting her hair back. "Oh, yes, Ned, of course. Do you think they will hang him?" she demanded, wheeling round, rather white and breathing hard. "Good heavens, no. What put that into your head?" "He isn't allowed to see me. The arrest—" "Ned hasn't been arrested. The fact that he was seen insensible by heaps of people proves his innocence. Burge is simply detaining him as a necessary witness, although I admit that Burge is taking a somewhat high hand in the matter. Don't bother your head about Ned, Constance. He'll soon be free to marry that girl."
Mona Chint. Mrs. Rover clenched her hands and breathed still harder, while Preless anxiously watched the effect of his deliberate introduction of the name. "Oh, yes." She went off into a meaningless trill of laughter. "She's free, isn't she? Lucky girl, for I quite believe that she killed her uncle." "Why do you believe that?" demanded Preless. "Everyone says so." "Everyone does not say so. The majority of people think that the verdict is a just one. I do myself." "Do you know her?" "No. What has that to do with it?" "You won't like her when you do know her," said Mrs. Rover spitefully. "She's a horrid girl. I never liked her." "That's a pity. You won't be able to visit Ned's wife." "She isn't his wife yet," breathed Mrs. Rover, trying to keep her temper in check. "Perhaps she never will be." "Oh," Preless spoke with calculated daring and cruelty. "Do you then think that Mr. Rover will die?" "You coward, you!" she broke off. "What do you mean by that?" "I would rather you explained, Constance." "I have nothing to explain. Did you come here to insult me?" "Of course," replied Preless, rising. "And now that I have done so, I may as well take my leave." She seized him by the lapels of his coat before he could reach the door. "Don't go, don't go," she panted. "I do so want a friend. I'll tell you all. You shall know everything." "If it is against your husband, I shan't listen." "You shall. Sit down and hear what I have to say." Preless was a strong young man, but for the moment her feminine strength prevailed, and he found himself forced into his former seat. "I wouldn't say what I'm going to say to everyone," panted Mrs. Rover, who was very strongly moved. "But even though we have been apart for so many years, I still regard you as my best friend. You and I were boy and girl together. Dory, you remember." "Ned also," interposed Preless pointedly. "Yes, yes, of course, I always loved Ned." "Constance, what are you saying?" She rose and beat her hands together. "The truth, the truth. I liked you, Dory. I always liked you. But I love Ned, and I shall love him until I die." She looked like a tragedy queen. Preless grew impatient, being a very matter-of-fact young man. "Don't be melodramatic, Constance. Sit down and explain quietly." With that wonderful adaptability of women at which man never ceases to marvel, Mrs. Rover sat down and composed herself with a violent effort. When next she spoke, it was in so cold and icy a tone that Preless, had his eyes been closed, could have sworn that another person had joined in the dialogue. "You know that my father, the general, was not rich, and that my mother was extravagant. I was the only child, and my parents wished me to make a wealthy marriage, so that their affairs might be put right. That is, my mother wished it, for my father, dear old man, desired me to consult my own heart. I did, and it told me to marry Ned. We were half engaged. My father was willing in spite of his difficulties, but my mother would not consent. Ned was poor, you know. He had only 500 a year of his own, and has not yet made a success at the bar. Then Dolly Rover came along." She stopped and bit her lip, while her hands moved restlessly, as though boxing her husband's ears. "What about, Mr. Rover?" asked Preless soothingly. Then the natural woman came out, and she rose in a rage. "I hate Dolly like poison!" she cried, pacing up and down the room, twisting her hands together. "He's a horrid, sneaky little cur who—" "Don't abuse your husband, Constance," interrupted Preless impatiently. "It does no good. You married him of your own free will." "I did nothing of the sort. I married him to save my father from going through the bankruptcy court. It would have broken his heart, dear old father, and he would have died.
Dolly knew that I hated him and that I loved Ned, but he demanded his price, like the mean dog that he is. My mother was on his side too, and I could not bear to see my father suffer. I parted with Ned and married Dolly. That is, I sold myself, on condition that father's debts were paid. I kept to my part of the bargain. And didn't your husband keep to his? No, Mrs. Rover stamped violently. He paid a portion of the debts, enough to avert bankruptcy merely. But he left father the worry, and of that worry father died. My mother has married again, a rich man, so she is happy. And here I am tied to Dolly. Ugh, the name! While my heart is breaking for Ned. It is a hard case, said Preless, sorry for the miserable woman. Still, your self-respect, Constance. That is right. Preach, preach, preach. So like a man, she mocked. I have kept my self-respect, as you term it. I am a good wife to Dolly, although I detest him. I have never said a word against him to anyone, and I wouldn't to you, but that I must speak or suffocate. I can trust you, Dorry, and you understand how I feel and what I feel. I love Ned. I want to marry Ned. And here I'm tied to... Preless interrupted. It is hard on you, Constance, I admit, he said. But you must make the best of it. You say that you lead your husband the life of a dog? Of a pet dog, of a poodle. He's so meek and mild and sneaky that I can't respect him. He merely snickers when I grow angry, and chuckles how he got the best of me over the marriage by not paying all father's debts. Oh, what is the use of talking? I love Ned, and Ned loves me. Preless jumped up. I can't believe that, he declared, growing angry, for Ned is engaged to Miss Chent. If he loves you, why is he... Don't ask questions, interrupted Mrs. Rover angrily, or if you must ask them, go to Ned, or better still, to Mona Chent herself. What can I ask Miss Chent? Demanded Preless sharply. It's a very warm weather, mocked Mrs. Rover, and I think there will be a thunderstorm. The young man looked at her and saw her mouth set obstinately. He knew as well as if she had spoken that there was nothing more to be got out of her for the time being. But what she had said made him all the more determined to see Miss Chent and learn the truth about the engagement to Shepworth. Meanwhile, he took the wind out of Mrs. Rover's sails by falling in with her humor. It will be a good thing if it does thunder and rain, he remarked, glancing out of the window. It will clear the air. Mrs. Rover looked as though she would have struck him, but unable to parry his thrust, threw herself sulkily on the sofa. Preless took up hat and gloves to depart, but halted at the door with premeditated craft. A sudden thought had struck him. Constance, he said in a natural tone, I am in love. Indeed, she said indifferently. Yes, with a lady who was at your ball. The remark made her rouse herself, and she sat up with a look of curiosity. Who is she? I want you to tell me that. I could not see her face and very little of her figure, owing to the domino, but she seemed to be so charming when we talked together. This was a lie to gain information, that I quite lost my heart. It's easy lost, said Mrs. Rover, curling her lip. The woman may be as ugly as sin under her mask. How was she dressed? In a green mask and domino. Mrs. Rover stiffened, and with a white dress streaked with lines of red velvet. Why do you laugh? He asked, for Mrs. Rover was trying to suppress her mirth. Why? She cried, shaking with merriment. Because I wore that dress and mask and domino. You? Preless looked horrified. Yes. Why do you look at me like that? You? Prelis back to the door in silent horror. He could not trust himself to speak, and finally disappeared, leaving Mrs. Rover petrified with amazement, perhaps with dread. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lanwin Grange. In the exercise of his profession, a legitimate detective would have waited to question Mrs. Rover. Since she had said so much, he would have forced her to say all, in order to get at the truth as speedily as possible. But Lord Prelis was new to the business, and his emotions were not entirely under control. On leaving Alexander Mansions, he felt that he was in possession of a most dangerous and perilous secret, the publication of which would cause even a greater sensation than that produced by the crimes themselves. The shock of learning that Mrs. Rover was the woman who had been brought by Agstone into number 40 was very great, and quite confused Prelis's usual strong brain. He did not dare to call again on Shepworth, lest he should say too much. It will be seen that Prelis, being an untrained detective, jumped somewhat hastily to a conclusion. Mrs. Rover had admitted that she wore the dress, the mask, and the domino which Shepworth had seen on the unknown lady, but Constance did not know that Ned had so described her appearance, and if she had, would probably not have admitted that she had assumed such a costume at her ball mask. But the mere fact that, even in ignorance of Shepworth's description, she had, as the saying goes, given herself away, should have proved to Lord Prelis that she could not be guilty. Had Mrs. Rover entered number 40 in Agstone's company, and had she struck the blow, she assuredly would not have incriminated herself so unthinkingly. Rather would she have denied that the frock mentioned by Prelis belonged to her. After the first shock, and while Prelis was in the train going to Hyde, he began to revise his earlier opinion on the above-mentioned grounds. His common sense came to his aid, and told him that, if guilty, Mrs. Rover would not have confessed even to a half-truth. Certainly, had she not done so, her maid, knowing what dress her mistress wore at the ball, might have blurted out the secret. But then, so far as the world knew, no inquiry would have been made about the wearer of that especial frock. Of course, assuming that in a thoughtless moment Mrs. Rover had foolishly confessed the truth, Prelis could find a motive for her behavior in committing the crime. It might be that Agstone wished to kill Ned, and that Mrs. Rover, to save the life of the man she loved, had struck down the sailor unawares. Having committed the deed, she could easily slip back to her own flat and mingle with the massed crowd. But then again, as Prelis further argued while the train drew near to the coast, Mrs. Rover must have known that in murdering Agstone she was not only securing the freedom of Mona Chint, whom she hated, but also was placing her lover in a dangerous position. Agstone was a necessary witness for the prosecution, whom Shepworth of all men did not wish to see placed in the box. So the supposition would be, were the man found dead in number 40, that Shepworth had killed him to save Mona Chint. As a matter of fact, this is exactly what had taken place, and in saving Ned from the sailor's knife, Mrs. Rover, always presuming that she was guilty, had simply condemned her lover to a death on the scaffold. But that Prelis had been clever enough to admit the crowd of guests so that all might see the barrister's helpless position, it is certain that the man would have been arrested and probably sentenced to death, since it would have been extraordinarily difficult for him to clear his character in the face of circumstances. Therefore, on these assumptions, for that they were and no more,
Preless, after much reflection, decided that Mrs. Rover was innocent. Finally, the young man recollected that a woman dressed as described by Ned, in the costume which Mrs. Rover confessed to wearing, had passed down the stairs while he was waiting for entrance to number 40, and immediately before the discovery of the crime. She could scarcely have been Mrs. Rover, for as that lady could have easily proved an alibi by returning to her guests and casually unmasking at the right moment, it would have been useless for her to leave the mansions. Of course, the lady, whether Mrs. Rover or a stranger, certainly might have followed Preless down to the door, knowing that he would be certain to discover the tragedy, and might merely have descended to return to the ballroom overhead when the young man entered Shepworth's flat. But then again, the person in question could not have known that Preless, masked and unknown, was going to enter number 40, so there would be no reason to track him there. And to conclude, the murderess, if a woman was guilty, must have known that Shepworth, being in a cataleptic state, must have seen and remembered her very peculiar frock. On the whole, Preless arrived at certain conclusions, by no means inimical to Mrs. Rover, by the time he alighted at Hyde Station. He believed that Constance was innocent for 4 reasons. Firstly, if guilty, she would not have confessed to wearing the dress, since such a confession would necessarily lead to her detection. Secondly, by killing Agstone, she would not only have placed Shepworth in a dangerous position, but by getting rid of an inconvenient witness would have enabled Mona to escape possible condemnation. Thirdly, she would not have followed an unknown man, as Preless was by reason of his mask and domino, down the stairs with the intention of seeing what took place. Fourth, and lastly, she would not have sought safety in an incriminating flight, as the similarly dressed woman on the stairs apparently had, when she would have been much safer in her own ballroom and amongst her own guests. Only by such a course could she have provided an alibi. No, Mrs. Rover, in spite of her startling admission, was innocent, and the sole conclusion that Preless could arrive at was the existence of a double, outwardly at all events. He remembered the extraordinary ubiquity of the green domino in the red-streaked white dress, and decided very naturally that there was another woman in the field. But what woman possessed a motive sufficiently strong to urge her to murder Agstone? As Preless felt quite worn out with arguing in Mrs. Rover's defense, he decided to leave the answering of this new question to the propitious moment when further evidence might reveal the identity of the unknown lady. Meanwhile, on arriving at Hyde, he rested himself at a quiet hotel and soothed his troubled brain with an hour's necessary sleep. Later on, after an invigorating bath and an excellent dinner, he started to walk towards Lanwin Grange. It was summer, and romance was in the air. At least Preless scented its presence by some sixth sense. He was going to see the girl he loved, the girl with whom he had not as yet exchanged a single word. Therefore, although past the peacock age, he was particularly attentive to his appearance when assuming his evening clothes. As he strolled inland along the leafy lanes, through the July warmth of the twilight, this somewhat premature wooer looked as comely and well-groomed a swain as any damsel not demanding an Apollo could desire. And it was a great proof of Preless's infatuation that in looking forward to meeting Mona, he almost forgot that he was merely the emissary of the man to whom the girl was engaged. The whole position was extraordinarily queer. He adored this girl without being personally acquainted with her. She was affianced to his best friend, and yet he could not be certain if that same best friend really loved the girl herself. Even a paley royal farce could offer no more fantastic complication than this.
Preless felt that, after running round the wild world in search of the unusual, he had returned to find romance sitting on his doorstep. The way to the family seat of the Lanwins twisted inland and uphill through deep lanes and umbrageous woods. On emerging high up from the belt of trees, Preless found himself on a wide, unshaded road, snaking over bare downs. For some distance he toiled upward. Then the road mounted a rise to slip down into a cup-shaped hollow brimmed with cultivated woods. In the midst of these he saw an old gray house, seemingly prevented from falling to pieces by the ivy which covered its moldering walls. From the lips of the hollow stretched the rolling, grassy downs, dotted with nibbling sheep, gray in the shadows of the coming night. But it was not yet night, for the sky was filled with a luminous light, all-pervading, yet emanating from no certain point. A breathless peace brooded over the vast treeless uplands, and an even deeper peace seemed to enwrap the ancient mansion. It appeared to be the veritable palace of the Sleeping Beauty, set amidst enchanted woods. And Preless thrilled with the idea that Beauty herself, awake and unkissed, awaited some prince in the seclusion of her fairy castle. Following the road, which here grew somewhat narrower, Lord Preless descended into the hollow, passed under the shade of overhanging trees, and came out into a kind of artificial glade, smooth with carefully tended lawns and brilliant with flowers. The grange itself was somewhat sunken in the ground, entirely level with the lawns, and looked like part of the woods themselves, so clothed was it with darkly green ivy. There appeared a weather-worn escutcheon over the great doorway, and lights gleamed from oriel windows in the east, but to the left Preless saw the 3 tall French windows opening onto a wide terrace which had been referred to at the trial. These windows appeared quite out of keeping with the Tudor architecture of the mansion, but the visitor eyed them with great interest. It was through one of these windows that Agstone and Jadby had looked, to see the tragedy of Sir Oliver's death, and had that not taken place, Preless might never have been brought into contact with the most charming girl in the world. His heart beat loudly as he rang the bell. Afterwards, Lord Preless never could explain clearly how he had first come into the presence of his goddess. In a bewildered manner he waited in the antique hall, after delivering his card to a pompous footman, and in a bewildered manner was led into a long, low, wide drawing room with oriels at the farther end, brilliant with family crests in stained glass. So far as he could recollect, he did not look at the cumbersome Georgian furniture, or at the aggressively modern grand piano, which seemed to be out of place, or at the portraits of cavaliers and their ladies decking the mellow-hued walls, or even at the painted ceiling, or the carpet tinted with rainbow colors subdued by time to grateful sobriety. He had no eyes save for a tall, slim girl, arrayed in a white dress, with a somewhat pale, worn face, who welcomed him in the sweetest of voices and with the most grateful of smiles. "I am glad to see Ned's best friend," she said, and her voice sounded like fairy music in the newcomer's ravished ears, "and to thank him." "To thank me?" muttered Preless, staring at the lovely face in the mellow lamplight. "I saw you in that terrible court," she said swiftly, "and the way in which you looked at me gave me comfort. Other people, my friends, they call themselves, stared as though I were a wild animal, but you, Lord Preless," she threw out her hands with an eloquent gesture full of grace, "Ned wrote and told me that you were his friend." "I am here to be yours also," stuttered Preless, suppressing a wild desire to kneel and worship. "We are friends already. It does not need words to confirm a friendship offered and accepted mutely and with gratitude. Preless felt more bewildered than ever. Here was a girl so entirely unconventional that she defied the usages of society which prescribed the etiquette for a primary meeting between bachelor and maid. It was marvelously sweet to be thus greeted. But Preless must have revealed his delighted surprise too clearly, for Miss Chint laughed. "I am afraid that my proffer of unmasked for friendship surprises you," she said smilingly. "But you see, my poor uncle instructed me somewhat in psychology, and I look at the inner rather than the outer." "You said yourself, Miss Chint, that the friendship was asked for in court," said Preless earnestly, "and it was. As Ned's best friend, I claim to be yours also. I bring a message from Ned." "You shall deliver it presently," said Mona, turning to a stout, white-haired gentleman with a genial face who was standing near the window silently. "Just now you must allow me to introduce Mr. Martaban, another loyal friend. Also," she waved her hand towards a spindle-legged Versailles table as the two men shook hands, "you must have some coffee." Preless accepted gratefully, as he would have taken poison from the hands of this delightful girl, so long as she served it, as she did the coffee with her own white hands. Martaban took a cup also, and resumed the seat from which he had risen when Preless entered. Miss Chint pointed out a chair to her visitor and herself reclined on a Louis Trey sofa. Then the three began to talk on immediate and earthly matters, and Preless was forced to descend from transcendental heights. In that room, at that hour, and in the presence of such an angel, it seemed desperately hard to abandon romance for reality. But there was no help for it. "Ned's message?" questioned Mona anxiously. "He is all right, and will be down as soon as he can get away," replied the emissary, delivering the exact words of his friend. "Then you don't think that he is in danger of being accused of this second crime?" "No, no," interposed Martaban, in a genial but authoritative voice. "I have told you before, and I tell you again, that under the circumstances no one can accuse Mr. Shepworth. And that," added the solicitor, bowing towards the young man, "is due, my lord, to your wise action in admitting the crowd to see Mr. Shepworth insensible." Preless nodded his thanks. "Ned is perfectly safe," he said quietly. Mona clasped her hands with a thankful gesture. "I am so glad, I am so thankful," she whispered softly. "He has been a dear, good friend, in standing by me when I so sadly needed help." "Oh?" Preless was rather indignant. "Seeing that he is something more than a friend to you, Miss Chint, he could scarcely fail to lay himself and his life at your feet. It is only what an English gentleman would do to any lady he respected, much less loved." Mona colored, and turned aside her face, rather embarrassed by the impetuous outbreak of her lover's friend. "Both English gentlemen and English ladies held aloof when I was in danger," she said simply, "so you can understand how much I prize the friendship both of Ned and of Mr. Martaban here, seeing that they never believed that I was guilty." "No one could believe that," cried Preless, still impetuous, and throwing his usual discretion to the winds. "The moment I set eyes on your face I knew that you were innocent." Miss Chint colored again, and rather retreated from the confidential attitude she had assumed. Preless was going ahead too fast, and her womanly nature, in spite of occult training, was taking alarm. "I must say that, seeing you did not know me, the belief was somewhat rash," she rejoined coldly. "However, I thank you." "And you will allow me to help you?"
asked Prelist eagerly but timidly. "Help Miss Trent?" said the lawyer, looking keenly at the young man's glowing face. "In what way?" Prelist laid down his cup, crossed his legs, and delivered himself of his opinion. It was just as well that both Mona and Martaban should learn of his determination to enter into their lives. "Everyone is delighted, with few exceptions," he said somewhat incoherently to the girl, "that you have been acquitted, but some insist that you must be guilty. Forgive me for inflicting pain," he added rapidly, "but it is necessary so that you may entirely understand me. You are safe from the law, Miss Trent, but with some idiots your character is not yet clear. Also, Ned, in spite of the absurdity of the thing, may be accused of making away with Steve Agstone in your interests. In order to set everything right, it is necessary for us to make certain who killed your uncle and who killed the sailor." "But Agstone killed Sir Oliver," said Martaban quickly. "The evidence of the paper cutter which—" "Quite so, quite so," interrupted Lord Prelist hurriedly, and skating quickly over this thin ice. "But we can't prove Agstone's guilt beyond all doubt without further evidence. For Miss Trent's sake, the truth, whatever it may be, must be made public." "And what do you think is the truth?" demanded Martaban, puzzled. Prelist, bearing Miss Rover in mind, shuffled again. "I am not prepared to give an opinion offhand," he replied politely. "But what I wish you and Miss Trent to understand is, that Ned Shepworth has accepted my services towards hunting down the author or authors of this double crime. I wish Miss Trent, if she will, to accept them also." "Willingly and with gratitude," said Mona, extending her slim hand. Prelist contrived to press it in a friendly way and not kiss it, as he felt strongly inclined to do, but the effort was great. "Then we can go ahead," he said easily, "and as I am now admitted to the inner circle, as it were, I should like to know exactly how matters stand. About you, Miss Trent, for instance. Do you remain here?" The girl flushed and glanced, rather embarrassed at her lawyer. "Yes," replied the latter. "Captain Jadby, who undoubtedly inherits, now that the second will has been destroyed, has made no move towards assuming possession of his property. Moreover, there are certain legal formalities to be gone through before he can become the legitimate master of the Grange. Until everything is straight, I suggest that Miss Trent remains in her home." "It is not my home, but Captain Jadby's," answered the girl, coloring painfully. "I would much rather go away. But," she added piteously, yet with a proud effort of self-restraint, "I have nowhere to go to. Uncle Oliver has disinherited me, and my parents died insolvent. If I leave the Grange, I go into the world penniless and alone." Prelist winced at the picture she drew. "There is always Ned," he remarked lamely. Miss Trent shot a swift glance at his distressed face, and answered coldly in his own words. "Yes, there is always Ned." The young man felt more puzzled than ever. Her voice did not sound like that of a girl in love, and as he had gathered from Constance, the man Mona was engaged to had not given her his heart. But if this was the case, and it was beginning to appear obvious, why had the two agreed to marry? Prelist did not know what to say, so Miss Trent, seeing his embarrassment, explained in a somewhat embarrassed fashion herself. "Ned is poor," she remarked with deliberate self-control. "He has his way to make in the world. It would never do for me to burden him with a pauper wife." "Two are stronger than one, Miss Trent. There is strength in unity." "Not in this case," she retorted, and quietly dismissed the subject. "Will you come to my house, my dear?" said Martaban, who seemed to be devoted to his luckless client. "My wife will be glad to have you." "So will Aunt Sophia,"
interposed Preless quickly and struck with a brilliant idea. "You know my aunt, Miss Chint. Lady Sophia Harkin. She is a friend of yours." "Save yourself, Mr. Mordaunt, and Ned. I have had no friend since I was put on my trial for murder," said Mona in a level voice. "I decline to trouble any person until my innocence is proved." "It has been proved at the trial," said Preless, and Mr. Mordaunt echoed the speech. "Legally, but not socially," she rejoined, rising. "I accept your services, Lord Preless. Learn who killed my uncle and who stabbed poor Agstone, and earn," she faltered, "and earn my gratitude." Preless looked disappointed. Yet what else could the girl say? End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Blexley's opinion. Despite the threatening clouds on the horizon, which hinted at coming trouble, the days passed very quietly at the Grange. As an elderly male chaperon, Mr. Mordaunt remained to look after his client, and the very respectable Mrs. Blexley was also useful in this necessary capacity. Preless, unable to tear himself away from the too dangerous society of Mona, and dangerous it was, considering his feelings and her engagement to Ned, lingered at the Hyde Hotel. Shepworth, strange to say, did not put in an appearance. "It's odd," remarked Preless, when strolling over the lawns on the third day of his arrival. "It's odd that Ned doesn't come down." He put the observation in the form of a query, and so Mona, who strolled beside him, was forced to reply. But she did so unwillingly and as briefly as was possible. "Very odd," she said indifferently. Lord Preless cast a puzzled side glance at her beautiful face, which looked ethereal and rosy under a red sunshade. Even as yet he could not understand what were her feelings towards his friend. And as he was more in love than ever, the situation was perplexing from its very vagueness. In sheer desperation he tried to make her talk of Ned, which she did very rarely, by continuing the topic. "Ned," said the young man, eyeing the trees, the lawns, the sky, and the house, with a fine affectation of indifference, "Ned has been acquitted at the inquest, and the jury gave a verdict of wilful murder against some person, or persons unknown, in the orthodox style. Agstone has been buried, and here am I waiting for an interview with Ned to settle some course of action towards elucidating these criminal problems. Yet he has not come down, and has not even replied to my letter." Miss Chint shifted her sunshade from one shoulder to the other. "I expect he'll come down when he is ready," said she calmly. "Oh, Jerusalem! Excuse the swear word, Miss Chint, but if I were Ned I should have come here ages ago." "You did, Lord Preless. But if you are so anxious to interview Ned, and I quite admit the necessity, why not go up to London?" Her companion wiggled uneasily and searched his brains for an excuse to remain in his uncomfortable paradise. "Well, you see, that is, my dear young lady, I am, to put it plainly, my aunt, you know Lady Sophia, is coming to Folkestone." "She arrived there last night, Lord Preless." "Eh? What? You don't say so?" Mona laughed, and the young man was glad to hear her laugh. She gave way rarely to merriment during the undecided present. "Why did you write about me to Lady Sophia?" asked the girl gently. "I?" Preless was quite prepared to lie, but decided not to when he saw the expression of her face. "Well, you see, that is, you understand that an aunt is an aunt." "I never thought that she was an uncle." "Course not, but there, you see, my aunt expected me to write, and I have written. You needn't have made me the subject matter of your letter." "Who said that I did?" asked Preless, growing scarlet. "Lady Sophia herself. I received a note from her this morning, and considering my position, a very kind note. It seems that you wrote asking her to stand by me, and she has come to Folkestone to do so." "Loud cheers!" cried Preless shamelessly. "I always thought that Aunt Sophia was a brick." "She never believed you were guilty, you know," he went on confusedly. "Said all manner of nice things about you to me whenever we met. Now she'll take you under her wing and make things hot for any society fool that dares to say a word against you." "Why do you do this for me, Lord Preless?" asked Mona in a rather faltering tone, and averting her too-speaking face. "I am, that is, well, Ned's friend, you know." "Oh." Mona's voice became steady, and she turned to look at him squarely. "So you enlist your aunt on my behalf for Ned's sake." Was there ever such a perplexing girl? A moment ago, and she seemed pleased at being championed by Lady Sophia. Now her looks and her voice were cold. Preless, in sheer desperation, blurted out the truth in a blundering manner. "A little bit for my own sake also." "I am glad of that." "Are you?" This time it was the young man's voice which became unsteady, for he did not know whether he was on his head or his heels. "That's all right." A sentiment of honor towards the absent Shepworth, who would not look after his own interests, made him end thus lamely. Mona laughed again, and was enigmatic as the Sphinx. "It is extremely good of you, Lord Preless," she went on in a guarded manner. "Lady Sophia can help me greatly to recover my position in society." "You have never lost it," blurted out Preless crossly. "I did lose it, and I have lost it," she answered sadly, "and I shall never recover it entirely until the murderer of my uncle is discovered. Lady Sophia, who really likes me, loves you. No, she likes me. Let us say that she has an affection for me. That is a greatly to be appreciated state of mind for one woman to be in towards another. That's rather a German sentence, isn't it?" "I don't know what you mean," muttered Preless, beginning to find out that, after all his experience in the four quarters of the globe, he was but a neophyte where women were concerned. "I mean that Lady Sophia's liking or affection for me will do a great deal to rehabilitate me, but that the punishment of Uncle Oliver's assassin will do more, and your marriage with Ned will do most of all." Mona mocked him. "Marriage covers a multitude of sins, doesn't it?" Preless clutched his head, but his hair was too close cropped for him to grip. "I am to be best man," he said feebly, and found a delight in torturing himself. "Oh, has Ned selected you for that post?" "He did, when we were at Eton." "I see. Then he was engaged when at Eton. How precocious!" The young man groaned, and glanced at her despairingly, quite unable to understand her moods. Lately she had been sad, now her eyes were dancing with merriment. "I am glad you are happy," he said in a surly tone, for this mystery of her engagement tortured him. "I am," she assented swiftly, "and for 3 reasons." "May I hear them?" "Certainly. In the first place, you and Ned will find out who killed my uncle and poor old Steve, so as to clear my character. In the second place, Lady Sophia is coming over to-day, and thus begins the necessary whitewashing for me to re-enter the world. And in the third place, she ended seriously. Throughout all this trouble I have had a firm conviction that God would help me. He has helped me by saving my life from a legal death, and He will help me to clear my character. Some day, perhaps in the near future, there won't be a single stain on my name. Now don't speak." She held up her hand. "You are about to say that there is not a stain now, but there is. To remove it, I trust in God first and in you second." "What about Ned?" asked Preless restlessly. "Oh, in Ned also," she rejoined, and looked at him quietly. As he made no observation, and he could not out of sheer perplexity, she turned on her Louis Quatorze heel. "I am going in to get ready for the visit of Lady Sophia," she said abruptly. Preless watched the red sunshade vanish into the house, then dug his stick into the turf, and swore volubly. He had a considerable command of language in this respect, but rarely exercised his vocabulary. On this occasion he did, since ordinary words failed to soothe him. And even as it was, swearing did little good, so Preless started to walk violently and aimlessly, only desirous of restoring his temper to its usual state of cynical calm by abnormal exercise. He could not make Mona, as he called her mentally, out in any way whatsoever. She was certainly engaged to Ned, and yet she spoke of him quite unemotionally, as she would have done of, well, not of an acquaintance perhaps, but of a friend. She could not possibly love him, and if she did not, should certainly not be engaged to him. Ned had no money and no position, so she assuredly could not be seeking to better herself by the marriage. Certainly gratitude might induce her to become his wife, since he had stood by her, but then, and here Preless swore again, she had been engaged to him some time before the death of Sir Oliver, and when no gratitude could possibly have entered into her acceptance. And if she was merely grateful, Ned would not marry her on that account, especially since, on the authority of Mrs. Rover, he loved another woman. For the third time Preless swore over the problem, and determined to throw all delicacy to the winds, so far as Shepworth was concerned. The moment Ned arrived at the Grange he would ask him plainly what he meant, and what she meant, and what the whole infernal complication meant. It was quite impossible that a young aristocrat with a large income and a healthy frame and a loving heart should sit on thorns any longer. "Blankety blank blank," raged Preless, and looked up on hearing an exclamation of horror at his elbow. His aimless walk had led him to the kitchen garden and to a bed of pot herbs, which Mrs. Blexey was laboriously picking. Being stout, and like Hamlet scant of breath, the housekeeper wheezed like a creaky wheel as she stooped to gather some sage and thyme. But she retained enough breath to cry out with horror when hearing this handsome young gentleman swearing, as she afterwards described it, like the late Mr. Blexey, who had been a skipper of renown in the way of bad language. "I beg your pardon," said Preless, showing his white teeth, in a smile which won Mrs. Blexley's heart. "I'm a little put out. Didn't know any lady was within earshot." "Bless you, my lord, I'm not a lady, and never laid claim to be one. So swearing, though not proper, don't worrit me overmuch. It calls back old times, sir." "Really? Did you swear yourself?" "Me?" Mrs. Blexey looked indignant. "Why, I belong to the United Inhabitants of the Celestial Regions." "What?" "It's my religion," said Mrs. Blexey simply. "What you might call my sect, my lord. There's very few of us, but we all go to heaven." "There's nothing like being certain of your destination," said Preless dryly, and was about to move on when the housekeeper stopped him. Your pardon, my lord, but I've been trying to catch your eyes ever since you came here, but never managed it till now. In a kitchen garden, too," ended Mrs. Blexey mournfully, "which don't seem to be the place for a lord of high degree to speak in." "It suited him to swear in it, however," murmured Preless frivolously, then added in louder tones, "What do you wish to speak to me about?" "Not about him that is gone," remarked Mrs. Blexey, referring to her lost spouse, "though his language, begging your lordship's pardon, was as like yours as bean pods, and because of such talk he'll never come back, never. Them that has him will keep him." "Indeed! Are they, whomsoever they may be, fond of him?" "I don't think so, my lord. You see, he's dead, my lord." Preless put up his hand to swirl his mustache and hide a smile. "Then you think that—" "I'm sorry for Blexey," interrupted the housekeeper firmly, "but he didn't belong to the united inhabitants of celestial regions, so he—" She pointed stealthily downward. "Let us hope it is not so bad as that," said Preless, choking with suppressed laughter. "You wish to speak to me?" he repeated politely. "To catch your lordship's eyes, as it were." "That has been accomplished. What next?" Mrs. Blexey groaned and made an effort. "It's about Miss Mona." The young man's merriment died away and he looked keenly at the red-faced, shapeless old woman. "What's that?" he demanded, in the imperious tone which formerly he had used towards recalcitrant soldiers. Mrs. Blexey, being timid, dropped with a thud onto the sage and thyme, and placed a podgy hand on her ample breast, gasping like a fish out of water. "The heart, my lord. Mother's side. It ain't strong. If your lordship would speak less like a gun going off—" "Certainly," interrupted Preless in his most silky tones. "What have you to tell me about Miss Mona?" "It ain't about her exactly, my lord. But there's the will, you know, and that Madam Eppingrave, as she called herself, though I don't believe it is her name for all her airs and graces, and she nearly as old as me, and as stout too, for all her tight lacing." Preless, leaning against the mellow brick wall where the nectarines grew, stared at the fat woman, who was still prostrate amidst the herbs. "If you knew of such things, Mrs. Blexey, why didn't you explain in court?" "Because I don't believe in courts, or in them as is in courts," said Mrs. Blexey, fanning herself with a pink sunbonnet. "They got me to give what they called evidence, and say things against my dear pretty Miss Mona. I nursed her, sir. I was born in the Grange, and have served the Lanwins all my life. When Mrs. Chint went away with her husband, I followed, and when she and him died, I came back here with Miss Mona, as Sir Oliver wished, to be the housekeeper." Preless nodded sympathetically. "I know that you are devoted to Miss Mona," he said, approving of this devotion. "You are too, my lord, ain't you?" asked the old woman pointedly. The young man grew as red as the brick wall against which he was leaning, but Mrs. Blexey, seeing this sign of anger, went on hastily. "I don't mean boldness, my lord. Indeed, I don't. But Miss Mona does need a friend sadly, my lord, and she tells me that you are one." "I am," said Preless firmly and flushing again, "and I am glad that she spoke thus of me. But about this Madame Marie Eppingrave. I never liked her, my lord. An oily flatterer she was, with a gimlet eye and a buttery tongue. She was always trying to get the better of Sir Oliver, and gave him that nasty thing that made the smoke." Preless naturally looked startled. "Why, Sir Oliver brought the herb from Easter Island himself. At least I fancy he did." "I don't, my lord, and what's more, he didn't. I went into the library to ask master what he'd have for dinner, and Madame Eppingrave, if that is her name, the old bag of rags, was showing master a lot of dry stems and purple leaves and talking about trances and such like rubbish. That was just a week before Sir Oliver's death." "What do you make of that, Mrs. Blexley?" asked Preless thoughtfully. "I don't make anything of it, sir. But it was strange that the nasty smoky weeds she gave master should bring about his death." "Madame Marie had no reason to wish Sir Oliver dead?" "Oh, no, my lord. Why, she lost a good friend in him, and often must have desired him to be alive and kicking. All the same, sir, she gave him them withered leaves, and through them master came by his end." Preless nodded absently. He required time to think over the matter and turned away to be alone. Then a thought struck him, and he returned to the housekeeper. "What about the will?" he demanded. "It wasn't burnt." "You must be mistaken. The court—" "Much them lawyers knew about it," cried Mrs. Blexley, struggling to her feet. "I never said it to them, because they said as it would help Miss Mona to get out of their nasty clutches if the will was proved to be burnt. So I said what I was told, for Miss Mona's sake. But Sir Oliver was writing out another will." "How do you know?" asked Preless sharply and much disturbed. "I saw him writing it," said Mrs. Blexley firmly. "It was never signed, to my knowledge. But you can take my word for it, my lord, that the unsigned will was burnt, and that Miss Mona is entitled by the other to the property." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jadby plays a card. Mrs. Blexley's communications certainly afforded Lord Preless ample food for reflection. What she had said about Madame Marie, as the young man mentally termed her, implied that the fortune teller was somehow implicated in the tragedy of Sir Oliver's death. Yet he had been a good friend to the lady, and by his death she lost a valuable client. It was impossible to think that she had killed the baronet herself, or had been a consenting party to his death. But undoubtedly, according to Mrs. Blexley's firm asseveration, she had given Lanwin the roots and leaves of the sacred herb, and from using these in the prescribed way to induce a trance, Sir Oliver had been rendered helpless. Had he not been chained hand and foot by the fumes of the herb, he could not have been killed, as, in spite of his lost leg, he was no despicable antagonist. The herb, therefore, was the main factor in the tragedy, and Madame Marie had placed the same in the man's hands. Of course, it was just possible that someone, name unknown, had found Sir Oliver helpless, and so had taken the opportunity to kill him. Madame Marie may have discovered the guilty person, and, to recompense her for the loss of a wealthy friend, had been bribed by the same person to silence. This pointed to the guilt of Captain Jadby, who might have been anxious to get rid of the baronet, so as to enter into his heritage. But the assertion of the housekeeper about the new unsigned will went far to show that the sailor was innocent. Captain Jadby assuredly would have destroyed the will which gave the property to Mona, and not an unsigned document which mattered nothing to him. Much puzzled by the new aspect of the case, Preless sought out Mr. Mordaunt, and related what he had heard in the kitchen garden. The solicitor at first scoffed at the idea of the unsigned will being destroyed, but later cautiously ventured the remark that there might be something in it. "Though, mind you," he remarked thoughtfully, "Mrs. Blexley does not prove her case, as we say in legal circles. She states that Sir Oliver made a new will in his own handwriting, but she cannot prove that this was the particular will which was burnt." "But Sir Oliver's handwriting would be recognized," urged Preless. "It was," replied Mordaunt tersely.
The will leaving the property to Miss Chint was in my late client's handwriting also."
"He always preferred to write out his own testaments." "To draw them up, you mean?" "Not in this especial instance, my lord. The will leaving all to Captain Jadby, and made in the South Seas years ago, is a personal document, since I have seen it. The unsigned will also was personal, as so far as I know Sir Oliver did not employ any lawyer to draw it up. But I drew out the document by which Miss Chint inherited, and Sir Oliver copied it himself, and had it signed by Mrs. Blexey and Agstone. So you see that we can't actually say which will was burnt, as there is not sufficient remaining of the document. From some of the scraps found, which alluded to Miss Chint as my dear niece, it would seem that the will in her favor must have been destroyed, since Sir Oliver, when angered, would not have spoken kindly of her in the document alluded to by Mrs. Blexey." Preless nodded absently. "I presume that the new will would also have been signed by Mrs. Blexey and Agstone as witnesses." "I think so, since Sir Oliver trusted both, but according to the housekeeper the will was not witnessed. For all we know, it may not even have been signed." "Mrs. Blexey says that it wasn't." "I think she is right," said Mortabon thoughtfully, "since the testator has to sign in the presence of the witnesses, and Mrs. Blexey would probably have been one." "What about Captain Jadby?" "He was absent on many occasions, and had he signed as a witness, he would not have benefited." "Madame Marie Eppingrave?" Mortabon considered. "She and Agstone might have signed, certainly, but in that case she would have come forward to state to whom the new will left the property. It could not have been Jadby, since the old will held good, if the second was destroyed. Madame Marie may have been bribed by Jadby to hold her tongue about the third will, so that the first could stand." "Which points to the fact that the second must have been destroyed, yet Mrs. Blexey says that it was not." "I agree," admitted Preless, "but as you say, she does not prove her case." Mortabon nodded. "The sole way in which the case can be proved is by the production of the second will." "Or of the third," remarked Preless quietly. "The assassin of Sir Oliver burnt one will, we know not which, and holds the other. He will produce it when he is ready." "And so lay himself open to arrest," ended Mortabon neatly. He paused and went on deliberately. "I advise a waiting game." "A waiting game?" Mortabon nodded. "Let the other side move first." "Do you mean Captain Jadby?" asked Preless abruptly. "And this unknown assassin, who holds one of the last two wills. Jadby, we know, retains the first, which gives the property to him. He will probably come down to insist upon his rights. I shall refuse to let him have the Grange or the income until the other wills are proved to be destroyed, or at least until he proves that the burnt will is the one giving the property to Miss Chint." "That was proved at the trial." "Quite so. But Mrs. Blexey's story requires that the case should be reopened." "Not for the trial of Miss Chint!" cried Preless in alarm. Mortabon laughed heartily. "You can make yourself easy on that score, my lord. No one can be tried twice for the same offense." "Well, I agree with you that it is best to wait and see what Jadby does, and then we can checkmate him, as you suggest. Meanwhile, I shall go to London and call on Madame Marie in New Bond Street. She may know of something likely to elucidate the mystery of the Lanwin Grange crime." "If she does," said Mortabon with a chuckle, "she certainly will not speak out. A clever woman, Madame Marie." "I can deal with clever women," said Preless, rather conceitedly. "Deal with Miss Chent, then," finished the lawyer, and the conversation ended for the time being. It was all very well for Martaban to suggest dealing with Mona, but that young lady was much too feminine for Preless to tackle. He could make nothing of her. Sometimes she was kindness itself to him, and then she would hold him at arm's length with freezing politeness. Even as yet he could not determine her relations to Ned, otherwise than that an official engagement existed. She gave him no chance of learning the exact truth. When he praised Ned, she would assent cordially to the most enthusiastic eulogiums, and yet when he hinted, and being in love, he could not help hinting, that Ned did not behave as a lover should, she entirely agreed. In desperation, he would have spoken to her about Constance Rover, but a feeling of loyalty to his absent friend prevented his doing this. Once or twice Preless determined to leave for London, and wash his hands of all these mysteries, of which Miss Chent was not the least. But he was so deeply in love that, awkward as the position was, he could not tear himself away. Yet, like a true gentleman, Preless never revealed by word or deed, or even look, that he was at Mona's feet. It was with a feeling of relief that Preless came one day to the Grange and found Lady Sophia officially established as Mona's friend. All day long the young man had been walking off his feelings on the downs, trying by violent exercise to calm his agitated nerves. He tore along at top speed for miles, cursing himself for a fool in submitting to be lured by a will-o'-wisp, since, seeing how matters stood between Mona and Ned, he could not hope to make the girl Lady Preless. But however far he went, the lodestone of the Grange, magnetized by Miss Chent's mere presence, always drew him back to her dainty feet, there to sigh hopelessly for the moon. On this occasion he arrived back to afternoon tea, and was greeted effusively in the drawing-room by his aunt. "Though I can't say that you look well, Preless," said Lady Sophia, putting up her lorgnette. "What have you been doing with yourself? Late hours and indigestible suppers, no doubt." "Ask Miss Chent," replied Preless, somewhat sulkily. "She knows what a rake I am." Mona, who was presiding over a well-provided tea-table, glanced at the dark circles under the young man's eyes, at his lack of color, and noted his cross looks. The survey, for some reason, appeared to give her a large amount of satisfaction. "I don't know Lord Preless's character," she observed demurely. "He's a dormouse, always asleep," said Lady Sophia, sipping her tea. "So Ned told me, and his nickname also. But he's a very energetic dormouse, surely, in exploring the world as he has done." It would be much better if he stayed at home and married." Preless could not stand this observation in Mona's presence. "That is entirely a personal matter, Aunt Sophia," he snapped. "Not at all," answered the lady coolly. "As you are the head of the house, its members should have some say in your marriage. Unless you marry a nice girl, I shan't call on her." "Have some more tea, Lord Preless," said Mona, sorry to see how very annoyed he was, yet secretly pleased. Heaven knows for what reason. "Thank you." He passed his cup. "I am glad to see you, Aunt Sophia, and surprised," he ended with emphasis. Lady Sophia put up her lorgnette again. "One is always surprised to find virtue in unexpected places," she remarked coolly. "I plagiarize that from Moliere, my dear. Yes, I am virtuous, coming over into these wilds on a hot day, and I want the reward of my virtue." "What reward do you want?" asked Prelist, gruffly. "The right to look after this dear girl." Lady Sophia patted Mona's arm. "I propose that she shall come abroad with me for a few months. Then next year we can return, and I can present her again at court. I never believed the rubbish that people talked. My sweetest Mona, so you can safely trust yourself under my wing." "I shall be delighted," said Mona, giving the elder lady's arm a little affectionate squeeze. "But don't you think I ought to remain here until the truth is found out?" "You silly child! The truth has positively been shouted from the housetops. Everyone knows that you are innocent. Not," added Lady Sophia in her usual inconsequent fashion, "that I should blame you if you were guilty. I never liked Sir Oliver." "He was very kind to me," said Mona impetuously. "He meant well." "That condemns him. People one doesn't like always mean well. However, he's dead, so we'll say no more about him. But you'll come to Germany with me, my dear. I'm going to some I can't tell you the name exactly. It's too long and sounds too much like swearing. But it's a new bad that has to do with the new disease." "And have you got the new disease, Aunt Sophia?" "I never was healthier in my life, my dear boy. But there's a cave near this bad, with bones and skulls of the Stone Age. I want to see what like the poor, dear things were in those happy times." "They won't look pretty as merely bones," said Prelist dryly. "Perhaps not. Only dogs like bones. But I dare say there will be some dear little axes with which they cut off the heads of animals that lived before the flood. And beads, too, perhaps. Fancy beads. It brings the poor, dear things so near to us to think they wore beads." While Lady Sophia rattled on thus, talking about everyone and everything to set Mona at her ease, the girl herself was listening. "I hear a fly," she said, starting to her feet expectantly. "Where?" asked Lady Sophia, looking up at the ceiling. "What sharp ears you must have, child! Hark!" Miss Chint walked to the drawing room door, opened it, and passed through. A moment later they heard her voice raised in joyful welcome, and Prelist tried hard to suppress his jealousy. He did not need Lady Sophia to tell him that it was that Shepworth man. All the same, he contrived to be fairly amiable when Ned entered with greetings. "How do you do, Lady Sophia? Dory, I am so glad to see you. What a hot day it has been." "Thank you, Mona. I shall be glad to have a cup of tea." Prelist stared as Ned sat down in a comfortable chair near Miss Chint, for he could not understand Shepworth, who had so lately escaped peril, chatting in this silly fashion. The barrister did not look well either, as his face was pale and his eyes sunken. "I expected you down here before," growled Prelist after a pause. "I could not get down," rattled on Ned, stirring his tea. "Another lump of sugar, please, Mona." "There was much to do, but now that Agstone has been buried and my character cleared, I have come down to circumvent our friend Captain Jadby." Mona started nervously. "Oh, Ned, is there anything wrong?" "Not at present, but Jadby will try and put things wrong. He will be here in a quarter of an hour." "Here?" Mona rose in dismay. "Are you sure?" Shepworth nodded and cast a hasty glance at Prelist. "He came to me yesterday and said that he was coming down to see you for a certain purpose. As Prelist is here, and I know very well what Jadby wants to say, I thought it best to come down too. By watching at the station, I found what train he was going by, and nipped in also. At Hyde, I secured the only fly, and so have gotten ahead of him." Shepworth glanced at his watch. "He'll soon be here, and then—" he paused. "And then?" queried Lady Sophia, astonished. "Bless me, Mr. Shepworth, what then? How mysterious you are! You surprise me." "Captain Jadby will surprise you more," rejoined Shepworth dryly. "And so I am glad that you are here, Dory." "Why?" demanded that young gentleman, who was as astonished as his aunt. Shepworth merely nodded mysteriously and whispered to Mona, who nodded in reply with very bright eyes and with another glance at the puzzled Preless. He could not understand, even in the presence of the engaged couple, if they really were in love. Shepworth was certainly attentive, and Mona was extremely amiable, but there was something wanting in their behavior. They had not kissed, for one thing, as engaged lovers surely would do, but perhaps that sign of future marriage had taken place in the hall. Lady Sophia, also puzzled, would have asked questions which her more diffident nephew was afraid to put, but that the footman brought in a card. "Captain Jadby," said Mona, reading the same. "Ned, must I see him?" "It will be as well," rejoined Shepworth significantly, and in the presence of Martaban. "He has gone out on a walk and won't be back for some time," explained the girl nervously. "But I feel safe with you and Lord Preless." "Why with me?" Preless asked, when the footman departed to usher in the South Sea sailor. "You are always so kind," she observed in a low voice, and cast down her eyes, blushing scarlet, much to Preless's amazement. He really did not know what to make of all this. But Mona's sudden color ebbed from her cheeks when Captain Jadby entered, for she appeared to be rather afraid of the buccaneer. Jadby, halting and bowing on the threshold, did look rather lawless in spite of his civilized flannel garb. He had arrayed himself in white and wore a scarlet cummerbund and a scarlet tie. These touches, of too vivid color, added to his smooth dark face with fiery black eyes and curly black hair, and general hint at foreign blood, bespoke him the buccaneer from the fringes of the empire. His manners also left something to be desired, for after bowing to Lady Sophia and Miss Trent, and greeting Preless with a sullen nod, he turned towards Shepworth. Then his eyes flashed and his mouth grew hard. "You have stolen a march on me," he declared, coming forward. "As you see," replied Shepworth very coolly, "after what you told me yesterday, it was necessary." "I wonder that you are not afraid to come," said Jadby, sneering viciously. "Why should Mr. Shepworth be afraid?" demanded Mona, catching at Lady Sophia's hand to keep up her courage. "Ask him," snarled the captain, posing picturesquely. "Why should you be afraid?" Mona reiterated, turning to her lover. "Captain Jadby can explain," replied Shepworth suavely. "And may I suggest," said Preless politely, "that in explaining Captain Jadby might remember that there are two ladies present." The buccaneer shrugged his shoulders and pointedly turned his back on Preless, a rudeness which that young gentleman noted carefully, intending to rebuke Jadby later for the same. "You are, I understand, Miss Trent, engaged to Mr. Shepworth," he said to Mona insolently. She glanced at Shepworth, but kept her temper. "Everyone knows that news. It is common property." "And I love you," he went on steadily. "Rather a public place to speak like that to me, Captain Jadby." "I am true to you, and he," pointing to Shepworth, "is false. He loves another woman." "And I forbid you to mention that woman's name," cried Shepworth meaningly. "Then you admit it," cried the sailor triumphantly. "He does," said Mona unexpectedly, "because I know it." "What?" Jadby recoiled in dismay. His thunderbolt had fallen and failed. "My engagement," pursued Miss Chint, "is merely official." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Horace Intervenes. In the dead silence which followed Mona's enigmatic announcement, a pin could have been heard to drop. Freelis's head was whirling. Here, at last, was the explanation, and he would now know the true relationship between the girl he loved and Ned, who apparently cared nothing for her. Shepworth stood quietly beside Miss Chint with a perfectly calm face, but his eyes were fixed threateningly on Captain Jadby, who appeared to be much amazed at the calm way in which Mona received his news. Lady Sophia glanced from one man to the other, and having a shrewd idea of what was coming, made up her mind to depart, so as to spare herself a scene and Shepworth an awkward explanation. "Most interesting," she said, rising and shaking out her skirts, "but I have so much to do that I really cannot wait. Mona, child, you must come and see me at Folkestone, the Piccadilly Hotel, you know, though why Piccadilly by the seaside I really don't know." "Will you not wait and hear what I have to say?" asked Jadby, who seemed desirous of having as many listeners as possible, so as to cast shame upon Shepworth. "No, my good man," rejoined Lady Sophia, with all the polished insolence of a grande dame. "Other people's affairs do not interest me. You had better go back to the South Seas, where I am sure you will be much more at home. Freelis, help me on with my dust cloak." She pointed to a gray silk mantle, which her dutiful nephew duly adjusted on her shoulders. "Now, Mona, child, don't forget. Good-bye, Mr. Shepworth. Freelis, you had better come with me," she ended, sailing towards the door. The young man hesitated and looked at Mona doubtfully. She interpreted his look promptly. "Lord Freelis will stay at my request." "My dear," Lady Sophia at the door sunk her voice, "so very awkward if you really know what that creature," so she designed Jadby, "is going to say." "It has to be said sooner or later," whispered Mona, "and I want Lord Freelis to hear." "Oh!" A new thought seemed to strike Lady Sophia. She glanced from her hostess to her nephew, and then pursed up her lips, guessing in a flash what was coming. "You had better come with me, Freelis," she repeated, raising her voice, and at the sound of it Mona shrank away. But Freelis looked dogged and declined to come. "I must stop and support Miss Chint," he said. "Mr. Shepworth can do that," cried Captain Jadby, insolently. "He can," said the barrister, taking a step forward, "and he can support the cause of," with emphasis, "any lady." The advocate of the Stone Age, standing at the open door, raised her lorgnette and surveyed the group. "Most interesting," she said with cool impertinence. "Quite a comedy. Let us hope that it will not merge into a tragedy." And biting her lip, she departed, with a glare at her obstinate nephew. Guessing that Lady Sophia was offended, and pretty certain of the reason, Mona did not dare to follow. The motor car of Lady Sophia was heard whirling down the avenue in the hot sunshine, and only when the sound died away did Miss Chint return to the three men. "What more have you to say, Captain Jadby?" she asked politely. "It seems to me that there is little need of an explanation," he answered, with another shrug, and compressing his lips.
None at all that I can see, rejoined Shepworth in a cool voice. I think Captain Jadby had better go. Not until I receive Mona's answer from her own lips, he snarled, and looked a very ugly customer in his impotent wrath. Miss Chint to you, said the girl, equably.
Mona, Mona, vociferated the captain. I have a double right to call you by your Christian name. I did not even know that you had a single right, she retorted. I have. Sir Oliver wished us to marry. Quite so, and for that reason I became engaged to Mr. Shepworth. Preless gave a gasp and turned to his friend. Ned nodded. It is true, Dorry, said the barrister. When I was stopping here during the lifetime of Sir Oliver, this man, he indicated Captain Jadby with contempt, pestered Miss Chint with his attentions. Sir Oliver was on his side, why I can't say, but... I can tell you now, interrupted Jadby hoarsely. I am Sir Oliver's son, and Mona is my cousin. There was a second silence. I don't believe it, said Preless decidedly, and his opinion was echoed by Miss Chint and Shepworth. Jadby threw back his handsome head scornfully. It matters little what you believe, he said violently, since what I say is the truth, and no denial can make it anything else. My mother was the daughter of a great chief of Tahiti. Oh, broke in Preless impulsively. Then you are a half-caste. Yes, admitted the captain, his nostrils working and his native origin becoming more and more apparent as he lost his temper. My father was married to my mother in native fashion, but that, I learn, does not entitle me to inherit my father's title and property, which it should do. However, my father made a will in my favor before leaving the South Seas. He never had much love for me, and therefore I dreaded lest he should change his mind and leave his property to someone else. I came to England to look after my interests, and then learned that a new will had been made leaving the money to Mona. My father, to give him his due, was ashamed of himself and proposed that the affairs should be settled by marriage, so that both Mona and I should benefit. I loved her and agreed to the arrangement, but she scorned me, and so her uncle died, ended Preless, looking sharply at the captain. Jadby whirled round furiously and stamped. My father's death has nothing whatsoever to do with my engagement to Mona. I never was engaged to you, she interposed swiftly. It was because you persecuted me that I asked Ned to stand between us. I have known Ned for years, and he is a loyal gentleman. Very loyal, sneered Jadby, with quivering lips. To love one woman and become engaged to another. Shepworth would have spoken, but Mona prevented him. There is no need for you to excuse yourself, Ned, she said coldly, and addressed herself to the fuming captain. When I asked Mr. Shepworth to pretend to be engaged to me, so that your worrying might be stopped, he told me that he loved another woman. A woman who is... Shepworth threw up his hand. If you dare to say a word, he cried menacingly, I shall break your neck. There is no need, said Mona again, while Preless, keenly observant, held his peace. I can explain to Captain Jadby, and then he can go. I have heard enough, said the sailor harshly, and glared. To fool your uncle, my father, he added with emphasis, and to fool me, you pretended to engage yourself to this man. You have stated the position accurately, said Mona with great calmness. Mr. Shepworth and I have paid you out. We have played a comedy by which you, for your insolence, have been deceived. Mona! The man took a step forward, imploringly. Miss Chint receded. I am not afraid of you now, she declared in a clear voice, although you did your best to frighten me, and I do not allow anyone to call me Mona save those I love. You may be my cousin for all I know, but I don't like you, and I shall have nothing to do with you. My fictitious engagement with Mr. Shepworth is at an end," she concluded, slipping off a ring and passing it to Ned, who put it in his pocket. "And you, I understand, have the property, since the will in my favor has been destroyed. There is no more to be said." "There is this to be said," shouted Jadby, the veins on his forehead swelling dangerously, "that this house is mine, and you shall leave it." Mona faced him coolly. "Mr. Mortabon looks after my interest," she declared, quite composed. "As soon as he tells me to leave, I shall do so. But until then I am mistress here, and I order you to go." Jadby would have disobeyed, as he was furious at the failure of his two thunderbolts. He had hoped to overwhelm Mona by stating that he was her cousin, and he had hoped to separate her from Shepworth by telling of the latter's infatuation for Mrs. Dolly Rover. Having failed, he looked like a fool, and would have tried to recover his ground by insisting upon remaining, but that Preless rose to his feet and Shepworth took a step forward. Jadby was no coward, for the drop of white blood in him came from a brave old stock. But the odds were too great. Moreover, he really and truly loved his cousin, and his soul was torn within him at the thought of losing her. With a sudden revulsion of feeling, the tears sprang to his dark eyes, although he was by no means a tearful individual. Putting out his hands blindly, he groped his way to the door. Mona's generous heart smote her when she saw the man brought thus low, and she sprang forward to lay her hand on his arm. "Do not go in anger, Felix," she pleaded, using his Christian name, as Sir Oliver had often done. "If you are my cousin, and I believe that you have spoken the truth, let us part in peace. Shake hands." Jadby dashed the tears from his eyes and her hand from his arm. Her appeal brought back the original devil to his semi-civilized heart fiercer than ever. "Will you be my wife?" he demanded savagely. "No, I cannot." "Do you love anyone else?" Mona drew herself up, quivering. "You have no right to ask that." "Perhaps not," raged the captain with contempt, "because you love a man who is in love with a married woman and—" Shepworth ran forward, his face white and his eyes bright. "Silence!" he exclaimed, and took Jadby by the shoulders. "I shall not be silent!" shrieked the half-caste, becoming feminine and abusive in his towering passion. "You and your Mrs. Rover, who—" What else could he have said neither Mona nor Preless knew, for the barrister, becoming suddenly silent after the manner of the angered white man, ran Jadby swiftly out of the room. The semi-Polynesian kicked and shrieked and swore, and even tried to bite, but Shepworth, with set teeth and grim eyes, forced him along the hall and out of the front door. The next moment Jadby was lying on his back some distance away, with Shepworth blocking the door of the house, he claimed. "You devil!" yelled the half-caste, and he leaped up to slip his hand behind him. The barrister flung himself down, while 3 shots rang out from the captain's derringer, then sprang to his feet on hearing no more. Apparently only 3 chambers had been loaded, for Shepworth, filled with wrath at this treachery, dared the worst and ran blindly down the steps. Jadby flung away the still smoking weapon with an oath and sped down the avenue, as though the fiend himself was after him. For some little distance Shepworth followed, until he lost him on the wide downs, and then returned to the Grange to meet Preless coming down the avenue at top speed. "Are you hurt, Ned?" shouted his friend. "One of the bullets ripped my arm, but it's nothing to speak of," was Shepworth's reply. "Where's Mona?" She ran upstairs to see Mrs. Blexey. I'll send up and let her know that you are all right. I say, Ned, you have made a dangerous enemy." "Oh, damn the danger," growled Shepworth, who was furious. "The low, mean, sulking hound. He insulted me before on account of Constance, and that was why we fought. He hadn't a revolver then, and I gave him a black eye, the brute." "And are you really in love with Constance?" asked Preless doubtfully. "Yes," said Ned gruffly, and not seemingly inclined to talk about the matter just then. "I'll tell you all about it some day. Meanwhile, let us reassure Mona and get my arm bathed. It's only a scratch." "But one moment, Ned," said Preless, holding him back from entering the house. "You are not actually engaged to Mona? I mean Miss Trent?" "No, I only agreed so as to save her from Jadby's insolence and Sir Oliver's persecution." "Then Miss Trent is heart whole?" "Entirely, so far as I know," replied Shepworth dryly. And then, wheeling to face his friend, "Why do you ask these questions?" "I'll tell you all about it some day," said Preless, echoing the former speech of the barrister. "Hallo, there's Mona, that is, Miss Trent herself." It was indeed Mona who appeared at the top of the steps with Mrs. Blexey and 2 footmen behind her. She looked pale and hurried forward. "Are you hurt, Ned?" she asked anxiously. "I heard the shots." "It's only a flea bite," said Ned quickly. "Don't bother about it. I'll go to my room and bathe it." "Let me do that, sir," said Mrs. Blexey, and Shepworth, nodding a faint assent, for he had lost some blood, went into the house and up the wide oaken stairs. Preless lingered behind with Mona. "I am so glad," he said meaningly. "That Ned has been shot? How cruel of you!" No, you must be aware that I am glad because—" "I haven't time to listen now," said Mona, her face crimson and her eyes very bright. "I have to send a telegram." "To whom?" demanded Preless as she disappeared through the hall. "To Dr. Horace," came back the reply. And then the young man, in addition to his other puzzled thoughts, had this new one concerning his former fellow traveler. "I wonder what she wants with Horace?" he asked himself. The answer came at dinner, when Mona was in the safe presence of Ned, and Preless could make no demonstration of the feelings he had for her. Feelings which she had guessed long since existed. Shepworth's wound, which was worse than he admitted, had been bound up, and he was in very good spirits. Mona, startled by the events of the afternoon, looked pale, and was rather restless. But Preless said nothing. In the first place, he could not in the presence of a third party, even though that party was his school chum, and in the second, he was too happy to speak much. All he could do, and did do, was to fill his eyes and heart with the pale beauty of Mona Trent. After all, the gods had been very good to him by removing an apparently impassable barrier. It was Shepworth who asked why Mona had sent the wire to Dr. Horace, and Preless listened with great interest to her reply. "After the case," explained the girl, more to Martaban than to the young men, "Dr. Horace sent and congratulated me on the verdict. Also he wrote a note saying that if Jadby proved dangerous, those were his words, that I was to wire to him and he would draw Jadby's teeth. His own words again, Mr. Martaban." "Do you know Dr. Horace?" asked the solicitor, looking puzzled. "No, I never set eyes on him until he stepped into the witness box to give evidence about the herb. But when I heard the shots, I knew then that Captain Jadby was becoming dangerous, so I sent off a telegram to Dr. Horace. Just before dinner a reply came." "And the reply?" asked Shepworth, also puzzled. "Dr. Horace will be here by 10 o'clock tonight." Preless stared. It must be something very important to bring Horace down so promptly. Have you any idea of what he means?" "No," replied Mona quietly. "All I know I have told you. But if this Dr. Horace can stop Felix from shooting people, it will be as wise to have him down." "Felix," muttered Preless discontentedly. Mona shot a smiling glance at him, not ill pleased to see how openly jealous he was, even though he had no official right to be so. "He is my cousin, you know," she said sweetly. "I don't believe it," said Shepworth sharply. "I do, and if you will look at Uncle Oliver's portrait up there," she turned to point at the wall, "you will see that there is a likeness between him and Felix. Only Felix is darker," finished Mona. Preless did not argue, but sat restlessly in his seat. When Mona left the three men over their wine, they had a long discussion concerning the present aspect of things, and formed a committee of three to decide what was best to be done. Lord Preless insisted upon going up to London for an interview with Madame Marie, while Shepworth was equally certain that the trail of Jadby ought to be followed. As to Mr. Mortabon, he openly bewailed the loss of the will which would have placed Mona in possession of the Lanwin property. As the dinner was late, the three men lingered for a considerable time, talking of what was best to be done, and the stable clock struck 10 before they were aware of the passing of time. At once Preless jumped up and walked into the drawing room. There, to his surprise, he found Dr. Horace, more shaggy and uncouth than ever, sitting comfortably beside Mona Chint. The two looked like Titania and Bottom the Weaver. "How on earth did you come here?" asked Preless, amazed. "Walked," retorted Horace gruffly. "I caught an earlier train, and so got here before the time mentioned in my wire. Good evening, Shepworth. So you've been killed, eh?" "Oh, I'm alive yet," laughed the barrister. And then Dr. Horace was introduced to Mr. Mortabon, to whom he immediately addressed himself. "I'm glad that you are here," he said in his usual growling tones. "I mean you, sir, the land shark. I've some business for you." "Is this the time to talk business?" said Mortabon, somewhat annoyed, as after a good dinner he did not feel able to give advice. "Judge for yourself," said Horace, fishing a blue envelope, foolscap size, out of the breast pocket of his shabby coat. "Look at that." Mortabon did so, and so did Preless and Shepworth. Peering over the shoulder of his dress coat, Mortabon uttered a cry of amazement. "Why, it's the missing will!" he almost shouted. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The old story. On hearing Mortabon's surprised cry, everyone stood still and silent out of sheer amazement. The unexpected had happened with a vengeance, and Dr. Horace, quite delighted with the sensation that he had produced, rubbed his hairy hands with a grim chuckle. "Quite dramatic, isn't it?" said Horace. Mortabon drew a long breath, and clutched the document, as though he feared that it would vanish into thin air, like Macbeth's witches. "I am surprised," he confessed, staring at the doctor. "How did you become possessed of this, sir?" And in asking that very pertinent question, he anticipated the speech of the others. Horace did not answer immediately. Without requesting permission, he produced his immense German pipe, already stuffed as full as it would hold with strong tobacco, and lighted it calmly. Preless looked annoyed at this breach of good manners, and would have stepped forward to remind Horace that he was not in his native wilds, but that Mona, guessing his intention, made a little gesture to stop him. Seeing what Dr. Horace had done, she was prepared to forgive him everything. Besides, the great traveler was such an eccentric person that no one could be angry when he behaved like a bear. It seemed natural that he should. Meanwhile, the lawyer, becoming impatient, repeated his query. "How did I become possessed of it?" said Horace, lying back luxuriously and puffing out white clouds of smoke. "Well, I might say that I murdered Lanwin, mightn't I?" "Yes, you might," remarked Mona, smiling, "but you did not." "No," sighed Horace, with an odd expression on his large face. "It would be an anticlimax." "Oh, hang your dramatic instincts," said Preless crossly. "Why can't you answer the question?" "I am about to, if you will hold your tongue and sit down. You always did have too much chin music, Preless. Well," he looked round with a grin, like a somewhat malicious monkey, "if you must know, I got that will from Agstone." Mona dropped back into the seat whence she had risen, and her example was followed by the three men. Horace's calm announcement took their several breaths away, and their individual legs could support them no longer. "It seems to me," cried Preless, much annoyed, "that you are presuming on our credulity." "No, I am telling you the truth." "But did you know Agstone?" demanded Shepworth, staring. "Oh, yes, he was my brother." What? Quacked Mortabon like an excited duck. "Go slow, old son of a gun," said the doctor, smoking calmly. "I told Lord Preless yonder of my relationship, and there is no need for me to explain the same to you, beyond stating the fact that Steve Agstone was my brother. He knew of my address in London and came to see me on the day after the murder." "Why didn't you give him in charge?" asked the lawyer. Horace surveyed the red face turned towards him in an aggravatingly calm way. "For two reasons," he grunted. "Firstly, Agstone was my brother, and dog doesn't eat dog. Secondly, I had no reason to believe that he had anything to do with the death." "But the knife which he brought to Mr. Shepworth's flat—" "Oh, yes." Horace glanced at the two young men and chuckled. "But you see there was no mention of the knife when Steve came to see me. Still, I must admit that he feared lest he should be accused of the crime." "Oh!" cried Mona, sitting bolt upright. "Then he did not accuse me again?" "Not to me," answered the doctor promptly. "In fact, Steve seemed to be rather friendly inclined towards you." No, cried Mona earnestly. "He never liked me. He was jealous because my uncle loved me." "Well," Horace looked at his pipe rather than at the speaker, "I should not say that if I were you. In my opinion, Steve was not so very devoted to Lanwin as was made out." "But I thought—" "Never mind what you thought," said Horace rudely, and rose to walk up and down the room. "I am here to tell you facts. When I have explained as much as is possible for me to explain, I'm going." "Won't you stop here for the night?" asked Mona, surprised. "No," retorted Horace abruptly, "I won't. Now listen, as my time is valuable, and I can't remain here chattering nonsense and behaving rudely," finished Preless with sarcasm. "Oh, you're there, my son, with your monkey brand manners. There," he went on teasingly as Preless jumped up, flushing. "Don't get out your little gun. There's a lady present." "I wish you would remember that." "Oh, so I do. There's a lady present who wishes to hear how I became possessed of a document which gives her 10,000 a year. Very good. Don't interrupt, or—" Horace broke off with a gruff laugh. "What bad manners you civilized people have." Preless looked despairingly at Shepworth. It seemed impossible to bring this uncouth person to the point.
But Mona was laughing at the bear-like antics of the traveler, although Mr. Martaban's indignant face showed how his feelings were outraged. "This," cried the lawyer, "is quite intolerable." "Cock-a-doodle-doo!" crowed Horace derisively, then unexpectedly whirled a chair round between his stumpy legs and sat down, leaning his arms over the back, to address his audience as if it were from an imaginary pulpit. "Listen," said Horace gravely, and the smiles gave place to watchfulness on every face. "My brother came to see me on the day after the murder. I had already read of Lanwin's death in the papers, and asked Steve how his master came by his end. Steve swore that he did not know, but stated that he quite expected to be accused. He then lugged that blue envelope which Mr. Martaban is holding out of his pocket and passed it along to me. Before I could open the envelope he was out of the house, and I never heard of him again, until Prelis yonder brought me the report of his death in Shepworth's flat. When alone I opened the envelope and found the will." "Why didn't you bring it forward at once?" fumed the lawyer. "Because I thought that its production might implicate Steve, and I didn't wish to have Steve hanged for a crime which he did not commit." "Are you sure that he did not?" asked Shepworth meaningly. "One is sure of nothing in this old ramshackle world," said Horace philosophically. "But what I want you all to understand is that Steve told me nothing. Why he should bring me the will I can't say, and he did not wait to tell me how he became possessed of it. I should have brought it forward at the trial, but that the papers hinted at the burning of this will being a point in Miss Chint's favor. I therefore waited until Miss Chint was acquitted, and resolved only to use the will when Jadby, whom I don't like, tried to secure this property. Miss Chint sent me the wire tonight saying that Jadby was making himself disagreeable, so I came down with the will. You have it, Mr. Landshark," he added, looking at Martaban. "So that is a present for you, Miss Chint." He pulled out a small white paper packet from his breast pocket and flung it dexterously across the room. "You will find that useful should Captain Jadby prove to be troublesome, as he will now that he has lost the money. That is all my mission here." He jumped away from his chair unexpectedly and trotted to the door, where he turned to survey the company. "Good night." "Stop, stop!" cried Mona, running to the door, through which he had so promptly vanished, and the others following echoed her urgent cry. But by the time they reached the hall, the door was wide open, and Horace had disappeared as completely as though the earth had swallowed him up. Beyond was the darkness, which veiled him. "Is he mad?" asked Mona, turning an amazed face to the three men. "Mad or not, he has done you a service," said Martaban, looking down at the will which he still held. "This is undoubtedly your uncle's last testament, which was not burnt. It is signed by Sir Oliver in the presence of Stephen Agstone and Emma Blexey. What a facer this will be for our South Sea friend," ended the lawyer, actually becoming slangy in his delight. "Ought we follow Horace?" Shepworth asked. "No," replied Prelis, who was frowning at Horace's manners. "Even if we caught up with him, he would say nothing. We must wait to see if he will again intervene in the case." "He seems to have washed his hands of it," said Ned, sauntering back to the drawing room. "He did so before, yet when Miss Chint wired he came down. I wonder—" Prelis paused and bit his fingers. "You wonder what?" "If Horace killed Sir Oliver and Agstone." Shepworth stared. "That's a rotten bad shot, Dory. Why should he?" "Oh, I can assign no reason, but—" "My dear old chap, it is absurd. I know you are thinking of the will being brought here by Horace, but why should not his story be a true one,
since Agstone is his brother." "Well," Preless threw out his hands with a despairing gesture, "I can't understand the whole business. It passes my powers of comprehension." Before Ned could reply, Mona summoned both the young men. Along with Martaban, she had been opening the parcel which Horace had thrown across the room, and was now exclaiming at its contents. "Ned, Lord Preless, here is the sacred herb." They hurried over to have a look, and there sure enough was the yellowish stalk of the herb from Easter Island, bearing 7 or more purple leaves. In addition, there was a written paper, which Mona read aloud. "Use the enclosed when Jadby comes to close quarters and makes himself unpleasant." She read in a bewildered manner. "Also, it will be as well for you to use your power over Lord Preless to prevent his searching further in this case. If he meddles with what does not concern him, it means sorrow and perhaps a public scandal." There was a dead silence. "Now what does that mean?" asked Mona. No one knew. No one dared to suggest an explanation. Preless was the first to speak. "I advise you, Miss Chint, to obey Horace and keep this herb constantly in your pocket. He is not the man to give a warning without some grave reason. He has saved you once from Jadby, and this herb, as he plainly says, intimates that it will save you again." "But why should—" "Oh," Preless shrugged his shoulders, "I can explain nothing, and with your leave I shall go back to Hyde. Ned?" "I remain here for the night," replied the barrister. "All right, I shall see you in the morning," and Preless sauntered to the door, after bowing to Miss Chint. He did not dare to take her hand, for fear he should never let go of it again, but she hurried after him and spoke anxiously in the hall as he put on his light summer overcoat. This hasty departure annoyed her, as she showed plainly. "Why will you not remain and talk over this strange matter?" she asked. "No, no," answered the young man, averting his eyes and quickly opening the door himself, since no footman was at hand. "But if you will permit me, I shall come here at 5 in the morning." "At 5? Why at 5?" "Then is the breaking of a new day," whispered Preless in a somewhat tremulous voice. "And in the gardens, in the light of the dawn, you can then say—" He repeated the phrase, raised his eyes to meet hers, and left with a hurried good night. Mona stood where she was, amazed and confused. What did he mean? She asked herself, and immediately her heart explained. A light broke over her lovely face, and she whispered to herself, "At 5, in the gardens, in the light of the dawn." Meanwhile, Preless rushed downward to hide through the darkness of the night. There was no moon, but the purple sky scintillated gloriously with stars. A warm wind, laden with the fragrance of wild flowers, was blowing with strange murmurings over the bare spaces of the downs, and the young man's spirits thrilled to the beauty and peace of the night. He should have thought of the case, of Horace's queer warning, repeated for the 3rd time, and of the behavior of Captain Jadby, now converted from a secret foe into an open enemy. But he considered nothing of these pressing matters which had to do with the everyday world. Rather did he think of Mona and her starry beauty. Rather did he recall with joy the great truth, which he could scarcely realize, that he was free to woo her, without being disloyal to his bosom friend. Mona was not engaged to Ned. Her heart was free to receive a loving occupant, and Preless, striding through the leafy lanes, swore inly that he would be that occupant. Lady Sophia would be hostile. He knew that from the way in which she had taken leave of the girl. But what did that matter, so long as Mona received him at dawn? in the enchanted gardens of the secluded Grange. All that night Prelus slept soundly. As a lover, the tumult of his heart should have kept him wide awake, but the transcendental heights to which his thoughts raised him so drew him away from earthly matters that he lost consciousness of physical surroundings. Lying on his bed, the sound of the breaking waves on the rugged beach below the hotel lulled him to sleep. And then his spirit soared to a higher world, spiritual and pure, in which there was no pain or sorrow or weary misunderstandings. When he awoke, with the rosy lights of sunrise streaming through the curtainless window, his spirit told him little of what it had seen in the superphysical world. But Prelus was conscious that somewhere in the vast spaces of the unknown he had met with Mona, and had talked with her for endless periods of time. True, according to the clock, he had slept but a few hours, but living in eternity as a true lover should, he took no count of earthly time. Man's measure of the eternal. He had lived for thousands of years during the dark hours, kneeling at the feet of Mona, crowned queen of dreams, of kisses, and now he was to see her again in the flesh, gracious and lovely, and, as he knew she would be, truly kind. The spirit of the man, having bathed in the fountain of sleep, rose therefrom pure and undefiled. It seemed meet to Prelus, although he was not usually so imaginative, that he should wear a suit of pure white as symbolic of the coming interview. And as he passed uphill, clothed in spotless flannels, with the purity of the dawn stealing into his soul, he felt as though he had been reborn into a fairer and more perfect world. Passing swiftly over the grassy uplands, his eager feet bore him down into the hollow, through the ancient woods, and on to the bird-haunted lawn. And there, in the cold, searching, chaste light of the dawn hours, he beheld his lady standing amidst the dewy grass, waiting for his coming, and she also was clothed in white. As Prelus came across the lawns, his eyes far off met those of Mona, which shone like twin stars in the rosy flushing of her face. According to the precedent, he should have raised his hat. He should have greeted her with a handshake. He should have explained his desire for this unconventional meeting. But he did none of these things. Neither did she desire that he should do them. Without a word, without a pause, he came to her swiftly and clasped her in his arms. Their lips met in one long kiss, and the awakened birds sang joyfully in the rustling trees. So might Adam have greeted Eve in paradise when God presented him with the helpmate who was to be the mother of all mankind. "And you knew all the time," murmured Mona on his breast. "No, I did not know. More shame to me. I really thought that you were engaged to Ned." "I don't mean that. But surely you knew. You guessed that I loved you, and you only." "No. How could I when—" "I showed my love in 100 ways," she said, with a playful laugh. "Oh, Lord Prelus, how very little you know of women." "I know more than is good for me," he murmured, smiling. "What?" "That is, Lord Prelus does," he protested, hedging. "But George is an innocent boy who knows nothing." "Who is George?" "I am," and he kissed her again, victoriously. Mona laughed happily. "I am afraid that George is not so innocent as he makes himself out to be." "Teach him to be good, my darling. A hard task you set me, George." She lingered lovingly over the name. "And oh, what you must think of me, who take so much for granted." "I think that you are an angel," he cried fervently. Dear, I loved you from the moment I saw you in that cruel court." "And I loved you," she whispered. "I thought that it was merely friendship until we met again. And then I knew." She gave him a delighted little crow of laughter which stirred the young man's heart to its depths. Impulsively he dropped on his knees and kissed her hands alternately, scarcely able to speak. "I am not worthy of you," he muttered. "Dear," she stooped and raised him to her breast. "Let me find out your imperfections by myself." "I have many," he said humbly, "and I love you for them. I marry a man in the world of men, and not an archangel, in the same way as you take a faulty woman and not a spirit of light. But we are spirits, although clothed in coats of skin," she ended gently, "and when the hour strikes we shall know each other. Do we not know each other now?" "No. That is, Mona Chent knows George Prelis." The young man jumped gaily to his feet. "Enough for the day is the delight therefore," he cried. "I am quite content to know Mona Chent until she becomes Mona Prelis. When will you marry me?" "So like a man," laughed the girl. "You wish to settle an important future in 5 minutes. We must wait." "Wait? Oh, no, no! Why should we?" "Because," Mona laid a gentle hand on his shoulder, "your wife must be like Caesar's, above suspicion." "You wish me then to go on looking into the case?" "I do, unless you accept the warning of Dr. Horace." Prelis threw his Panama over the hedge. "I accept no warning, since you make me strong to dare it. I shall go on with the case. Tomorrow." "Why tomorrow? Oh, Mona, let me enjoy paradise for 24 hours." "No, you must act, and at once, lest we lose our paradise altogether. I don't understand what Dr. Horace means, but in spite of his hints I wish you to look into matters in order to find out who murdered poor Uncle Oliver, and in order to clear my name. You must go up to London to-day and begin your search. It is a sacrifice I ask of you, no doubt, but then love, true love, means sacrifice." "Very good," said Prelis sedatively. "I shall go up by the midday train and interview Madame Marie Eppingrave." "Why her particularly?" "She gave the herb to your uncle. Mrs. Blexey mistrusts her. Now," he closed her mouth with a kiss, "not a word more. The gates of paradise will close in a few hours. Until then—" "Yes, yes. Until then—" "Let us play at being Adam and Eve in a garden." And they did. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Power of the Herb. It had been Prelis's intention to ask Ned about his love for Constance Rover before leaving the Grange. But on second thought he resolved to wait until he learned more concerning the murders before putting Shepworth in the witness box. Nevertheless, he was somewhat upset to think that his best friend was entangling himself with a married woman. Prelis was no prude, and had not been a Sir Galahad himself. All the same, he did not think that Ned was acting rightly. Of course, the case was a hard one, since the two truly loved one another. Constance had been sacrificed on the family altar, and to a man who took advantage of her sacrifice to play the tyrant as much as he dared. The poor woman was very unhappy, and it was to be presumed that the man who loved her was unhappy also. It said a great deal for Shepworth and Mrs. Rover that they had not long ago defied conventionality and eloped. Since they had not gone this length, Prelis argued that they were trying to bear their several burdens as honorably as possible. But how long would such endurance last? According to Shepworth himself, Mona knew of his love for Constance, since he had explained the same when the pretended engagement was made to save the girl from Jadby's wooing and Sir Oliver's persecution. But Preless, in the first flush of his love, shrank from questioning her about so distasteful a subject, and on her side, Mona was loyally silent until Ned chose to speak. Thus it came about that although Preless met his friend at breakfast, he made no remark about this very private business, and Shepworth did not volunteer an explanation. Rather did the conversation turn on the unexpected appearance of the lost will, and Martaban explained his future actions. These included an immediate journey to London with Mrs. Blexey, who had to make an affidavit as to the authenticity of the document. Under these circumstances, as Shepworth could scarcely remain at the Grange when both Martaban and the housekeeper were absent, he arranged to go to London with them by the 10 o'clock train. Preless would fain have lingered in those delicious gardens with Mona, but as he knew her views, he kept to his determination. However, when the trio drove away to Hyde, Preless had a golden hour or so all to himself, and very wisely made the most of it. It was with great regret that he took his way to the station at Hyde and to the train which was to bear him miles away from his goddess. But the memory of the last kiss which she gave him cheered his somewhat despondent mood all the way to Charing Cross, and on stepping on to the platform of the Metropolitan Station, Preless shook off his dreams and addressed himself to the task in hand. As the day was fine, and Preless, as usual, felt the need of exercise to tame his exuberant spirits, which had quite recovered during the journey, he walked to New Bond Street, and somewhere about 3 o'clock found himself reading a brass plate inscribed Madame Marie Epingrave, and afterwards he entered a narrow and dark passage to mount a steep flight of stairs, and finally came to the second floor of the building where the fortune teller received clients. A dark-complected lad of 14, dressed in white robes with a blue scarf round his waist, received the newcomer and informed him that Madame Marie was engaged for 10 minutes or so. Preless, therefore, sat down and glanced over some papers lying on a round table. These mostly dealt with occult matters up to date, and he speedily grew tired of reading much which he could not understand. The room was small and commonplace, and even ugly in its adornments. The table aforesaid, a few cane chairs, and an old horsehair sofa completed the furnishings, and 2 dingy, uncurtained windows overlooked Bond Street. There was nothing of the mystical about this very ordinary apartment, and Preless concluded that Madame Marie certainly did not spend her earnings on magical frippery in order to impress those who called upon her. After a glance round, he spoke to the lad, who was seated cross-legged at the door, and asked him if he was a Hindu. "No," answered the boy in very good English, and with a flash of snow-white teeth. "I come from the South Seas." "Indeed," answered Preless in his turn, and somewhat astonished. "Has your mistress been in the South Seas?" "Yes, sir. She brought me from Tahiti, but I want to go back again." Preless reflected. Tahiti was the home of Captain Jadby and the former haunt of Sir Oliver Lanwin. He wondered if Madame Marie had met the baronet there, but the lad was not likely to know that, so he asked him another question. "Does your mistress know Captain Felix Jadby?" The effect on the boy was somewhat strange. He leaped to his feet and muttered some words in his native tongue, which apparently were not complimentary to the captain, judging from the savage expression of his face. "Madame does know him," he said at length, "and he comes to see her here very often. I don't like him. He kicked me. I would kill him if I were in Tahiti, but here—" The boy shrugged his shoulders to show that the English law was much too particular. "Madam loves the captain and wants to marry him," went on the boy, apparently so carried away by his hate that he said more than was wise, considering his dependent position. "But he loves another and—" Here the sound of the inner door opening made the lad aware of his folly in speaking secrets to a stranger. He cringed and caught Preliss's hand. "You will say nothing to her?" he implored. "No, no," Preliss assured him, and slipped half a crown into his hand. "But later you must tell me more. I also dislike Captain Jadby." "I'll tell you what I can to harm him," said the boy viciously. "He kicked me and struck me, the son of a chief. But don't tell her," he added, pointing with a trembling hand to the inner door. "Oh, my soul, don't tell her, for she can send the spirits to torment me." The young man promised again, thinking that the lad in a way was somewhat like Caliban in his fear of spirits, and looked upon Madame Marie as a sort of female Prospero, who could have him pinched black and blue. But he had little time to think about this new ally, who might be of assistance in undermining Jadby's schemes, for a lady, fashionably dressed and holding a handkerchief to her face, emerged from the inner room. The lad showed her out, and Preliss waited for his reception. A silver bell sounded within, and the boy returned to point meaningly at the door, laying his finger on his lips in token of silence. Preliss nodded reassuringly and stepped into the shrine. If the approach to this holy of holies was commonplace, the shrine itself certainly was not. Preliss beheld a room of no great size, furnished very oddly. That is to say, it was not furnished in the ordinary acceptation of the word. The ceiling was painted a dull red, and a plain carpet of the same hue was spread over the floor. 2 windows looking on to Bond Street were filled in with painted glass, representing various mystical signs, and the 4 walls were hung with lusterless black stuff, which made the place look like a chapel during a funeral service. But the odd thing was that the red carpet was strewn with perfectly white cushions, and there was neither table nor chair. Tall pillars of black marble stood in the 4 corners, each bearing a glass ball on its summit, and between the windows was placed a bronze tripod, in which smoked a perfumed fire. What with the dim religious light, the black walls, the red carpet, and the snowy cushions of silk, Preliss felt somewhat dizzy. All this theatrical parade was evidently designed to produce a confusing effect, and unseat as much as possible the reason and judgment of Madame's dupes. Annoyed that he should give way so easily, the young man pulled his wits together and looked at the priestess who had conceived this artful mise-en-scene. Madame Marie, clothed in a long white silk robe, made perfectly plain, knelt, Japanese fashion, on a cushion in front of the tripod, and with her back to the painted windows. She was a stout, heavy-looking woman of apparently no great height, with a colorless face, very large and smooth, and with masses of snowy silvery hair, which tumbled down her back in waves of white. What her figure might be, Preliss could not judge because of the robe, but he noted that her hands were slender and beautiful, and also ringless. Indeed, she did not wear a single ornament of any description, and kneeling perfectly motionless with closed eyes, looked like an idol carved out of alabaster. It was cleverly done, and Preliss, the skeptical, could quite understand how the majority of people yielded to the carefully prepared spells of this managing woman. But it was when Madame Marie opened her eyes that Preliss became aware of the true secret of her power over weaker minds.
These were large and blue and clear, looking from under white eyebrows in a penetrating way.
Fathomless as the sea,
and as mysterious. Preless met this mystical gaze calmly, but felt his skin prickling and his willpower growing weak. Aware that the seeress was trying to hypnotize him,
as she doubtless hypnotized her other clients,
the young man concentrated his will to meet and baffle hers.
For some time they stared at one another, Preless looking down from his height, and Madame Marie gazing upward from her cushion. Then the woman closed her eyes again with a somewhat annoyed expression. "You are not a weak man," she said in a deep, melodious voice, like the sound of a mellow bell. "No," answered Preless calmly, "I am not," and he sat down cross-legged on a cushion directly in front of the Sibyl. "Then why do you come to me?" she asked, looking at him steadily. "Only weak persons wish to know the future. The man who is strong and self-willed and skeptical, as you are, need learn nothing of the future, which lies in his own hands." "In the hands of God, rather," corrected Preless. "Do you know who I am?" "You are Lord Preless." "How do you know?" "I might say by magic, but you would not believe that. I always suit myself to the nature of those I meet. Therefore I shall give a commonplace explanation. I saw you in court when you gave evidence during the trial of Miss Chint for murder." Preless nodded. "I might have guessed that. Do you know why I have come?" Madame Marie folded her hands calmly before her and replied equally calmly. "You have come to solve the secret of the murders." "That is a very clever guess, and I rather think that you can solve the secret, madam." "Why should you think so?" she asked with absolute calmness. "You gave the sacred herb to Sir Oliver." "I did. The sacred herb of Easter Island, but I need not explain to you, since you heard what Dr. Horace said in court. The herb induces trances, and Sir Oliver wished to go into a trance by its aid. I therefore gave him a few twigs." "Why did Sir Oliver wish to go into a trance?" "He desired to explore the astral plane, if you understand that." "I quite understand. I have studied theosophy. Well?" "There is nothing more to be said," rejoined Madame Marie, with a little shrug which hinted at French blood. "He went into a trance, and while his spirit was absent from his body he was murdered." "Who by?" "I can't tell you. Even with my powers, and they are great, I am not permitted to know who killed Sir Oliver Lanwin." "It was his karma, and he had to bear it, since he reaped only as he sowed." "The karma of his murder has nothing to do with me. Therefore my sight is veiled, and I cannot read the truth. And if I could," added the woman with emphasis, "you must be aware, if you have studied the occult, that I would not be permitted to tell without permission from those who rule." "The Lords of Karma?" asked Preless, wondering if she was talking in earnest, or merely wiggling out of an awkward position. Madame Marie bowed solemnly. "I see you understand somewhat, but may I ask you to be more open with me regarding the purpose of your visit? You can hardly have come to accuse me of these crimes." "No," said Preless, studying her face carefully. "I think that you are innocent. Let us leave the murders alone for the moment. I want you to help me." He paused to add effect to his next words. "With Captain Felix Jadby." The woman's hands moved restlessly, and she began to lose her calmness when the name was pronounced. "I know nothing about Captain Jadby, beyond the fact that I met him at Lanwin Grange. But he is not guilty of Sir Oliver's death, if that is what you mean." "Oh, dear me, that is not what I mean at all," rejoined Preless in his most airy manner, and resolving to be very plain. but the fact is that Captain Jadby is my rival." Madame Marie rose as though moved by a spring, and he then saw that she was little, but tremendously dignified. "Your rival!" she repeated, and her marble white face became crimson with angry blood. At length he had managed to break through her calculated calm. "I understood that Miss Chint was engaged to Mr. Shepworth." "Oh, the whole world knows that," replied Preless, still airy in his manner. "But that was merely an official engagement to prevent Jadby from worrying Miss Chint. Sir Oliver was in favor of the engagement with Jadby, for reasons—" "I know those reasons. I know that Felix—" she let slip the name, forgetting that she had disclaimed intimacy. "That Felix is his son." "His illegitimate son," said Preless with emphasis. "Yes, by the daughter of a chief to whom he was married in native fashion, Lord Preless. Of course, Captain Jadby." She had the name stiffly by this time, remembering her slip. "Came home to look after his interests and wished to marry another woman, forgetting," cried Madame Marie, beginning to pace the room, "that he was engaged to marry another woman. Myself, Lord Preless, myself." Remembering what the native boy had said, Preless expressed no surprise, but rapidly resolved to work on her jealousy. "I congratulate Captain Jadby more than I do you," he remarked gravely. "Oh, I know he is not a good man," she cried, now quite the woman, and kicking several cushions out of the way. "But I loved him. I have always loved him, and he owes much to me. He promised, when we met in South Seas, that he would make me his wife. Not that I am young or beautiful, but because he found in me, so he said, a good comrade. I gave him the money to come home and see his father and to secure his inheritance, if possible. But he saw that girl and loved her. Oh, how I hate that girl who stole his heart." "You need not," said Preless very dryly. "Miss Chint dislikes Jadby immensely, and pretended to be engaged to Shepworth so as to escape his clutches. Otherwise, Sir Oliver might have worried her into consenting to a marriage which she hated. But Jadby came down the other evening to Lanwin Grange, and knows now that the engagement was a false one." "What he does not know," ended Preless emphatically, "is that Miss Chint is now engaged to me." "To you?" Madame Marie stopped in sheer surprise, then went on pacing the room, talking half to herself. "But why should I be astonished? I saw her look at you in court. I noted how you glanced in her direction. I told Jadby that you loved her, and that she loved you." "Oh, you couldn't be certain," cried Preless, blushing. "I have occult powers which enable me to read hearts," said Madame Marie coldly. "Believe or disbelieve as you like." "I shall believe if you will read my heart now." "There is no need of my exercising occult powers for that," she replied, waving her beautiful hands. "You wish to learn the truth about the murders so that Miss Chint's name may be cleared and Felix thwarted." "Yes," said Preless coolly, "you are right. And you can help me to clear Miss Chint's name, to discover the truth as I can help you to marry Jadby." "How can you do that?" "By marrying Miss Chint myself." Madame Marie nodded, and thought, pressing her hands to her head. "I can help you by the power of the herb," she said rapidly. "Listen. I shall go into a trance induced by the herb. Do whatever I say, but do not attempt to awaken me. Simply listen to what I say, and then leave the room. I shall send my spirit to seek out the truth. But first," she said, slipping down on the cushion again, "tell me how much you know." Preless saw no objection in being thus clear, even if Madame Marie wished to work against him, and seeing that her love for Jadby was at stake, he did not think that she would. All that he told her would do little to harm his own schemes. He therefore made no demur,
but detailed everything from the time Lady Sophia had first drawn him into the case by sending him to the New Bailey. Madame Marie listened intently, nodding at intervals. "It is useless for Felix to strive," she said when he ended, and with an air of triumph. "The fate of yourself is mingled with that of the girl. You love so speedily now because you loved before in previous incarnations. Her karma is your karma. Felix can never marry her, nor can Mr. Shepworth marry her, even if he did not love Mrs. Rover." "Pardon me?" cried Preless quickly. "I made no mention of Mrs. Rover beyond the fact that she wore the green domino and the scarlet embroidered dress. And she, as I explained, is innocent. You have no right to talk of Mr. Shepworth's love for a married woman." "Lord Preless," said Madame Marie quietly, and moved towards the wall, "my knowledge of these affairs is greater than you imagine. Mrs. Rover has consulted me, and Felix learned, how it matters not, that she loved Mr. Shepworth. However, we can talk of these things another time. I will go into a trance and search the Alexander mansions for what I can find. Only, as I said, after I have spoken and have become silent, leave this room at once. In due time I shall come out of the trance when the power of the herb is exhausted." Preless nodded in silence, and Madame Marie, drawing aside a portion of the black hangings, revealed a small recess. From this she took some purple leaves, and moving towards the tripod, threw them on the perfumed fire. "Lie down on your face," she commanded, "else the fumes will send you into a trance. Quick! The smoke rises." It certainly did, in a thick white cloud. Madame Marie stood over it, letting the odor flow into her nostrils, not wishing to experience the power of the herb as he had witnessed its results before. Preless lay full length on the red carpet. The smoke was circling so high up that he could not breathe it, although a sickly whiff of tuberose perfume came to his nostrils. Perhaps the draught sweeping under the door neutralized the power sent at this lower level, but be this as it may, Preless lay perfectly flat, and as in a dream heard Madame Marie speak after the manner of the tranced, in an unemotional voice and very distinctly. "I leave this room," she said in her mellow tones. "I rise high. I pass across London. The streets are under me. I see the park. And now I poise above Alexander Mansions. I sink. I pass through the roof. I am in Mrs. Rover's flat." "Search for the dress," commanded Preless softly. There was a pause, and then the calm voice sounded again. "I search in Mrs. Rover's room. The dress she wore is there in a wardrobe together with a green domino." "Search for another dress," said Preless, risking the chance. "Another dress of the same style." Again there came a pause. "I am searching," said the voice, and a silence ensued. For quite 2 minutes it endured. Then Madame spoke again, still with the same awful calmness. "A man's dressing room, in the flat, across the landing. I see a cupboard, in which many clothes are hanging up. Men's clothes they are. Behind them is a green domino, with a scarlet embroidered dress sewn to it." "Who wore it?" asked Preless, his heart beating. "I cannot tell. It is not permitted by the powers." Then came a long silence. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Sacred Herb by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Circumstantial Evidence.
It was with extraordinary feelings that Lord Preless emerged from that mystic room into the everyday world of Bond Street. After the refusal to declare the name of the person who had worn the dress, Madame Marie had become silent, and Preless raised his head to see her standing rigid and white between the painted windows. The white smoke had disappeared into thin air, and save that the strong tuberose scent still lingered behind, there was nothing to show what had placed her in the trance. Obedient to instructions, the young man left the still figure in the lonely room and passed through the outer apartment on his way down the stairs. The boy, cross-legged in the corner, looked up anxiously as he went out. "You have said nothing?" he breathed apprehensively. "Nothing," answered Preless softly, and descended the stairs. When he stood in the street again, he removed his hat and drew a long breath of the smoky London air. Impure as it was, it dispelled the slight dizziness which the odor of the sacred herb had produced. Then the young man chartered a hansom to reach his rooms in Half Moon Street. But not until he was in his very own den and seated in an armchair with a brandy and soda within reach, did he find time to reflect. His reflections were considerably aided by a first-class cigar. "A queer adventure," thought Preless meditatively. "What am I to do next, I should like to know?" Of course the answer to this was obvious. He should go at once to Alexander Mansions, and learn if what Madame Marie said was correct. A very difficult errand to go upon, Preless thought, as it would be hard to induce Mrs. Rover to explore her husband's dressing room in search of evidence which might bring him into trouble. And what excuse could he make, without telling the whole truth? Then again, Mrs. Rover might scoff at Madame Marie's astounding statement, made under such astounding conditions. Yet, on reflection, Preless did not think that she would scoff, considering that she had consulted the fortune-teller herself, and believed in the occult. There was a considerable vein of what the vulgar call superstition in Constance Rover. That the dress was there, Preless had not the least doubt. Of course, on the face of it, an ordinary mortal would laugh at the idea of evidence being procured in such a way, but Preless had traveled too widely, and he had seen too much to make him a skeptic. In Cairo, in the West Indies, in South America, and in the South Seas, he had witnessed occult ceremonies and doings, which proved clearly the existence of that unseen world at which many people laugh, and of which all people are afraid. Drink, drugs, music, rapid movement, and even absolute stillness are all aids to open the psychic senses, as Preless knew very well. Madame Marie had used the fumes of the sacred herb to rend the spirit from the body, and he quite believed that she had gone to Alexander Mansions to make the strange discovery. When she woke from the trance she would be, according to psychic laws, quite unconscious of what she had said. But here Lord Preless began to doubt. Madame Marie had admitted that she knew more than Preless imagined. Seeing that she had been at the Grange during the tragedy and was closely connected with Jadby, it seemed very probable that she was aware of much which was necessary to learn before the actual truth could be made manifest. So far as Preless could judge, and he was a shrewd reader of character, the fortune-teller was entirely honest in her dealings with him. If she wished to gain Jadby as her husband, it was necessary that she should be so, since only by the marriage of Lord Preless could the girl whom the buccaneer loved be removed from her path. It was not worth her while to play Preless false, since his aims and hers were identical. Prelus desired to marry Mona, and Madame Marie wished this also. She was anxious to make the sailor her husband, and Prelus was quite willing that this should be so, since it would put an end to Jadby's troubling, and might perhaps take him out of England. Therefore Prelus believed in Madame Marie Epengrave. He credited her powers also, for she had the true eyes of one who can see into the astral world. But he could not be certain if she had used her occult powers on this occasion. She may have known beforehand of the dress, and might merely have used the trance as a means of communicating it without arousing Jadby's wrath. If the dress was found, and evidence therefrom was forthcoming, likely to solve the mystery of Agstone's death, the captain, wishing to keep Mona in uneasy terror for her reputation, would be much annoyed. But then Madame Marie could explain that she had only gone into a trance for Prelus as an ordinary client, and was unaware of what she said. Under these circumstances the buccaneer could say nothing. "Well," said Prelus, stretching himself, and talking aloud, a habit which he had contracted when traveling in silent places, "it's rum business altogether. If the dress is in Dolly Rover's wardrobe, what then? I can't accuse him, as he certainly had no reason to kill Agstone. Humph! I wonder if this is what Horace meant when he said that I would be sorry if I searched further into the case. I certainly don't want Dolly to be hanged, but if he were, I am quite sure that Ned would console the widow. Ugh!" Prelus shivered. What a horrible thought! Rover is a bounder and a blighter and a cad, but I honestly don't think that he is a criminal of this sort. I don't believe that he has the plunk, for one thing, and for another, he had no motive. He reflected. I'd best get along and see Constance. On glancing at his watch, Prelus learned that it was 5:30, and concluded that probably Mrs. Rover would be at home sipping tea, after the manner of women worn out with shopping. He decided to give her half an hour and then catch the 7 train from Charing Cross to Hyde. Come what might, the young man intended to get back to Hyde that night in order to walk over and see Mona. He assured himself that she would be anxious and would wish to learn how he had sped. But he might as well have confessed the truth to himself, namely that he pined hungrily for the sight of her face, and that every moment passed away from her side was spent in the outer darkness. "Where there is wailing and gnashing of teeth," said Prelus to himself, quite ready to wail and gnash if he missed his train. As fate would have it, Mrs. Rover was at home, and came forward to greet her friend in a wonderful tea gown which suited her queenly figure. The rose-hued blinds were down, and the room looked like the grotto of the Venusberg. But in spite of these softening aids, Mrs. Rover appeared somewhat haggard. Nor was her greeting of Prelus very friendly. Indeed, it was so harsh that he congratulated himself on finding her alone. But then, had anyone else been present, she would have been all smiles and gentle words. "How dare you come and see me after leaving as you did last time?" was Mrs. Rover's polite salutation. "And I know why you went, too. Yes, you may look and look, Lord Prelus, but I know. I explained your conduct to Ned, and he told me how he had described the dress to you." "Which means?" asked Prelus calmly and unflinchingly. "Means?" she cried in stormy tones. "It means that you believed me to be the woman who came in and waved the bronze cup under Ned's nose." "I did believe it for 1 minute," confessed her friend, making a clean breast of it in view of what was coming. "But of course, on reflection, I saw how ridiculous it was to suspect you." "It was! It was!" "It was," retorted Mrs. Rover, sitting down and tapping her foot. "I have not many friends, Lord Preless, but I did think that Dorry was one of them." "Dorry is," he assured her. "A fair-weather friend. Pooh! To suspect me," she went on angrily. "Me of all people! As if I would have hurt Ned. Had it been that Chint girl, you might have had some cause." "Speak gently about Miss Chint," said Preless quietly. "I shan't. Why should I?" "Because I am engaged to her." "You?" Mrs. Rover started to her feet in delighted amazement. "But Ned—" "Ned's engagement was merely an official one to prevent Jadby—" "Oh, yes, yes, I know all about that. But I didn't believe that Ned was speaking the truth. I thought that he was throwing me over for that horrid girl. No, no, don't look at me like that. She isn't a horrid girl now that she is engaged to you. I shall love Lady Preless much more than I loved Mona Chint. Engaged! Engaged!" Mrs. Rover made a ball of her handkerchief and tossed it in the air. "What a rage Lady Sophia will be in!" "She is in it already," said Preless dryly. "I don't care." "Of course you don't. You're a man. A man. Oh, how I love a man. Not that my married life gives me any experience," she ended bitterly. "Constance," said Preless seriously, "sit down and let us talk quietly about your married life." "I don't wish to talk of it," she retorted, but nevertheless took the seat he pointed to. "You must. I am your friend, as you very truly say. I admit it now that you are engaged to Mona. But I say, Dorry, yes, I'll call you Dorry now. I say, isn't it rather sudden? You have only known her a week or two." "It was a case of love at first sight," said the young man very earnestly. "Pooh, pooh, I don't believe in such a thing." "I didn't either until I experienced the sensation. But I really did love Mona from the moment I saw her in the dock, and it was only honor which held me back from speaking even earlier." "Honor? What honor?" asked Mrs. Rover contemptuously. "She was supposed to be engaged to Ned, you know. Only when I learned that the engagement meant nothing was I able to speak out." "You have very many scruples," said Mrs. Rover with a shrug, and evidently forgot that all is fair in love and war. "That's a purely feminine view, Constance. Had Ned really been in love with Mona, and really engaged to her, I should have left England without saying a word." "So like a man," retorted Constance scornfully. "Why, if a dozen women loved Ned, I shouldn't give him up." "Constance, you forget that you are married." "I don't. Dolly never gives me a chance of forgetting." "Constance!" Preless spoke sharply. "You are a foolish, headstrong woman. Do you want to be disgraced?" "There is no chance of that," cried Mrs. Rover in a fury. "How dare you talk to me like that?" "Because I see you going headlong to ruin." "You see nothing of the sort. I am a loyal wife to Dolly. Ned knows that I love him now as I loved him before my marriage. And you know, Dorry, as he does, how my marriage came about." "I know, but you ought to make the best of it." "I am making the best of it," cried Constance, rising to stamp her foot in a royal rage. "There is not a breath of scandal against my name. No one can couple my name and Ned's together. We scarcely ever meet. But we can't prevent our feelings." "Still," urged Preless, in a rather futile manner, "since you have elected to become Mrs. Rover, you must consider your husband." "Let him consider me first. I made a bargain with him, and he accepted, knowing that I love Ned and not him. He has broken that bargain in the meanest manner, and my father died of sheer worry through the breaking of it. Now I have to stifle my deep love for Ned and act the part of a loving wife. I feel like a hypocrite." "I don't think you need," Constance.
People say that you treat Rover badly. It is as well that you should know. I do know. I have heard that before, but Dolly himself put that story about. I don't love him, and I don't pretend to, but I am as obedient and kind as I can be. I told you that I treated him like a dog. So I do, like a pet dog.
A dog that is fed up and smoothed and cosseted and given cream and meat and all the things poodle dogs like. But Dolly goes about posing as a husband that is badly treated. He does not dare to say that I have deceived him, however, she added, drawing a deep breath. He would suffer for it if he did. Miserable as I am, I abide by the bargain which he broke. But what is to be the end of it? I don't know. I don't know, wailed Mrs. Rover, pacing the room and holding her hands to her head. I really believe that Dolly wants to see me disgraced. He took these flats above Ned's in spite of my protestations. I want him to go away, but he won't. Oh, said Preless thoughtfully, so Mr. Rover took these flats above Ned's, did he? Purposely? I don't know. Constance paused, looking startled. Why do you ask? Lord Preless considered. Constance, I want you to do me a favor. Yes. Mrs. Rover spoke softly and with an effort. Do you think that your husband wishes to get Ned into trouble? Constance put her hand to her head. He hates Ned, she said at last in a strained voice, because he knows that Ned loves me and I do Ned. But for all his jealous watching, he cannot find anything wrong between Ned and myself, because, she added, drawing herself up to her full height, there is nothing wrong and never will be. You have not answered my question, repeated Preless quietly. Do you think that Rover wishes to get Ned into trouble? Yes, I believe that he would be glad to see him dead. Well then, Constance, answer me another question. Would you like to see your husband get into trouble? No, she said with a startled air. Dolly is a fool and cruel, and I can scarcely endure him. All the same, I don't wish him any harm. That is all right, said Preless, rising. Then I can trust you to hold your tongue? About what? Why are you so mysterious? My poor girl, I would rather hold my peace than tell you what I am about to tell, but it is necessary that you should know. If I do not move in the matter, someone else, less friendly to you and Rover, may do so, and then only God knows what would happen. Dory! Constance caught his hand and passed her tongue over her dry lips slowly. What do you mean? I have gone through so much that I'm quite able to face the worst. You won't scream? No, I'm not a fool. Oh, what is it? She blazed out with a stamp, clenching her hands and clenching her teeth also. Preless raised his hand. I must tell you as best I can, he said in a peremptory tone which quietened her. After all, I may be mistaken. Is that dress you wore at the ball in your room? For answer, Constance pressed the bell button, and when the footman appeared, gave an order. Tell my maid to bring me the frock and domino I wore at the ball, at the masked ball, she said, then faced Preless when the man went out. Are you about to accuse me? No, don't ask questions, Constance. I am sorry to keep you in suspense, but I can't help it. The whole thing is so extraordinary. What thing? What thing? But Preless, perhaps mistakenly, would not tell her. The maid entered with the domino and dress, which Preless at once recognized as the masked ball costume. He simply cast one glance at it, and then, "You can tell her to take it away again," he remarked. Mrs. Rover did so wonderingly, and waited to hear what he had to say next. "Take me to your husband's dressing room in the other flat." "What for?" she asked. "And how do you know that Dolly's dressing room is in the other flat?" "Never mind. Take me there," said Preless impatiently. He wished to get the things over as speedily as possible, as he saw how strung up she was, and yet, until he was certain, how could he accuse Rover? In his heart of hearts, Lord Preless wished that he might be spared the disagreeable task of accusing Rover at all. But if he did not do so, it was not improbable that Jadby, to further his own ends, might intervene. And it was much better that Jadby, at all costs, should be kept out of the business, since he was not likely to spare either Constance or her husband. "Come, come," cried Preless impatiently, and seeing that she did not move, "take me to your husband's dressing room." And Constance led him thither like a woman in a dream. They left one flat and crossed the landing to the other. When in the dressing room, which was luxuriously furnished, Mrs. Rover remained silent and observant at the door, while her friend examined the sanctum of her husband. So mysterious were his words and movements that she began to wish that she had not admitted him, since she did not desire to harm Dolly, objectionable as she found him. But if she could not trust Dorry in all ways, who could she trust? Meanwhile, Preless peered into a wardrobe and shook out the many suits it contained. He searched a large wooden press, wherein shirts and underlinen and handkerchiefs and collars were neatly laid out. But in each case he failed to find that for which he hunted, and drew a long breath of relief. Perhaps, after all, Madame Marie was wrong, in spite of the magical powers to which she had laid claim. When at his wits' end, Preless turned to Constance. "Isn't there a cupboard?" he asked. "Over there," she said, pointing to the hither side of the fireplace. "You must be blind not to see it. Oh, it is unlocked," she added, noting that he hesitated. "Dolly has no secrets. There is nothing in it but old clothes and rubbish, which Trimmer," this was Mr. Rover's valet, "stows there. Look into the cupboard by all means." The young man made no reply to the sarcasm, but opened the cupboard of Bluebeard. It was deep and wide, with many pegs at the back and round the sides, upon which hung many clothes, out of date and slightly worn. On the floor was a heterogeneous pile of shabby slippers, discarded boots, sundry medicine bottles, tin boxes of polish, and many odds and ends, showing that this was a bag-o'-rags receptacle for sheer rubbish. Preless speedily pulled out all the clothes and threw them on the floor, while Mrs. Rover shrugged and stared at his zeal. Suddenly he came upon a green silk domino, inside which was sewn the front of a white dress, streaked with thin lines of red velvet. The whole made one garment, easy to slip on and off, which when worn would look both like a dress and a domino. This very ingenious garb was hidden behind the discarded clothes, which apparently had not been disturbed for some considerable time, and only by removing all, as Preless had done, could the domino and its clever fixings have been discovered. "There," said the young man, holding it up for Mrs. Rover's inspection. With staring eyes, Mrs. Rover drew near and handled the fabric. "An imitation of the frock and domino I wore at my ball," she gasped, then added after a pause, "A woman never wore this." "Ned said that the person who waved the bronze cup under his nose to make him insensible was a woman," said Preless significantly. "Oh!" gasped Constance, taking his meaning at once. "Dolly? It's a lie!" Chapter 19.